From Word Audio, this is a book on tape presentation of The Oath by Frank Peretti. Copyright 1995. The reader is Joe Campanella.
"27 people died that I know of, and the others fled with whatever they could carry away. I could hear the screams and the shooting all night long, and I dared not venture out. The Reverend Dubois was left hanging in Hyde Hall until this afternoon. I informed Ben and the others that I would not attend the signing of the charter until the body was removed, so Ben ordered him cut down, taken out, and buried with the others. By late afternoon, the men who remained in Hyde River were back in the mines as if nothing had happened, and I also attended to my business. After nightfall, we gathered in Hyde Hall under cover of darkness and signed the charter. With the signing of our names, we took the oath of silence, so I cannot speak of these things, but only write them secretly. The trouble is over, but I am no happier. I am afraid of what we have done. I am afraid of tomorrow." From the diary of Holly Ann Mayfield, entry dated July 19, 1882. Steve Benson arrived at the Clark County Medical Center in West Fork at 2 o'clock Monday afternoon. He'd driven all the previous night and all that morning to get there, and now he strode down the hallway, weaving past patients in wheelchairs, past nurses and doctors, intent on finding room 31. A towering man dressed in rugged outdoor clothes, he knew he looked out of place in that white, sterile environment, and he could feel the stares of people as he passed in the hall. Well, let them stare, he thought. His priority was to see his sister-in-law Evelyn and find out if his brother Cliff had been located. He spotted the nurse's station and the sheriff's deputy waiting there for him. At least she was dressed like one. At the sight of her, his impatience went up another notch. She looked to Steve like a green-as-grass rookie, auburn hair trimmed neatly at the neck and not a hair out of place, as if she'd never done a moment's police work. Lean, fit build, a china doll face. He also noticed she looked ill at ease, wound up like it was her first day on the job. Great, just great. "Can I help you?" she asked, walking toward him. "I'm Steve Benson." "Mrs. Benson, brother-in-law?" "That's right," he answered, letting her shake his hand, but already looking past her toward the corridor beyond, anxious to see Evelyn. "I'm Tracy Ellis, the county. I'm with the Clark County Sheriff's Department," she was saying. Yeah, she was nervous, all right. "Evelyn's mother said you were coming, so you're the brother of the, Please, I want to see my sister-in-law, and I want to know if you found my brother." She read his face and his tone, dropped her eyes for a moment, then finally said, "Evelyn is alive, safe, sedated. No serious injuries. She's resting now. She'll be all right." Steve did not miss the fact that she'd told him only about Evelyn. She touched his arm. "Could we sit down first, just for a moment?" She led him to a waiting area just off the hallway, a spacious room with comfortable chairs, People magazines, big windows. He sank into a soft chair, and Tracy Ellis pulled a chair over so she could sit opposite and close. He could see she was struggling to find words, but her expression said enough. "Is my brother dead?" She hesitated, then said, "Yes, Mr. Benson. I'm sorry." "What happened?" "We're not sure yet. Last night a truck driver found Mrs. Benson alone on a logging road up on Wales Peak. She was in shock and incoherent, but she had some ID on her. We called her home and found out from one of her sons that she and your brother had gone camping together. We found your brother's body on Wales Peak early this morning." She paused, then said carefully, "We think he was the victim of a bear attack. His body was taken to the morgue in Oak Springs. That's over the pass, about 30 miles from here. The autopsy is scheduled for tomorrow, and we're hoping the county medical examiner can make a determination. In the meantime, we've contacted the Department of Fish and Game." "Marcus Dufresne?" She stopped. Excuse me?" "The conservation officer with Fish and Game. It's Marcus Dufresne, isn't it?" "You know him?" "I helped him tag some bears last year. Is he on this case?" She hesitated just a little, but replied, "Yes, I think he is." "Then I'd better get in touch with him. We've got to get right on this before the signs fade, before we lose the evidence." "Mr. Benson," she raised her hand to cut him short, "give it some time. You're too close to this." "We don't have time. If this was a bear attack, the signs could fade within hours." "There are qualified people working on this." "You want qualifications? Would a Ph.D. in biological science be good enough for you? How about a professorship at Colorado State University teaching environmental science and biology? I know bears, Deputy. I've specialized in grizzly and black bear behavior for the past 10 years. He stopped and exhaled a long sigh. Easy, Steve, easy, he told himself. Her calm and soothing response was much to her credit. Dr. Benson, why don't we get you in to see your sister-in-law? We can talk more after you see her. I would greatly appreciate that. She was more than just an in-law. Evelyn was a long-time friend, a kid sister. As Steve stole quietly into her hospital room, he saw her mother sitting beside the bed, holding her hand. Steve didn't know what to expect, but when he saw Evelyn lying on the white sheets, the sweet knowledge that she was alive overwhelmed him, and he began to cry. Evelyn's mother turned, and her face lit up. "Steve, oh, hello." They embraced. He looked at Evelyn. Her face was turned his way, but she gave no hint that she recognized him. Her mother kept one arm around Steve as she followed his gaze to the bed. "She's still in shock, I think." Steve approached, bent down, and looked into Evelyn's eyes. "Evie," he said softly, "it's Steve." She'd been through something horrible. Her curly black hair was still matted with dried blood, her face and hands marred with cuts and bruises. Gently, he placed his hand on hers. She managed to wrap her thumb around one of his fingers, and then she murmured, "Cliff is dead." "Yes, I've been told. Just rest, Evie. We're all here now." She smiled weakly and gave his finger a barely discernible squeeze. He patted her hand. "I'm going to go out and talk to the deputy now. You take care." "You too," she managed to say. Steve and Tracy Ellis found a conference room and sat at one end of a long table. "How are you doing?" she asked. Something about her made him ask, "How are you doing?" She opened her folder again, perhaps just for something to do. "I'm not very fine, you may have gathered." "Well, these are not exactly fine circumstances." "No, they sure aren't, and things are going to get rougher before they get better. I think you need to brace yourself." "I'm working on it." Tracy unfolded a Forest Service map and outlined an area. "The trucker found Evelyn about here, up this logging road, about 12 miles above the town of Hyde River. She and her husband were camping near the ridge, right here, near the end of the Staircase Trail. No one's ever seen a grizzly on Wells Peak, but the Fish and Game people are guessing it might be a large bear. It's tagged number 308. Steve studied the map. "Does anyone know if this bear is habituated, used to people?" "I understand he's getting that way, and that's what makes him a prime suspect. He's raided the landfill near Swiftwater." She pointed out the tiny village on the map, "and a few homesteads there have had their garbage gone through." Tracy shook her head, her expression troubled. "But this attack, well, nobody expected it." "Has anyone checked the site of the attack?" Her shoulders sagged and she looked uncomfortable. "Sheriff Collins and I went up there this morning first light. We knew Mrs. Benson had come down the Staircase Trail, and we knew there'd been trouble. But, Dr. Benson, it wasn't pretty." He knew she was trying to protect him, but he needed to hear the truth. "Go ahead." She fumbled through her notes and groped for words. "We found the campsite. A small tent, a fire pit some distance downhill, 2 backpacks. The food provisions were properly stored in containers in some trees far from the camp, again downhill." Tracy showed him a crude map of the site she'd made while there. "But that's where we found your brother's body, down here near the food stores, in a grove of trees about 80 yards from the camp." Both Cliff and the bear could have been at the food cache at the same time for the same reason, and surprised each other, Steve thought. He had to force the question out. Did the condition of the body indicate a scenario? She seemed hesitant, even afraid to answer. He felt he should explain. "I'm trying to get some idea of how long the attack went on. Cliff had to have taken some defensive measures, and obviously Evie got involved at some point. He knew he was asking for information that could pain him deeply. I guess it's time I knew the condition of the body at least as much as I need to." She sighed. "I don't know what to tell you, Dr. Benson. I've never been in this kind of situation, investigating with someone who's so close to the victim." "Just tell me what you found. I'm ready to hear it." She looked at him for the longest time, and then answered quietly, slowly, "We only found half." His thought processes stopped. He sat motionless. She was looking at him, waiting, trying to gauge his response. His voice wouldn't engage. When it did, it came out a hoarse whisper. "Half? Only half his body?" She nodded. We found the left arm detached, the shoulder several feet away, still in the shirt sleeve. He felt her stomach turn. Quit it. She slowly, reluctantly lifted her hand to her left shoulder. And everything above this line, she slowly traced a line downward across her torso to her right hip, was gone. Levi Cobb, Hyde River's burly, gray-bearded mechanic, heard about the bear attack from a sheriff's deputy driving through, and after that he wasn't worth much the rest of the day. He managed to run his old garage and pump gas for customers, but whenever he was alone, his thoughts centered on what had happened on Wells Peak. He forced himself to work on the telephone company's ladder truck, but even as he worked, he could only talk about the stranger named Cliff Benson. I don't think an outsider would get eaten like that, you follow me? He asked the rear axle he was working on. Around here, you earn something like that, which means you can't be no stranger. Hate to think Maggie would know anything about this or him, but... He cinched down the bolt and then banged it to emphasize a decision he'd just made. All right, tonight, as God is my judge, I'm going to ask her. I'm going to flush this thing out of the bushes. I'm going to... Oh, shoot. He could see Charlie Mack, the owner of the local tavern, just now crossing the street toward the garage. They didn't get along too well, Charlie and Levi. The door was open, but Charlie stopped short of coming in and knocked on the doorpost. Yeah? Hi, Levi. Busy? No, just trying to look like it, he thought. What's on your mind, Charlie? Charlie stepped inside, then just stood there fidgeting, unable to find words. Have a seat. You're making me nervous. Charlie found an old metal folding chair with Cobb's Garage stenciled on the back. He pulled it up and sat on it. Levi, now I'm not snooping or anything, you understand? Mm-hmm. But I hear you've been sleeping in your camper and out behind your house. Levi looked over the top of his glasses. Well, if you're not snooping, somebody is. Hey, it's nothing like that. Then what's it like? Well, everybody knows once in a while you help people. You take them in, you know. Levi set down his wrench and looked directly at Charlie. Charlie, I've already been asked about Maggie Bly, and I haven't had a whole lot to say to anybody. I'm not trying to snoop, Levi, But I'll tell you this. If Maggie Bly ever got kicked out of the house by her husband and came to me because she had nowhere else to go, sure, I'd give her shelter, which is more than anybody else did the other night. But listen, Levi, I'm not prying into Maggie's business, I'm not. But would you have any idea, just for the sake of information, would you happen to know? What, Charlie, what? Well, this Moreland, this guy that got killed up on Wells Peak. Levi just stared at him. Was he, were he and Maggie? Now, what kind of question is that? Well, she's not just anybody's wife. She's Harold Bly's wife. With that, Levi almost laughed. Charlie, are you scared of something? Charlie was really getting flustered. Well, I was just kind of wondering. Charlie, you know my message is always the same. Levi closed one eye and sighted down his pointed finger at Charlie's heart. Before you start worrying about some critter in those mountains, you better worry about the critter you got right in there. That's the one that's going to kill you. Charlie looked out the window and muttered, This sort of thing just hasn't happened in a long time. Levi looked at the truck axle and said offhandedly, Oh, it hasn't been that long, has it? Well, I don't want to talk about it. Levi locked eyes with him. And I guess you're afraid it might happen again. Is that it? Charlie jumped up. Okay, Levi, just forget it, okay? Well, it might. I said forget it. And with that, Charlie rushed out the door. Now Levi sat there alone with only the tools to talk to. What'd I say? It was Tuesday afternoon. Mosquitoes were inquiring at every square inch of Steve's body, trying unsuccessfully to find some avenue through all that camouflage gear and insect repellent. But Steve did not stir. His powerful muscles were stone steady as he hid motionless in a berry thicket above a game trail. He was sighting through his rifle scope, his fingers tightly around the trigger. About 30 yards below him, a grizzly, its body thick and ponderous, its shoulder hump pronounced, had found the old doughnuts and grease that he and Marcus Dufresne had set out, and it was now pawing and clawing through the bait with its long white claws, lapping at the grease, snorting, licking, chomping. The bear moved forward, pawing through the doughnuts. The chest was exposed. Steve fired, the rifle kicking back against his shoulder. He chambered another round and had the bear in his scope again just as the bear toppled to the ground. Another round finished the kill in a matter of seconds. Somewhere in the gathering darkness he could hear Marcus hollering. The shots had been clean and true. Steve moved for the first time, rising from the blind, his body aching and trembling. On any other hunting trip, this would have been a supreme moment. Today, he felt no joy at all. Marcus worked his way down from his hiding place, rifle ready, and approached the fallen beast. He nudged it with his rifle barrel, then stooped to read the small ear tag. "It's 308. There was one Grizz we called Old Scar. Lived up above the Tyler Gorge. He ate Jack Friday, I know. Jack went up there fishing and never came back, and all we ever found was his pole and one of his boots. Could have been Old Scar ate Jules Howard. Maybe he ate that lady cook we had. What was her name? Nancy, I think. Somebody found her apron and part of her foot out in the woods, but nothing else. Yeah, it's always been that way." Retired miner Homer Bedlow in recorded interview transcribed in Hyde River Memories by Jill Staton, copyright 1965. Midway between dusk and dawn, amid the silhouettes of old ruins, a lone figure stole silently past the teetering walls and crumbling foundations, his black clothing blending with the deep angular shadows so as to make him invisible. No one would know his business. Everyone else was afraid to go near this place. With silent, feather-light steps, he entered a large ruin, letting its 3 remaining walls shroud him in their shadows, and knelt before a large, flat stone. He placed his hands on its corners, his gaze fixed upon the stone's dim gray image, and prayed, muttering his requests in a quiet monotone. When he had finished, he drew a slip of paper from under his coat, placed it on the rock, and with a large black pencil scribbled a name, which he repeated over and over. "Margaret Elizabeth, Margaret Elizabeth, Margaret Elizabeth." With a strike of a match, he set the paper on fire. "Time for you to die, Maggie." The third morning after the attack, Steve met Tracy Ellis at the Clark County Medical Center. "I just got the autopsy report on your brother," she said. "The bottom line is, the pathologist concludes it was a bear." Steve reported, "Well, Marcus and I did an autopsy on 308. The bear had been feeding on some human garbage, which suggests habituation. But as for human remains of any kind, we found nothing conclusive." Steve looked down momentarily. "Marcus and I have talked about actually viewing the remains." He was quick to add, "But I think I'd rather have Marcus do it. I trust his judgment." Tracy thought about it, then nodded. "Have Marcus do it." He nodded. "Well, come on. Let's see what Evie remembers." When they entered the room, Evelyn was sitting upright, the mattress raised and several pillows placed behind her back. Steve and Tracy pulled 2 chairs close to the bed and sat down. Tracy opened her folder. "Mrs. Benson, how comfortable would you be talking about what happened on Wales Peak?" Evelyn was apologetic. "I don't remember very much." "Well, just start at the beginning, see how you do." "I remember we'd eaten our meal for the evening, and Cliff went down to the food cache to store our leftovers. It was dark by then, so I couldn't see him very well, just his flashlight sometimes." She stopped. Tracy prompted, "You saw him go down the hill?" Evelyn just shook her head. "And then I woke up in the hospital." Steve was disappointed, but tried not to show it. Tracy just studied her notes. "So Cliff was a wildlife photographer?" "Uh-huh." "Was he taking pictures up on Wales Peak?" "No, we just wanted to get away together. He'd been working a lot of hours. We needed some time alone." "I understand your husband had been working in Hyde Valley for a few months, is that right?" "That's right. He was doing local sportsman stuff, you know, hunting, fishing, that kind of thing." "So he was away from home a lot?" Evelyn hesitated just slightly before answering. "Sure, he had to go where the pictures were." "So how would you say your marriage was going?" Steve didn't say anything, but that question seemed a little odd. Maybe Tracy was just making bedside conversation. "It wasn't a fiery romance, it wasn't a soap opera," Evelyn answered. "It was just kind of in between." "So things are going okay, but not—" Tracy prodded. "Not real okay." Evelyn went no further. Tracy scribbled some notes and asked, "Evelyn, do you own a hunting knife?" "Yes, both of us did." Steve interjected. "She and Cliff used to go hunting a lot." "Okay," Tracy replied, jotting it down. "Evelyn, when you were found Saturday night, you still had your knife in your hand, and the tip of the blade was broken off. Do you remember that at all?" "Maybe. I'm not sure." "There was blood on your clothing and on the knife. Do you remember that?" Evelyn stiffened with the memory. "I remember some blood." "Do you remember where it came from?" Evelyn looked straight at Tracy Ellis, tears filling her eyes. "I understand it came from my husband." Steve cut in. "Evie, that's okay. You don't have to talk about it anymore." Tracy looked his way. She obviously didn't appreciate his intrusion. but Steve didn't appreciate her questions. "This whole thing's been real tough, I know. Let's let it go for now, and you just rest up." Steve and Tracy made their way to the waiting area near the nurse's station. "I'd like to know what that was all about," he demanded. "I knew this would be a problem, someone so emotionally involved." "I'll be responsible for my emotions, Deputy. You better concern yourself with how Evie must be feeling right now and how you treated her, asking questions about knives and blood and how well their marriage was going. She just lost her husband, remember?" "Steve, we have to cover all contingencies." "Like how her marriage was doing? Do you think for one moment what I think is immaterial? You're a professional. You know how important objectivity is in a situation like this. Am I right?" Steve yanked his own leash and held it. She was right. She was in control, and he wasn't. "Okay, you're right. You're right, sort of." "Sort of?" Personal feelings aside, the idea of complicity on Evie's part is, well, it's untenable, unthinkable. "Well, you've seen the autopsy report. Is there additional evidence I don't know about?" She took time to formulate an answer. "Maybe you need to read the report for yourself." "Do you have it with you?" She took the report from her folder. It was a document about 30 pages thick, held together with a large clip. He took it, but didn't look at it. "I'll read it before I confer with Marcus." "Just keep in mind your relationship to the victim." "I am aware of my relationship to the victim." "And see if you can explain why only Cliff was killed, and only his blood was on Evelyn's clothes, and Evelyn wasn't injured at all, and how Evelyn's knife got broken." "Deputy, I don't like your line of thinking." "I don't like it either, but it's my job." He tried to be understanding. "Okay, granted. Anyway, what's your next step?" "I'm going to take a drive out to Hyde River and talk to some friends. It's a small community. Word gets around." "Well, I just might drive out there myself." She raised her hand. "Oh, hold on there." "What?" "Folks in Hyde River don't take kindly to strangers asking questions." He digested that for a moment. "Meaning we'll have to hope you find out something for both of us?" "Don't worry. If I find out anything, I'll let you know. In the meantime, Steve..." "Yeah?" She spoke carefully. "Take it slow." Game Warden Marcus Dufresne came to Steve's motel room that afternoon looking pale and sick. He would have preferred a shot of Jack Daniels, but settled for some coffee Steve had in a thermos. "I guess the pathologist gave it his best guess, a grizzly attack. Considering what was left of your brother, what else could he say? Have you read the autopsy report?" "Yeah, the whole thing." "Well, what's in the report is what I saw today. One shoulder gone, no head, one arm detached. There were some ribs." Marcus touched his own chest to illustrate. "Just sticking out of the cut, the bite, whatever you want to call it. They were just snipped off, cut right through. It's a pretty clean bite line." As Tracy had done, Marcus traced it against his own body with his hand. "It went from left shoulder to right pelvis." "And the rest intact?" Steve asked. Marcus nodded. "The vital organs and the lower limbs were all there." Then he added, "And the fingerprints from the left arm matched the prints on file with your brother's own gun permit. Just so you know." Steve nodded, then moved on to what he'd been thinking about, agonizing over all afternoon. "No teeth marks or claw marks?" "No, no animal hairs." Marcus reached into his shirt pocket. "But I got some scrapings." He produced a small vial and set it on the table. "Looked like it could be dried saliva. The pathologist couldn't make anything of it. Maybe you've got some people at the university who can figure out what it is." Steve held the vial up to the light to examine the crusty slime. "I'll FedEx it there right away." Then there was silence. "So," Steve prompted, "what do you think?" Marcus thought about it long and hard, then shook his head. "Steve, this was one unique bear." Steve nodded. The soft organs were intact below the bite line. "Mm-hmm. A bear will typically go for the abdomen, for the soft organs first." Steve took a sip of coffee, and Marcus did the same. "A bear will bite, clamp its jaws onto its prey, tear at it, drag it. This attack seemed a little neat, if you catch my meaning." "So how do you explain it?" "I think Tracy Ellis and the sheriff are already looking for another explanation. Tracy was asking Evie questions about her marriage." "Poor Evelyn," Marcus said, disturbed by the thought. Steve could feel himself getting nauseous. He hated the question even as he asked it. Could it have been done with a hunting knife? Marcus hated the answer. "I suppose, but it would have taken a long time and a lot of careful thought." "But there's still the question of the missing half. If it was not consumed by an animal, then what became of it?" Steve felt bile rising in his throat. He swallowed hard. "I can't believe the things we're talking about here." "I may not eat for days," Marcus said grimly. "But you see the problem. If we reject the whole bear idea, then we have to consider some horrible possibilities. The pathologist doesn't want to go that far. He said it was a bear attack." Marcus narrowed his eyes. "But in person, off the record, talking to me, in other words, he couldn't account for the condition of the body. He couldn't say for sure what caused it." "So we're back where we started." Steve got up abruptly and headed for the door. "I need some air." "I'm with you." They stepped outside into the parking lot. Steve's vehicle, a well-integrated truck and camper combination, was parked near the room. Marcus walked over to admire it just for something else to think about. "Nice rig." "Yeah, put a lot of miles on it. It's been to Canada, Alaska, Yellowstone." "Four-wheel drive?" "Oh, yeah." Marcus looked in the windows at the tight and efficient living environment. Then he turned. "Well, I better get going. I sure hope you solve this thing." "Oh, I'm going to solve it all right," Steve replied, his voice strained, "even if I have to ruffle some feathers in Hyde River." Steve arranged a Federal Express pickup of the vial of saliva and sent it off to a biochemist friend at the university. Then he got into his camper and drove out of the town of West Fork, then followed the Hyde River road north as it followed the river into the wilderness, through the tiny mining towns of Nugget and Yellowknife, and eventually to the remote town of Hyde River. The town was a tightly packed little place with quaint old homes stair-stepping up the mountainside along the steep side streets. At the top of the hill, sitting like a hen over her brood, was a small steepled church. Just across the river was a huge concrete building bearing the fading words, Hyde Mining Company. The building was impressive, at least 5 stories tall, with ramps, tunnels, loading docks, and smokestacks. But now it seemed almost deserted. The company's heydays were obviously over. He came to a 4-way stop in the center of town. On the left was Charlie's Tavern, an old bar and eating establishment that was still going strong, judging by all the pickup trucks parked outside. Next door to the tavern was Denning's Mercantile, the windows obscured with white paper and a large sign announcing a grand opening in a week. He parked in front of the tavern. All the local boys must be gathered here, contractor types, loggers, miners, outdoorsmen. They would know these mountains, if anyone did. Steve approached the man behind the bar and fumbled in his shirt pocket for a business card. "Hi, I'm Steve Benson. I'm a wildlife biologist from Colorado State University, and I've been investigating that bear attack that happened last weekend. The man killed up on Wells Peak." The man snickered. "They've already shot the bear, in case you haven't heard." He tossed the card on the bar and turned away. Steve called after him, "Are you Charlie?" Charlie busied himself with tending the bar. "That's right." "Charlie, I'm the one who shot the bear. I also did an autopsy on the bear, and the findings were inconclusive." "Well, if you don't know what you're doing, there's nobody here that can help you." "How do you know?" "Mister, are you going to order anything?" Steve knew he'd better answer. "Yes, a beer would be fine." Charlie brought Steve the beer, and Steve went to a small table close enough to another patron to engage him in conversation. This guy was older, bearded, with a large barrel-shaped body and big muscular arms. Steve caught his eye. "Hello." The bearded fellow cocked his head, gave Steve a look that carried a lecture in itself. "Mister, if I were you, I'd settle for the bear." Steve leaned closer. "But which bear? Do you know of any other rogue bear around here, some bear Fish and Game may not be aware of?" "Just let it go. You push this thing any further, you'll get people riled." "What if more innocent people get hurt?" The man took a large bite of his sandwich and chewed for a moment, before remarking through the wad in his mouth, "Ain't nobody innocent. Listen, the man who was killed was my brother." That registered. The man looked away and muttered, "Oh, boy, we're in trouble now." Slap. Steve felt a powerful hand on his shoulder, twisting him around. It was one of the men from another table. "I don't think he wants to be bothered," the bearded man protested. "Doug, I can speak for myself." "Not to him, you're not." Then Doug said sideways to Steve, "You don't want to talk to him. He's the town's nutcase." Steve stood, as tall as Doug, if not taller. "Hey, I'm not looking for trouble. I just need information, that's all, and I'll thank you to let me go about my business." Doug grabbed a fistful of Steve's shirt and backed him up against the post. Steve's arms came from somewhere Doug wasn't expecting and threw him across the table. Doug was startled, but he got up from the table slowly, looking about, wanting to be sure the other patrons had seen it all. They had. The pool game broke up as the 3 pool players moved in, the cue sticks in their hands. "Now listen," Steve said coolly. "There's a proper way to settle disputes." Doug advanced to give Steve a shove, but Charlie stepped in. "All right now, let's break this up." Doug pushed Charlie away. Stay put, Charlie. We'll be done in a second. Steve braced himself, estimating the force of their weight against his own. This is going to hurt, he thought. Just then the big bearded man came alongside him. I told you, he said. Stay out of this, Levi, Doug warned. This isn't your fight. Levi stood his ground, his big arms loose and ready. 4-1, there's no fight at all, Doug. Just then the cowbell over the front door jangled as the door opened. Doug didn't charge. The pool players lowered their cue sticks, disappointed. Steve heard a familiar voice. Can't you boys play a little more quietly? For a minute I thought I heard some trouble in here. There stood Deputy Tracy Ellis in a casual pose, her hand on the latch of the open door, the sunlight from outside illuminating her olive uniform, her gleaming badge, and that gun on her hip. Hey, Tracy, Doug greeted her, his tone subtly civil. Buy a beer. Her eyes went cold as she looked at him. No thanks, Doug. She looked at Charlie. These guys giving you trouble, Charlie? Charlie looked at his regular patrons and smiled sheepishly. Nothing out of the ordinary, just a gentleman's dispute. Yeah, said Doug. We're okay. Just shooting pool, said one of the players. Tracy digested that a moment, carefully studying all the looks of innocence. Finally she smiled. Then one of you liars get me a Coke. Laughter broke the tension. Tracy sat on a bar stool, and every man returned to his place. Levi sat down to finish his lunch, but Steve remained where he was, still in defense mode. A glare from Doug served as a reminder that the trouble, though contained for now, still remained. Charlie brought Tracy a can of Diet Coke. She popped it open, then turned. Dr. Benson, if you've finished your beer, I'd like a word with you outside. That seemed to have the desired effect on the pool players. Steve was in trouble, and they were smiling about it. She turned to Levi. Levi, isn't that your Dodge truck out there? Yeah, still is. Your license tab's expired. I'll have to proceed on that. Come on. They stepped outside. Steve, wait here. Steve waited by his camper. She was the cop. After all, she saved him a bruising. Levi and Tracy walked down the street to Levi's truck, but their conversation didn't seem to be about the license tabs. In just a few minutes, they'd reached an agreement of some kind, and Levi drove off without getting a ticket. When Tracy returned, she offered no explanation, only more orders, spoken so only he would hear them. Get in your camper, follow me, but try not to look like it. He replied in an equally quiet tone. I guess I owe you some thanks. And some respect, she added. One thing you need to get straight, Dr. Benson, sir, is that I don't give warnings without a reason. I grew up here. I know the people, and I know how they think. You don't. I hope you're a little wiser now. Where are we going? To Levi Cobb's garage. Hopefully we'll get some information that will relate to your brother's death. Then she gave him a whimsical look. And you'll get another glimpse of the Hyde River mentality, I'm sure. Steve followed Tracy's patrol car as she drove past the old red brick garage with the gas pumps out front, circled back through a narrow alley, and parked near the back door. Levi was already there waiting for them. She'll talk to you. He looked warily at Steve. But you'll have to go easy. She's in a sorry state. We'll go easy, Tracy said. They followed Levi up the steep, narrow stairway to Levi's upstairs apartment. Levi stepped to a door, apparently a bedroom, and peeked inside. Then he beckoned to them to come, but put a finger on his lips. On the bed was Maggie Bly, a blonde woman in her 20s, curled in a fetal position, her fingers in her mouth, her hair matted with sweat, her eyes wild with fear. She lurched to the side of them. It's okay, Maggie, said Levi. They're friends. Now this is bizarre, Steve thought. I would never raise the subject except out of my deep concern for your future happiness. I agree that James Hyde is a pleasant enough man when other eyes are watching, but it is widely believed that strange, secret practices and beliefs run in the Hyde family. I understand that Benjamin Hyde was a secretive man who had long indulged in esoteric, perhaps satanic practices, and I have no reason to doubt his son James participates in the same. You will never hear such things discussed openly in Hyde River, but they are no secret. From a letter to Beatrice Clemens from her mother Margaret Clemens, dated December 4th, 1902. The room was stuffy and dark, the windows boarded up with plywood. The odors of the aging building now mingled with the smell of tears, filth, sweat, and something else. Something dead, Steve thought, shuddering slightly. Tracy took Maggie's hand. Maggie, this is Steve Benson. He's a wildlife biologist, and he's here to investigate what happened up on Whale's Peak. Maggie pulled away. You're Cliff's brother. Her hand went to her mouth again, and she cried through her fingers like a child. You're going to hate me. Levi pouted. Talk to them, Maggie. It'll do you good. Tracy asked, Maggie, you knew Cliff Benson? Yes, she answered directly. You bet I did. We were in love. There it was, just that quick, far quicker than Steve could prepare for it. Oh, no, he thought, not Cliff. How long, Maggie? Tracy asked. How long were you and Cliff seeing each other? Couple of months. Until Hal found out? She only nodded. And that's why he kicked you out of the house? Yes, and now I'm going to die. Tracy stroked Maggie's shoulder. Maggie, we're not going to let anyone hurt you. Maggie was not comforted. Don't you know what happened to Cliff? He got eaten alive. You can't stop that. Was this the Hyde River mentality? Steve wondered. The terror in this woman was so real it chilled his blood as well. Levi consoled her. It don't have to happen, Maggie. You can get free of that sin right now. Levi. Tracy glared at the man to silence him. Then she turned back to Maggie. Do you know? I've tried to be good to Harold, but he's a mean man, Tracy. Yes, he is. And Cliff made me feel good. He treated me like I was somebody, like a lady. Cliff should have been treating Evelyn better, Steve thought. I met him at Charlie's, Maggie volunteered. He said he wanted to take pictures of the mining towns, so I started showing him around. We liked each other right away. Maggie, where were you the night Cliff was killed? At home, having a big fight with Harold. He found out about Cliff, and he was mad. Did you ever meet Evelyn Benson, Cliff's wife? No, I never saw her. Did Cliff ever say that his wife knew about you, or was upset about it, or might want to get even if she did find out? Maggie shook her head. Tracy, Cliff's wife didn't kill him. I know. What about Harold? Did Harold say he would kill Cliff? Maggie shook her head. Did he say he would kill you? Her eyes became vacant, and she shook her head in despair. He doesn't have to. I'm just going to die, that's all. No, it's not going to happen, said Tracy. We're going to get you out of here right now. It won't help, said Levi. The problem's in Maggie's heart, so it goes with her. Don't matter where you move her. Levi, that's a bunch of religious crap. You don't think sin is real? Just be quiet, all right? Tracy took a moment to breathe before addressing Maggie again. Maggie, I'll get you out of the valley for a few days, take you someplace where nobody can find you. Levi looked at Maggie and spoke softly. We better do like she says, Maggie. Tracy rose and followed her cue. Steve went with her down the back stairs and outside. Steve was disturbed and upset. I had no idea. We'll have to talk about this later. There could be more to your brother's death than a bear attack, and Harold Bly is probably involved, which means it's not going to be safe to hang around here. Tracy took Maggie to an obscure motel far from Hyde River, but she soon found out her plan for protecting Maggie would fail. Harold, oh, Harold. The voice was smooth, sultry. Harold Bly, strong-arm boss of Hyde Mining, jolted awake, his eyes darting about. Harold, came the voice again, ghostly teasing. Sweetheart. Maggie, Harold thought. He untangled his feet from the sheets, got out of bed, and looked out the window to see Maggie's silhouette, her hair wild and glowing in the light of the moon, her face in shadow. The sight scared him, and that made her laugh. He grabbed his pants off the bedpost and struggled to pull them on. So I caught you with your pants down, Harold. Maggie, I'm going to tear you apart. She just moved lazily toward the street out front. He ran downstairs toward the front door, hitting a table in the dark, cursing. Maggie reached the street, grabbed a rock, and pegged it at the front door across the street. Hey, wake up in there! You gotta hear this! With a not-so-subtle rattling and crash, Harold Bly burst out the front door. Another light went on in a neighbor's house just down the street, and he halted at the top of the steps. People were hearing this, seeing it. Maggie had her back to him. She was still busy rousing the neighborhood. Hey, everybody, wake up! I've got an announcement to make! The porch light came on next door, and Mrs. Cumber, a retired schoolteacher, poked her head out. In a quick change of character, Bly made his way down the stairs, reaching out toward Maggie like a loving husband should. Now, Maggie, honey, why don't you come inside and let's talk? She turned to face him, a carefree, cocky expression on her face, and a slick black stain down the front of her blouse from her heart to her waist. Bly stopped dead in his tracks. Then he backed up a little. The stain was glistening, growing. He could smell the stench like that of a dead animal. It was obvious she'd been clawing at it, for her hands were blackened, and she had black smudges where she'd touched her face. Bly mellowed. Then he smiled a gloating smile. "Levi, this is Tracy Ellis. Have you seen Maggie?" "No, ma'am." Levi could sense trouble in Tracy's voice. "She's not at the motel." "I called and found out she'd left the motel hours ago." Levi held the phone to his ear and went straight to the front window to survey the road below. "She might be headed for Old Town." "Oh, no." "I'm going after her." Levi slammed down the phone and grabbed his jacket. Looking at the black stain over his wife's heart, Harold Bly felt a wonderful sense of power. Still, he didn't approach Maggie, and didn't want her approaching him either. "Now, Maggie, I think you should just move on. Just keep going." She cocked her head playfully to one side and said too loudly, "I showed Cliff your office at the mining company. We made love up there, Harold. You know that?" She threw back her head and jubilantly shouted into the sky, "Cliff Benson was the most wonderful lover I ever had." This he hadn't planned on, and it wasn't so much what she was saying that started raising his temperature. It was that he couldn't stop her from saying it. "We made love under the 5-mile bridge," Maggie announced to the world, "and up on Wells Peak." Steady, steady, he told himself, keeping his hands by his sides, even as they clenched into quivering fists. "Can't touch me, can you, Harold? Well, nobody can. Not anymore. I can do what I want, go where I want, be with whoever I want." He no longer cared how much attention he attracted. He ran into the house and returned with his shotgun. But she was gone. Across the street, the neighbors slammed their doors shut and extinguished their porch light. Then Mrs. Cumber did the same. Up and down the street, lights winked out, windows closed, doors clicked shut. Darkness and silence returned to the neighborhood. Suddenly, Bly was pleased. So his neighbors were afraid. Well, good enough. Maybe it was best that they heard everything. By tomorrow, the messy little scene they'd witnessed would mean a whole lot more, and they'd all be talking about it. Then the talk would spread, and the whole town would get a strong message, a message they'd never forget. Levi drove quickly through the town, but saw no sign of Maggie. A mile north of Hyde River, he pulled off at the Old Town Road, a road now blocked by a huge berm of dirt and debris to keep vehicles out. He nosed the Dodge up against the berm, shut her down, and continued on foot, flashlight in hand, hoping he could get to Hyde Hall before she did, or before a gust of wind caused him to halt. He clicked off his light and crouched down, looking skyward. Nothing up there but stars. He ran, and soon broke out of the old forest and into an open expanse where grass and berry thickets barely survived amid gutted, sagging ruins. Old Town. There was nothing left now but stone foundations overgrown with brush, teetering walls with no roofs to connect them, fallen piles of weathered lumber. He vaguely remembered Hyde Hall being near the other end of the town, near the river. This main road should take him there. Then he heard a woman singing. "Maggie!" he shouted, his voice echoing down the street. "Maggie Bly!" He heard no response but the wind. He ran in the direction of that singing, hoping to hear it again, praying it would continue. "Maggie!" A gust of wind roared through some ancient cottonwoods, almost drowning out Maggie's singing. Panicked, Levi ran down the road, dodging crooked trees, stepping around trenches carved by years of rain. Another rush of wind rolled over Old Town like a wave. Abruptly, the song ended in the middle of a note. "Maggie!" Levi recognized Hyde Hall just ahead, now a cracking, overgrown foundation with 3 walls leaning precariously inward and no roof, no floor, no front. He swept his light through the entire structure as he approached. One wall was quivering, as if it had been struck. He could see another flashlight beam far up the road, but he didn't wait to see who it was. His own beam had caught something. He stepped over the foundation wall and into the remains of Hyde Hall, then waded through the tall grass to the center of the building, where his light fell on a large square stone, its top almost as flat as a table. Just beyond it, he saw Maggie's shoulder bag lying on the ground amid spatters of blood. A few yards from the bag was a running shoe, the laces still tied. He sank to his knees beside the bag and the shoe, and his body began to shake with weeping. Footsteps hurried toward him. A beam of light shone on his face, then on the ground, the shoulder bag, the shoe. It was Tracy Ellis. She was too late. "Did you see anybody?" she asked. Levi shook his head. Tracy wasn't in her uniform, but she had her gun in her hand. "Well, come on, help me look. Get away from that bag, it's evidence." He wiped his nose with his hand. "There's nobody here." She took off without him, shining her flashlight in every direction, searching, scrambling, tripping in the dark. Levi just prayed. He knew Tracy Ellis would be combing over the roads and trails through Old Town, and even walking up and down the river for much of the night. He also knew she wouldn't find anything. Steve heard a knock on his motel room door at 9 the next morning. a knock he wasn't expecting and wasn't ready for. When he opened the door, a sheriff was standing there. "Dr. Benson, Sheriff Lester Collins." "Oh," Brother Steve thought, "it's Tracy's boss." "Oh, please, come in, have a seat." Collins took the only chair. Steve sat on the bed. "Good news for you," said Collins. "I met with the coroner and Deputy Ellis this morning, and the evidence has finally come together to our satisfaction. We're sure now that your brother was killed by the bear you shot. We're closing the case." Pow! The soft drink can flipped off the top of the log to join several others in the gravel, all bent, twisted, and ventilated. Tracy flipped her police revolver open and began to reload. "So you've heard from Sheriff Collins." Steve had found her in a nearby gravel pit, a favorite spot for target shooters and young sheriff's deputies with anger to vent. "I want to know if you agree with him." "Why do you think I'm out here killing cans?" "So explain this to me. I don't—" "Maggie Bly is dead." "What?" He stared at her, disbelieving. "She went back to Hyde River last night. Somebody killed her. We found a shoulder bag and one shoe near the river, and some of her blood, but no body so far." "No body? Well, how do you know she's dead?" "Trust me, she's dead, and she'll never be found, just like, pardon me, the upper half of your brother's body." Tracy slipped the reloaded gun into her holster. "Collins and I questioned Levi Cobb, but he didn't actually see what happened. We talked to Harold Bly, and he said Maggie was away visiting her mother, so there are no witnesses and no body. And if Harold Bly says Maggie is still alive, it must be true." Her sarcasm was obvious. "You see, if nothing happened to Maggie, then we have no reason to suspect any conspiracy to murder her or your brother. So we can fall back on the Grizzly idea to explain your brother's death. Simple, easy. Just the way Les Collins likes it." "But why?" "It's the whole Hyde Valley thing. Les Collins grew up in Hyde River. He's got a whole lot of that town in his blood, and he respects the—" Tracy stopped, took a deep breath before saying, "Well, we call it the Oath." "The Oath?" "It's a tradition up here. Somewhere back in the town's history, a bunch of the townspeople took an oath that they wouldn't reveal the town's secrets to outsiders, and it's still that way. We can never get witnesses. We can't get information. Nobody will inform on anybody else, and there are a couple of reasons for that. One, if you blab something you're not supposed to, well, remember what almost happened in the tavern? People have been clobbered for saying too much. Not that we in the sheriff's department ever hear about it, mind you. The other reason is—" She hesitated, then laughed nervously. "Well, you remember Maggie saying that your brother got eaten? You know, eaten up?" "Of course. I thought she meant the bear." Tracy shook her head. "That wasn't what she was talking about. There's a superstition that goes back as far as the secrecy oath. I mean, clear back to the founding of this town. There are folks up there in the valley who believe—" She hesitated, then gave a nervous laugh. "That there's a big dragon lurking up in the woods, a dragon that eats people." She looked at Steve and saw the reaction she expected, a look of total incredulity. "Hey, you heard Levi and Maggie talking about it. You saw how they really believed what they were saying." Steve winced at the absurdity of it. "But how can they believe such a thing?" "Steve, you have to have grown up here. It's a legend, a tradition. The Irish have their leprechauns, the Scots have the Loch Ness Monster. Every kid grows up with the boogeyman in his closet. Listen, I can still remember my grandmother telling me that if I wasn't a good girl, the dragon was going to come and eat me. Yeah, I believed it. You get that idea pounded into your head right along with Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy. But usually we outgrow things like that. Santa Claus, yes. Tooth Fairy, yes. The dragon? No way. But listen, I think this could have a bearing on your brother's death." "I'm listening." "Okay, let's say I'm Harold Bly, owner and president of the Hyde Mining Company, the company that built that town from the beginning. In Hyde Valley, with his land holdings and money and his family line, plus his power to provide or deny jobs, he is numero uno." "The godfather of Hyde Valley." "Right. So suppose I'm Harold Bly, and I find out my wife is having an affair with some outsider, and I want to carry out vengeance. Of course I want to cover it up, make it look like something else caused it." "You're not serious." She knew this was going to be tough to explain. "You should try being a cop in this valley. Some things go beyond reason." "You're actually suggesting that someone cut up my brother?" "I'm saying that if anyone wanted to kill him, there's an automatic cover-up they can use. The Hyde River people have an oath, especially when it comes to the dragon. And if they thought the dragon was responsible, you can be sure they'd never say a thing about it. But wait a minute. You have evidence. You have my brother's body. Tracy brought her hands together with a clap. Now you can see why I'm out here blasting away at cans. If you ask me, Maggie was two-timing her husband. Her husband probably had her killed. And he had it staged so people would think it was the dragon. But try convincing Sheriff Lester Collins of that. Hey, he has Lester Collins and re-election to think about. With that, she drew her gun and indulged in one more shot, sending a can skittering across the gravel. So, anyway, that's the end of it. As far as the folks of Hyde Valley are concerned, the dragon ate Maggie and your brother. Steve's mouth was dry. And in Cliff's case, that is what it looked like. Tracy quietly agreed. That's what it looked like. And as far as Collins is concerned, a bear was responsible. The case is closed. I'm sure he's hoping you'll just go your way, content with the bear theory, content in knowing that your sister-in-law is free of suspicion. She never should have been under suspicion. I won't argue with that. But now you have to consider. If you want, you can walk away. You can put it all behind you, and you should know I envy that. Back in his motel room, Steve paced, fumed, and tried to decide his next course of action. He could just leave, but the death of his brother would haunt him. If he managed to solve Cliff's death, it would mean Evelyn finding out about the affair. What about Evelyn's memory? That might still return, and then the phone rang. This was either going to be the key to it all, or more confusion, he thought. He grabbed up the phone beside the bed. Hello?
Steve, Dan Kramer.
Steve sat on the bed. Dan Kramer was a biochemist at the university. At the sound of Dan's voice, Steve remembered the saliva sample taken from Cliff's body. In all the tangle of events, he'd forgotten about it. Dan, hi, what's up?
Well, I don't know.
Dan had a hint of laughter in his voice, as if he'd just been the victim of a practical joke.
FedEx just delivered your saliva sample, and I've run some tests on it.
Yeah? Steve said, trying to hold back his impatience.
Well, first of all, we ran the electrophoresis, and it wasn't bear saliva, and it wasn't human. As a matter of fact, the bands we got ruled out any kind of mammal.
No mammalian indications at all?
No, the DNA rules that out.
Great. More non-information. Well, is it saliva?
Oh, it's saliva, all right. But you're in the wrong part of the country to be sending in samples like this. Looking at the amino acids and the enzymes, I'd say you've got a reptile, probably a large lizard.
Suddenly, Steve knew he would not be leaving Hyde Valley for a long while. One of the more bizarre incidents of the Great Flood of 1953 was the washing out of the Hyde River Cemetery, in which some 36 coffins were unearthed and carried away by the raging floodwaters. Of the 33 coffins recovered, 18 contained no remains and were apparently buried empty. What became of the bodies? Were there any bodies to begin with? The secret of the empty coffins was buried with them in a new cemetery and has remained a mystery to this day. From the world of the dim unknown, true accounts of the bizarre and the supernatural, edited by Fraser Sullivan. Then came another phone call, and not long after Steve had just said goodbye to Evelyn, released from the hospital and on her way home. Hello?
Hello, Dr. Benson, c'est vos play.
Now this he certainly didn't expect. What was that supposed to be, a French accent? Who is this?
You must not leave, Dr. Benson. Your work is not completed. There is a big creature in the mountains. The big creature ate Maggie Bly, and that is why her body will never be found. The creature ate your brother too.
Are you talking about the dragon? The voice stuttered, hemmed, and hawed. Finally,
I'm sorry, monsieur. I cannot talk about that. You must look into it yourself, do you see?
So where do I start looking?
You know where the old town is?
Never heard of it.
Maggie Bly was killed in Old Town, at all. That is where Maggie went that night, and she is never seen again. Go there. This is where your search for the dragon begins. I will call you again.
Call me on my car phone. Here's the number. Steve gave the phony Frenchman the number, even as he doubted the wisdom of it. If you're sincere about this, you'll reach me sooner or later.
Merci, monsieur.
Good night.
Au revoir.
Click. Well, maybe this wasn't entirely a crank call. Old Town, huh? Tracy Ellis said Maggie had gone back to Hyde River, but she hadn't mentioned anything about Old Town. Steve looked at the Forest Service map and found Hyde River, but Old Tom was not shown. Then he thought of Levi Cobb. Steve found Levi Cobb outside his garage, his head and shoulders inside the engine compartment of a monstrous front-loader, a huge yellow machine with 8-foot knobby tires and a deep-loading bucket in front. Levi was talking to the machine as he worked on it. "You ought to see these plugs. I mean, if those county boys let them get this bad, you should say something." "Mr. Cobb?" Levi came out into the daylight. He took one look at the big, dark-haired man standing there with a hunting knife on one hip and a sidearm on the other, and just sighed, leaning against the loader's rear tire. "I thought you'd left." "Nope, still hunting. I was hoping you could help me." "Not likely. Mr. Cobb, is it true? Is Maggie Bly dead as well?" Levi pulled a shop cloth from his rear pocket and started wiping the grease off his wrench. "I believe she is." Steve pressed it. "How did she die, Mr. Cobb? Do you have any idea?" "I have my views." "Did she die the same way as my brother?" Levi's expression was troubled, but he didn't answer. Steve tried again. "I really need to know. I've been told there's a creature who might have killed them both. If that's true, I have to go after it." Levi looked down at Steve with narrowed, intense eyes. "Mr. Benson, you're about 100 years too late. I think you just need to let your brother and Maggie rest and leave before somebody sees you talking to me. I only want information. Not my information, you don't. Let me be the judge of that." Levi studied him a moment. "You can't kill this creature with guns. It's your attitude that'll kill you. You'll be dead before you even know you're in trouble, and I don't want to be part of that." "Then can you tell me how to get to Hyde Hall?" Now that hit pay dirt. Levi stopped short and glared at him. Steve's tacky French tipster must have been right on the money. The big mechanic thought the question over for a significant amount of time, then sighed resignedly and slid down the huge tire to the ground. "You can look, but you won't find anything." "I can try." "It's private property." "I'll take responsibility." His objections answered, Levi stooped down and scratched a map in the dirt with the wrench. "Go north through town and right past the train of ore cars. The highway will turn to dirt road, and you'll see a grove of cottonwoods." Steve followed Levi's directions and soon found himself amid the old ruins along the river. Part of him felt uneasy. These old ruins had a ghostly aura about them he could feel but couldn't explain. It was as if he'd desecrated a graveyard or was treading on sacred ground. Hyde Hall was where Levi said it would be, the second building from the river, across from the old Masonic Lodge. It had once been a large structure about 60 feet long, maybe 30 feet deep, with a massive stone fireplace at the center of the back wall. He approached slowly, carefully, studying the ground. Someone had been here. The grass was trampled and run over in several directions. But why did... He froze, his hand moving to his rifle. He saw and heard nothing, but he felt something. He slowly turned his head toward the river, the movement steady, smooth, robotic. Something over there didn't look right. With 3 long strides, he reached the cover of tall grass and dropped to the ground, his blood pulsing through his fingers as they tightly gripped his rifle. His eyes focused on a stretch of steep hillside across the river, a stand of tall firs and pines. Danger, said his instinct. His stomach, twisting into knots, agreed. When there was no wind, the scene looked normal. But when a light breeze would stir the grass or make the trees sway, the vertical lines would seemingly break in the middle as the tops swayed gently sideways and the lower portions remained steady. Something was over there. He could sense it. Steve tightened his grip on the rifle. He thought he could see a shape, a curve, a barely discernible arc. Just like a hunter in a blind, he thought. Hidden, camouflaged, watching me. Fear was setting in, and he began thinking defensively. How much distance between him and whatever it was? How fast would that thing move if it charged? How far would he have to run to find cover? Would he have time to fire a shot? With a quick, fluid motion, he chambered around and clicked off the safety. Some grass swished behind him. As tense as he was, the sound startled him as if it were thunder. He spun around and stood, raising the rifle to his shoulder. Up the street, 2 hands went up. Between the raised hands, he saw a big cowboy hat, a pair of wire-rimmed glasses, and a graying beard. "Hold your fire!" Levi Cobb. Steve exhaled and lowered the rifle. "Didn't mean to sneak up on you. You're a little hard to see." Steve looked across the river again. Whatever he saw, it was gone, although some trees were swaying as if something had passed through them. "I don't know why I'm out here. I really don't," Levi said. He gave Steve another look over, his eyes going from the rifle to the knife to the sidearm, and then scanning the camouflage clothing. "But I got a little nervous thinking about you, traipsing around out here by yourself. You haven't shot anybody, have you?" Steve smiled, shouldering the rifle. No, I haven't even seen anybody." "Well, that's a good thing. I see you found Hyde Hall. What do you want to know?" "Tell me about the other night when Maggie Bly disappeared." Levi recounted the events in detail, from the phone call from Tracy to the harrowing moments in Old Town. He pointed out the road he'd come down, making guesses as to which way Maggie had come, even recalling the song she'd been singing. "But why did she come here?" Steve asked. "You know anything about Hyde Hall?" "Nothing." "Well, it was built by old Benjamin Hyde, the town's founder. It was a meeting hall for the mining company, the hub of the town. Everything happened here first." Levi sat on the big flat rock in the middle of Hyde Hall and removed his hat to stroke his brow. "Yeah, it was a wild town. People got crazy, did crazy things. In the late 1800s, things got so out of control, and a bunch of people got killed, and some others got run out. This part of town went downhill from there. Years ago, this was Hyde River, but it started getting a reputation. Folks got superstitious about it, so the town moved downriver. Now people won't come near this place. They won't build on it. They won't drive, walk, or ride through it. They sure won't come here at night. What are they afraid of? Oh, ghosts, spirits of the dead, all that stuff. They think the place is haunted." He looked down at the rock he was sitting on. "Most of all, they're afraid of the dragon." "But you're not afraid?" Levi shook his head. "That old lizard's got nothing on me." "So tell me about the dragon, Levi. What is it exactly?" "Oh, it's a long, snaky, lizardy, flying creature. From what I can gather, back around the turn of the century, it wasn't all that big. But I guess now he's up to, maybe 40, 45 feet long, if you could stretch him out, with razor-sharp teeth and a mean streak that's worse now than it ever was." Steve had to marvel at Levi's matter-of-fact acceptance of such a preposterous idea. "Are you kidding?" "You asked me about Maggie," said Levi. "Well, those who believe in such things would say she came here, and then the dragon dropped out of the sky, grabbed her, carried her off to its cave, and ate her." Steve sighed and tried to get the come-on, get-real look off his face. "So that's the traditional view, the superstition." Levi nodded. "Hyde Hall is the traditional place where people meet the dragon. I think the dragon can take a person anywhere he wants, but tradition says it happens here. So Maggie, in her guilt and her tormented state of mind, came here, thinking she had to meet the dragon, that it was her time. That's how I figured where to look for her. That's how I found her shoulder bag and her shoe." "And maybe you're making up this whole miserable story," Steve thought. "Maybe you know good and well what happened to Maggie Bly, and you're part of the cover-up. Levi, tell me something. Just why is it nobody else will talk about the dragon, but you don't have any trouble talking about it?" Levi gave a little shrug. "I'm saved, that's all." "Oh, so with you it's a religious thing." Levi crinkled his nose as he thought about it. "It's kind of a religious thing with everybody. They've got their dragon. I've got Jesus. Simple. Just like your sister-in-law. She could fight the dragon off and come out alive. Sure, she was righteous." "What does Evelyn's being righteous have to do with it?" Levi smiled at the thought. "She survived, didn't she? Come on, let's get out of here before we get caught. It wouldn't be safe for either of us." "Levi, come on, you know better than to trespass down there." Reverend Ron Woods was a patient man, and once again Levi Cobb had given him occasion to prove it. "Sure, I know better," Levi argued, "but that Benson fella didn't. I couldn't let him go traipsing around down there by himself." They were walking up the street toward the old steepled church, a short climb up the hillside from the main highway. "But now we've got people upset and talking about it, Levi. It's a simple matter of respect for other people's feelings and views, and keeping peace in this town." Levi gave Reverend Woods a sideways look. "Kind of one-sided effort, don't you think?" "Levi." "All this talk about tolerance and understanding. When do I start getting tolerated?" "Maybe when you learn to keep your strong opinions to yourself." "I can't help it. People ask me, I tell them." Woods laughed. "Okay, Levi, okay. So let's have a look at this roof." It was a quick change of subject, something either man could use at any time. It was the one way they'd learned to put up with each other. The old church, built in the 1920s, was looking good for its age. Better and better, as a matter of fact. Since Reverend Woods had come to pastor the church some 4 years ago, the congregation had embarked on a long-term restoration of the old building. The problem now was the roof, or, more specifically, the roofing contractor. They found him up on the roof of the back porch, slapping shingles down and nailing them home, whether they were straight or not. He didn't look up from his work when they came around, but not because he didn't see them. "Vic," Woods called. Vic Moore didn't look at them, only grabbed another shingle. "What?" "We'd like to have a word with you." Vic kept pounding nails. "What about?" Levi spoke up. "You're doing a lousy job on this roof, Vic." Vic stopped hammering and used the hammer to point at Levi. "I'm not talking to you." He looked at Reverend Woods. "I don't need any direction from anybody, and I don't need him telling me how to do my job." "You don't, huh?" Levi said. "Well, why didn't you use a chalk line on this east side? You've got the course so crooked, it makes my eyes cross." "Well, nobody's going to see it from the street." Reverend Woods was hoping Vic's common sense would take hold. "Vic, come on now. The inspector's going to take one look at that and—" "I'll slip him a few bucks. He'll go for it." Levi finally drew a deep breath, sighed it out, and told Woods, "Well, it's your call. You hired him." Well, enough was enough, Reverend Woods thought. "Okay, Vic, that's it. I'm sorry, but you're fired." "Well, that's fine with me," Vic growled as he came down the ladder. "Just try to get this signed off. The inspector will never work with anybody else. You're going to find that out. You've been listening to this old idiot too long, and now you're thinking like he does." Vic grabbed his tools and approached Levi on his way out of the churchyard. "You're dead meat, Cobb." A few moments later, they watched his truck roar down the hill. Reverend Woods walked over to Levi. "Don't let him upset you."
"Oh, I'm upset, all right. But for him."
"What is it with people, anyway?" "You haven't figured that out yet?" It wasn't Vic or his threats that had triggered Levi's fears. It was the anguish he could sense in Vic's soul, the fear in the man's eyes, the gun he wore under his jacket, and the faint stain Levi saw on Vic's shirt, right over his heart, soaking through like black sweat and smelling like death. That night, Vic Moore sat on a bar stool at Charlie's, throwing back beers and running down the same list over and over. "Now, Taylor's place, that was a classic. Bid that job out of 40 grand. Know how much it cost me to build it? 20. Taylors were happy, and you bet I was happy." Then he couldn't help laughing. "Hope they never checked the insulation under the floor. It isn't there." After that came the saga of Ike Bueller's cabin on June Lake, at least 6 inches out of level. "It's clear up there in the lake. Nobody's going to see it." People came and went, and every one of them heard at least one of Vic's stories of shoddy workmanship or shady dealing, how he'd gotten away with it, and how much money he had pocketed. Behind the bar, Charlie was quiet, edgy, distracted. Every loud boast frayed his nerves a little more. The other patrons were trying to ignore Vic's ramblings, but Vic was getting more pleased with himself and talking louder with each recollection he shared. Phil Garrett was trying to shoot pool with Kyle Figgin and Carl Ingfeldt. It was his turn to shoot, but Vic was rattling his concentration. "They're never going to get that church roof done. I got friends, you know that? Red Johnson's my friend. He'll never sign that place off. And who's that guy at the county, with the road crew? Paul? Who's that guy?" "Wally Nettleton," said Paul from the end of the bar. "Nettleton, yeah. I'll just have a little talk with him about that Levi Cobb." He took a swig of beer. "Cobb's never going to see another county job when I get through." Phil Garrett finally shouted, "Charlie, make him shut up." Vic turned and hollered at the whole room. "Nobody tells me what to do. I do what I want when I want." Charlie tapped on Vic's shoulder. "Vic, I got something for you." Vic turned to see a full bottle of Jack Daniels in Charlie's hand. He got the message. He took the bottle, got up from the bar. "Thanks for coming in," said Charlie. "Be seeing you," Vic said, and went out the door. Charlie grabbed another bottle of whiskey and poured himself a stiff drink. He downed it with one gulp. Andy Schuler made a face. "Shoo, he smelled like a dead rat." Charlie spoke to no one in particular. "Probably too drunk to drive." Jack and Amy, a young couple, looked out, and Jack reported, "He isn't driving. He's walking up the middle of the road." A shot glass dropped out of Charlie's hand and clattered on the bar. He grabbed it quickly, then wiped the bar frantically with a cloth. Phil fumbled a bit with his cue stick, then tried to make his shot. He missed by a mile. "You think maybe he's heading for the old town?" Andy Schuler wondered. "No," Phil shouted. "He's drunk, that's all." "Well," said Carl, "it ain't me, so I ain't going to think about it." Phil tried the shot again and missed again. When Charlie was satisfied all eyes were elsewhere, he ducked into the kitchen and grabbed the telephone. Steve was now living in his camper, parked at the Whitetail RV park about 10 miles south of Hyde River. When the cellular phone warbled from his rack above the sink, he was half expecting the phony Frenchman. He wasn't disappointed.
"Monsieur Benson?"
Well, the Frenchman, how are you?
Listen to me. I think there's going to be another death at Hyde Hall tonight.
Steve sat up straight. How do you know?
He was just here. He is going to Hyde Hall right now.
Who? Charlie kept his voice down and his eyes on the kitchen door.
His name is Vic Moore. He was talking crazy tonight. He is going up the road right now, going to Old Town.
Right now?
Right now. If you hurry, maybe you'll catch the dragon before he gets away.
Steve hesitated. I'd be trespassing down there. I suppose you know that.
If you miss your chance, you will know by tomorrow when Vic Moore is dead.
Charlie hung up, shaking like a leaf. Enough said. Let the great hunter take it from there. Please. Steve drove through Hyde River well above the speed limit and pulled off at the dirt road that led to Old Town. He bounded over the dirt berm and down the overgrown road, a flashlight in one hand, his shotgun in the other, and the .357 on his hip. He thought he heard laughter somewhere in the dark. The eerie sound of it perfectly matched the surrealistic, death-like surroundings, and Steve felt a chill. He chambered a shell in the shotgun, then stole along in the deepening shadows. He could hear the man's voice plainly now, hollering and whooping as if having a one-man party. A gust of wind rushed through the tall cottonwoods. Steve reached the main road through Old Town and heard the voice again, a little quieter, but still going on and on about something. Then came another gust of wind. It was strong, forceful, rolling through the treetops and sweeping down the old street like a wave, rippling the grass, shaking the brush. Just above the rush of that wind, Steve heard a scream, then another, this one muted. Then silence. Steve charged like an animal, running headlong down the street until Hyde Hall loomed up on his right. Suddenly the wind was gone, and Old Town was eerily quiet. He could hear no sound except his own pounding heart. He approached Hyde Hall like a hunter stalking his prey and stepped over the foundation, his finger on the trigger of the shotgun. He clicked on the flashlight. The beam stunned his night-sensitive eyes, but it revealed nothing out of place, no breakage, no body, no signs of... Wait. Here was something new. Not far from the big flat stone in the center of the building, almost in the same spot where Levi had found Maggie's purse, was a broken bottle of Jack Daniels whiskey. 2 flashlights were approaching from up the street. "Steve!" came a voice behind one of the lights. "Steve Benson, are you out there?" Tracy Ellis. He called back, "Over here, in Hyde Hall." The 2 light beams headed toward the old ruin. He worked his way back toward the flat rock, trying to think of ways to look innocent. Too late. The first flashlight beam found him, and he heard the voice of Sheriff Lester Collins. "Benson, hold it right there. Don't move." Steve didn't move. "And put down that rifle." Steve slowly set the shotgun down on the rock. Collins and Tracy, dark shadows behind their flashlights, stepped over the foundation and into Hyde Hall. "I've found something here," Steve said, hoping that would explain his presence. "Drop that revolver, too. Put it on the rock, slowly. And the flashlight." He set down the flashlight, then unbuckled his gun belt and set it on the rock. Collins remained in front, his police revolver in his hand, while Tracy circled around behind him. "Come on," said Tracy. "Let's have those hands." Steve obeyed, and Tracy put on the handcuffs. "Mr. Benson," said Collins, "you're under arrest." Sheriff Collins brought the patrol car to a halt in front of a large brick home in Hyde River, and soon Steve found himself face to face with Harold Bly. Bly was expecting them and looked Steve over with a sly smile. "Well, looky here." "Harold," said Collins, "this is Dr. Steve Benson. He's here to explain why he was on your land. I don't think he realized he was trespassing."
Well, we'll just see about that.
They followed him through the house into his living room, well furnished with antiques, vestiges of the Hyde family's glory days. In the living room, comfortable sofas and chairs were ranged on a Persian rug around a big stone fireplace.
Make yourselves comfortable,
said Bly, taking the wing chair by the fireplace with the air of a king taking his throne.
Oh, and
he waved his hand toward Steve.
Let's take those cuffs off, at least for now.
Tracy used a key and set Steve loose. He rubbed his wrists, now creased by the cold metal, and sat down on the couch across the room from Bly, as did Tracy. Collins took the other wing chair near the fireplace. Now they all faced the man of the hour, ready to plead their case.
So you're the mighty hunter,
Bly said with unabashed sarcasm.
Seems the whole town's been talking about you, wondering what you're going to do next.
Sheriff Collins piped up. But I need to make it clear, Harold, that Dr. Benson's not working for us and never was. Told him this morning the case was closed. This is all his own doing. You understand? Bly looked Steve over again and said,
I guess you don't know how folks around here feel about Old Town. They have a lot of strong feelings, a lot of traditions.
Tracy cut in. Harold, it's Levi. Steve, Dr. Benson, has been going on information Levi gave him. That's the problem.
Cobb!
Bly exclaimed. You know Levi, Tracy said. He thinks the dragon killed Steve's brother, and he thinks the dragon killed Maggie. And he's been telling Steve all his stories about Hyde Hall and Old Town. And that's why Steve was there. He was trying to, find some connection between the stories. Things Levi's saying, and Steve finished the thought. I figured perhaps the traditions grew out of actual and explainable animal behavior. Bly looked at him grimly. Steve explained. You see, if a bear finds a predictable food source, any place where food is easily available on a regular basis, the bear will frequent that spot. So if the traditions of Hyde River cause people to go out to Hyde Hall on any frequent or regular basis, then it's possible that a predatory animal of some kind, like a bear, could be viewing that as an easy, predictable food source. Steve knew his theory sounded stupid even as he said it. Bly settled back in his chair.
Dr. Benson, you've got yourself a lame theory built out of nothing but lies. If Levi Cobb had his way, there really would be a dragon, and he'd be gobbling down anybody Cobb didn't agree with. Steve was ready to play the reformed penitent. Well, what can I say? I'm appalled. I'm embarrassed.
You're a fool, that's what you are.
Tracy interjected. But you see, Harold, Steve's a victim of circumstance. He wasn't aware he was on private property. He didn't know about the old traditions, and it met Levi Cobb before anybody could warn him. Suddenly, Bly noticed something, and his face lit up with mischief.
You like this guy, don't you?
Steve hadn't noticed Tracy's hand touching his arm until she abruptly pulled it away. But Bly had scored a bullseye, a direct hit, and Steve found it fascinating, fun actually, to watch Clark County Deputy Sheriff Tracy Ellis's face turn bright red. Bly was certainly enjoying it. He leaned forward to fire a bank shot off Steve.
Look out for her. She's left a trail of broken hearts all over Hyde River.
Harold, that's enough of that, she finally got out. I'm only trying to help Dr. Benson out of a situation he got into quite innocently. So I'm Dr. Benson again, Steve thought. But now Bly was leaning back in his chair, smiling and satisfied with the success of his little stab. Steve hoped he was also appeased. Finally, Bly said,
It's a crazy town, Steve.
The first name was for Tracy's benefit.
People think Old Town is spooked, and all this dragon stuff is about to drive me crazy. But I guess we'll just have to live with it. That's why I had that road blocked off, just to keep the peace around here.
I'm sorry if I upset things.
Well, people will get over it, and your leaving will help, believe me.
How did it happen, sir, if I may ask?
How'd what happen?
How did the land become linked with a dragon and with so many superstitions? Bly only looked away, disgusted.
I guess the land used to be a sacred burial ground and the home of the Indian snake god. So now people think of the snake god as a dragon. And my family is under a curse because it was my family that first settled this town on that sacred ground.
Steve wanted to keep Bly talking. Oh, yes, I understand you're a direct descendant of the original Hyde.
The last of the Hyde line, as a matter of fact.
Bly looked up at a painting over the mantel.
That's my great-great-grandfather, Benjamin Hyde. He started this town in the 1870s, and I'm the grandson of his granddaughter, who married a gold miner named Harrison Bly.
Steve studied the portrait of Benjamin Hyde. The man was standing by an old table that had been painted with an odd perspective so that a date carved in its top could be clearly seen. July 19th, 1882. What's that?
The date the town was officially founded. The Hyde River Charter was signed on that table in Hyde Hall, and old man Hyde was proud of that, so he posed by the table for his portrait.
Fascinating.
Anyway, we're a good family. We don't deserve the trouble we've always had because of the superstitions, and I sure don't need the local people climbing all over me because some outsider's getting the dragon all upset.
I understand, sir.
Got things clear now?
Steve nodded a deep nod. Very clear, yes.
Then do us all a favor.
Bly stood, and they all stood with him. The meeting was coming to a close.
Go home. Don't make this thing bigger than it is. I'm sorry about your brother, but that's over. It's done. There's nothing else here for you to find out.
Steve extended his hand. I greatly appreciate your indulgence, sir.
It's all right,
Bly said, shaking Steve's hand.
So how's your sister-in-law?
Home from the hospital and recovering very well, thank you. Bly looked genuinely concerned.
Great. Glad to hear it. I understand she's blocked out the whole incident, that she can't remember anything.
Well, yes, sir, in effect.
She doesn't remember a thing?
No.
Well, maybe that's best. So why don't you all get out of here? I need to go to bed.
Once outside, Collins headed straight for his car.
You don't mind driving Professor Benson to his truck, do you, Tracy?
No problem, Tracy said, and she and Steve climbed into her Ranger. Well, Steve mused, Levi Cobb's tall tales can come in handy. Bly hates Levi Cobb, Tracy explained. I figured if I could deflect his anger toward Cobb.
Well, you made me a fool.
Be glad you're not a jailed fool. She turned the key in the ignition. Oh, don't worry about that other stuff, Bly said. He does that to everybody, tries to rattle them. Of all the other stuff Bly said, Steve instinctively knew the stuff Tracy was talking about, the one that had rattled her. He just crossed his arms smugly and replied, "Oh, didn't bother me." Which bothered her. Forget it. They drove off. Harold Bly stood in the archway of his front porch, watching the red taillights disappear down the hill, his face cold again, his eyes cunning. A silent shadow emerged from the garage beside the house. Bly caught sight of it, nodded, then sat on the top step of the porch and lit a cigarette. Phil Garrett looked, to be sure the two vehicles were gone, then came up the steps to talk.
Out kind of late, aren't you?
Bly asked. Phil almost whispered. We're wondering what happened to Vic Moore.
What do you think happened?
Phil's fear was evident on his face. What are we going to do?
Same as last time,
Bly said impatiently.
Clean it all up, put it behind us, and forget it.
But why'd you let that guy go? Bly took a long drag on his cigarette and smiled.
Well, who am I to stand in the way of romance?
Phil got angry. But he's going to find out.
He's not the one to worry about.
Bly cut him off.
Steve Benson hasn't seen anything. His sister-in-law has.
He looked directly at Phil's brawl-gnarled face, making sure he had Phil's attention.
And know what else? We're going to have to take care of her ourselves before her memory comes back. You follow me?
Halfway between dusk and dawn, sheltered from the light by the leaning, decrepit ruins, a figure dressed in black came upon the broken whiskey bottle that had once been in the hands of Vic Moore. Good enough, he thought. Let them find it here. He knelt before the large flat stone in the ruins of Hyde Hall, gripped the stone's edges, and muttered his adoration to his god. Then he placed another scrap of paper on the stone and wrote out two more names as he spoke them aloud.
Steve Benson, Tracy Ellis.
With the touch of a match, the two names were consumed in flame. The night of July 19th, we gathered with Benjamin Hyde in the main room of Hyde Hall and signed the new town charter. We were the elite of Hyde River. The future was in our hands to shape as we would, and we were drunk with the possibilities. It was to protect this future, this dream, that we swore a blood oath over the signed charter. Like everything else that had transpired in town, this was Benjamin Hyde's idea, and just as he had provided a newly written charter for us to sign, so also he provided a small basin of blood, that of the day's purged undesirables, he claimed, and required each of us to dip our fingers in it, paint a streak across our foreheads, and swear upon that blood that we would forever preserve, protect, and defend the town charter and never disclose what had happened on that day. There were at least 100 gathered in that room, ourselves, our wives, our children. We were devoted to Benjamin Hyde. In the light of one candle, we smeared ourselves and even our children with the blood and swore the oath. The oath has been kept now for generations by my children and their children and their children's children. From a letter enclosed with the last will and testament of Stephen Morris Templeton, who died in Phoenix, Arizona on January 18, 1942, at the age of 94. Old Town. Dusk on Friday night. The ruins, arranged in single file on either side of the overgrown road, resembled monstrous, grotesque gravestones in crumbling decay, 2 rows of blackening monuments to fear, superstition, and now death. Steve Benson was there in Hyde Hall, sitting motionless and silent on the big flat rock. He was dressed in black to blend with the deep shadows of Old Town, had a backpack full of provisions nearby, and once again was armed with the rifle, shotgun, and sidearm. He remained still, waiting. He'd hidden the camper off an obscure logging road a few miles up the mountain slope across the river, then hiked the rest of the way, forded the river about half a mile upstream, and reached Old Town by dusk. Hopefully, no one would know what he was up to, except one. She'd waited for some real dark, apparently, and now he could see brief glimpses of her light as she approached Old Town from the river, following the route he'd used the day before. Judging from her secretive approach, he wouldn't get arrested this time. She was silent until she'd stepped over the old foundation into Hyde Hall and found him there on the big flat rock. Then she muttered, "I don't know why I'm doing this." Steve was pleased to find she was ready to spend the whole night, dressed warmly in hiking gear and equipped with a backpack. She was also ready to hunt. She was carrying a rifle and a sidearm. "Well, I have my doubts as well," Steve replied, "but I also have my hunches. I want to confirm one or the other." "It's crazy." "Not crazy enough to keep you away." "Well, what was I supposed to do?" "Arrest me, I suppose." "Well, just watch yourself." She sat down on the rock with her back to him. "If somebody else comes along, I just might arrest you. Look good." You already look good, he thought, but did not say it. "Thanks for coming, in any event." "You're not welcome, but thanks for the call." So they sat there in the dark, back to back on the big flat rock, staring at the dismal, night-veiled surroundings, rifles ready, listening for sounds. "I figured we should try a retake of last night," Steve said. Tracy spoke over her shoulder. "Might I ask what bait you're using?" "Well, this bear doesn't seem to care for food scraps or donuts or grease. He goes for people." She turned halfway around to hiss in his ear. "You brought me out here to be bear bait?" He thought about that for a moment, then had to admit, "Yeah, pretty much." She turned her back to him again. "I'm simply trying to repeat the circumstances of previous attacks," he explained. "People alone in the woods at night." She could only fume a moment, then repeat, "I don't know why I'm doing this." "You enjoy my company." That unsettled her, and she fidgeted, then stood. "That's it. I'm out of here." "I enjoy yours." With a mild, disgusted huff, primarily for his benefit, she sat down on the rock again, her back to his. "We are not going to find anything." "Like you said, it's crazy." She stubbornly kept her back to him as she said, "But about last night." "Oh, yes, last night." "I just want you to know all I wanted to do was get you out of that mess, and that's the truth." Steve thought it over, then sighed. "Yeah, I know. And now here I am, right in the middle of another mess." "Not yet." There was no sound but the quiet sigh of the river, no sight but the black shadows of the old buildings and the undulating outline of the trees beyond them. "Steve?" "Yeah?" "What are you thinking, really? What are you after?" He couldn't answer. "Don't you know?" "I saw something yesterday," he said finally. "Something across the river. I don't know what it was, but I felt it was watching me. I felt like I was the one being hunted." Tracy was quiet for a moment. "You're starting to sound scary." "Well, that's why I'm here. I have a brother dead, a woman most likely dead, and her husband denying it. Another victim possibly dead, a religious, superstitious valley man telling me tales of a killer dragon. Well, you can discount that. Plus, a rather cryptic saliva analysis from the university." "What saliva analysis?" "Saliva taken from my brother's corpse. I had it tested back at Colorado State. They tell me it came from a reptile." Tracy was quiet for a long moment. "Yeah, you're starting to sound scary." "So whatever we're after, I want to see it again. I want it to come after me, to come right out here in the open." "Will you please stop it?" "And finally, there's Vic Moore." "He could be alive," she said stubbornly. "He's gone off on drunken binges before." "You should have heard him scream last night. It sounded like he was in a terrible struggle with something, and I think he was. I think he's dead." Tracy fingered her rifle and peered into the forest beyond the ruins. She didn't mean for her voice to come out in a whisper. It just did. "Well, maybe Vic Moore crossed somebody just like Maggie and Cliff did." "Maybe." "But if it's an animal, why do you think they try to hide it?" Steve answered in a quiet voice himself. "You'd know the answer to that better than I would." "I figured Bly's trying to fuel the superstitions. As long as people don't find out what really happened, he can go on scaring them." "I knew I didn't like that guy, and I especially didn't like the questions he was asking about Evie." Yeah, I caught that too." "I called Evie. I didn't know what to tell her except to be careful, but she could be a witness, you're right, and they know it. So I want to see what Evie saw." Tracy recalled Evelyn Benson drenched in blood and crazed out of her mind, but said nothing. She just made sure her rifle was ready and her eyes wide open, and tried not to wish she were somewhere else. Hours passed. Steve checked his watch. It was just a few minutes before midnight. "Are you married, Steve?" Well, he thought, we talked about everything else. Why not this? "No, I'm not married." "Were you ever?" "Yes, for about 8 years. How about you?" "No, not married." "Were you ever?" She took a moment to answer. "Depends on how you look at it. Never should have happened, but I was young, he was a hunk, and He made me lots of promises, you know. She was young.
So how old are you now?
30 and wiser. Then she added, maybe.
You don't seem to be too sure.
I'm still stuck in Hyde Valley, aren't I? If I was smart, I would have found a job somewhere else, anywhere else. Love can make you do stupid things.
Yes, it's a strong emotion, all right. It can be downright devastating.
He stopped. She waited. Then she finally prompted, were you devastated when your marriage broke up?
He thought it over, then replied, her name was Jennifer, and she left me for a friend of mine.
I am sorry.
Thanks, he said. 1:35 in the morning. Tracy was lying on some old boards, but Steve could tell she was awake. So what about Bly's story about the Indian snake god of this being sacred ground and all that?
I think Bly made it all up. Bly's full of phony stories, you know, like that garbage about me leaving a trail of broken hearts.
Steve was amused. Are you still stewing about that?
Well, he was making insinuations about my private life, something he knows nothing about and has no right to say anything about.
Oh, maybe he just meant there were a lot of guys who...
I know what he meant.
Okay, Steve said. Brother, he sure upset you.
You're darn right he did. Telling stuff like that to a total stranger. What nerve.
So how many hearts have you broken? He asked teasingly.
She hesitated, then conceded, not that many.
So now the truth comes out.
Well, I wouldn't call them broken hearts. More like false starts. But we were young. What do we know? I was...
Steve's hand was up, a signal.
She froze, half reclining on the old boards. Steve sat on the rock, motionless, his eyes toward the river. They could hear the sigh of the river, the sleepy whisper of the cottonwood leaves, the crickets, nothing more. Tracy rose slowly to a sitting position, a firm grip on her rifle, straining to see. Suddenly her heart was in her throat. The darkness around her felt heavy and threatening.
What is it?
He took a moment before replying in a hushed voice.
I might have something.
Steve kept his eyes across the river, scanning slowly back and forth, up and down the distant mountain slope, looking for an image, any image. Sometimes he could sense something out there, and sometimes doubt would set in. But the instinctive chill in his bones, the inkling of danger, was steady enough.
Can I move?
Tracy asked. He beckoned to her, and she stole over to the rock and sat there, her eyes following his. Across the river, so far away the exact direction was hard to determine, a large limb snapped. It was the first sound Tracy had heard in all the silence they'd maintained for the last, how many minutes had it been? Long enough. She didn't dare look down at her watch.
Halfway up the mountain, see it?
Said Steve. Tracy scanned the area, trying to see an image. Part of her didn't want to see anything but there. Then not there. Where now? There they were again, two yellow pinpoints that could have been retinal reflections, moving up and down, to and fro, like eyes on a creature's head. Then they were gone again, winking out behind trees.
What is it? She asked.
Might be a bear, can't tell, Steve whispered. It didn't matter. Her hands were shaking no matter what it was, and her stomach felt so tight she thought she would double over. The eyes appeared again. How do they glow like that? She wondered. I think it's following my trail. I drove the long way around and hiked down that way from across the river. He watched a moment longer, and then he was sure. Yeah, it's tracking me. Tracy drew a trembling breath. We'd better separate, spread out, said Steve. Can you get across the street? She rose silently and put on her backpack. Keep your light handy. Don't shoot until you're sure of your target.
Same to you.
She touched his back long enough to say good luck, then let her hand slip away. Keeping low, she stole quickly across the street to the old Masonic lodge. Steve chambered around, his eyes across the river. Now there was nothing but the black mountainside again. A breeze was picking up, and the trees were sighing. The extra noise would not help. He looked toward the Masonic lodge, but Tracy was out of sight.
All set?
He could see the palm of her hand pop up out of the grass and wave to him. All right, now they would have two lines of fire and better chances of getting a clear shot. Steve stayed right there on that rock, plainly visible as the breeze kept the cottonwood steadily sighing. He took some deep breaths to steady himself. He thought of Vic and of Maggie. He had heard Vic yelling, and Levi had said Maggie was singing. If that was what the creature wanted, he would give it to him. In quavering, pitifully inaccurate tones, he began to sing, "Hand me down my walking cane." He heard a click from the Masonic lodge. Tracy had chambered around. He kept on singing, "Hand me down my walking cane." Oh! A bat fluttered close, totally silent, visible for only an instant before changing course and disappearing in the dark. "Steve!" Tracy hissed from somewhere in the dark. It was a bat, he answered, then began singing again. Hand me down my walking cane, I'm going to leave on the morning train. How's that thing going to get across the river? What? How's it going to get across the river? I mean, without giving itself away. Suddenly there was a whooshing sound from across the river, then only the gentle sound of the breeze overhead. Steve had the icy sense that they'd just been given the answer to Tracy's question. It was all he could do to sing again, My sins, they have overtaken me. There was that sound again. Whoosh, whoosh. This time it didn't come from across the river. It was above the river. In one quick, fluid movement, Steve set the .30-06 aside and grabbed the shotgun. He didn't want to miss. Forget preserving a trophy. He only wanted to live. Now there was a steady wind approaching across the river, a rushing with a high-pitched edge. Steve searched the sky but could see nothing but stars. Whoosh! A curtain fell across the sky. The stars vanished. Steve blinked. Had he gone blind? Boom! Tracy fired around, and the sound went right through him. In the light of the blast, he saw a metallic glimmer high overhead, and he heard Tracy scream. Boom! She fired again. Around him, the remains of Hyde Hall seemed to be caving in. The one wall wrenched, the nails shrieked, and the boards splintered. He pointed the shotgun skyward, where he had seen the metallic glimmer, and squeezed the trigger. Only a few feet above him, something flashed like heat lightning. Then something huge and dark swept in from his left and struck him. He tumbled through space, totally unable to see, and came down with a rib-cracking crash on some fallen lumber, the shotgun still in his hand. Somewhere Tracy was firing round after round and screaming like an incensed commando. Suddenly, Tracy's shots lit up a shimmering metallic canopy above him in eerie stop motion. He aimed the shotgun skyward and fired again and again and again. He knew the blasts had hit something because he could hear the impact, but all he could see were sparks and flashes in a myriad of colors. This couldn't be real. Something hit the top of Hyde Hall's stone chimney, and some stones clattered on the brittle boards below. Steve guessed an aim and fired. The mass above him lurched backward and collided with the wall nearest the river. Boards cracked and splintered, and the ground trembled under his feet. He could hear Tracy coming across the road, still screaming, "Get out of there!" Hyde Hall took another blow, and a splintered board whistled by Steve's head. He ducked down, then ran in frantic leaps, bounding over the foundation and rolling into the dirt. Tracy was nearby, groping, muttering a mile a minute, trying to reload in the dark. She was frantic, out of her mind. A cloud, a shroud, a formless mass of black went skyward, hiding the stars, kicking up rapid, chugging volleys of wind. The sound moved out over the river, then weakened, slowed, and dropped earthward. From the size and duration of the splash, a mountain had fallen into the river. Steve was into Hyde Hall and out again with his .30-06 and his backpack before he knew it. He found Tracy in the middle of the road, still fussing with her rifle. "Come on! Where'd it go?" Tracy's question was answered a moment later. The creature was aloft again, pounding at the air, kicking up wind. They fell to the earth out of instinct, out of terror. Tracy gave an anguished cry. Steve covered his head. They could hear and feel cold water and spray from the river falling around them. The sound moved upriver, then came down again with another thunderous splash. "We got it!" Steve yelled, scrambling to his feet. "It's hobbling! We hit it!" Tracy curled up on the ground and took a few moments to breathe. Just breathe. He scrambled through the brush to her. "You okay?" Her voice, like her nerves, was in tatters. "I have no idea." "Good shooting." She flopped in the grass on her back, unable to move. What now?" "We'll go back and get our gear. We need the lights, and we'll have to reload." She struggled up on one elbow, looked toward the river, then up at him, then toward the river again, discerning what he was thinking and not liking it. He offered her his hand. "Come on. We're going after it." They headed up the river, stumbling in the dark, thrashing through the brush until they reached a shore of river rocks. The rocks, normally above the river's level and sun-baked this time of year, were wet, as if a wave had just washed over them. "The first big splash we heard," said Steve. "There was another one farther upstream." They ran, chasing the circles of light from their flashlights over river rocks, clumps of grass, boulders, and high-water debris. Then Steve noticed that the bushes around them were dripping, the rocks darkened and glistening. This was the second point of impact. A limb snapped somewhere across the river. There was a thrashing in the brush. They forded the river and hurried up the opposite shore, then stopped to listen. They heard the creature again, moving slowly through thickets and dry twigs far up the mountain. "We don't even know what we're chasing," Tracy remarked. "We know its approximate position," Steve replied. "If we can keep tabs on it until daylight, we might get a look at it." They started up the slope, sometimes on all fours, pushing through thickets and deadwood, grabbing at bushes and limbs, groping for footholds, pausing frequently to listen. Sometimes they could hear a sound above them, sometimes not. They separated and advanced up the mountain, pushing into thick pine and fir forest, taking it slow, closed in by branches, foliage, and blackness. Slowly, slowly. There were no trails here, no easy hiking. Sometimes they could hear movement higher up the mountain. Mostly, they only heard each other. Steve halted, at last. He'd actually found the creature's trail. He whistled to Tracy, then she rejoined him. They followed the trail of matted down grass, broken limbs, and overturned stones, and always the unseen creature stayed just ahead of them, as if matching them step for step. It would push through branches and kick over rocks, and they would follow the sound. It would fall silent, and they would wait. Then it would move again, and they would follow again, and on it went. 4 o'clock rolled round. Across the valley, the ridgeline of the far mountains was emerging from the night, sharp and distinct. It would be a clear, crisp morning. With the light of dawn, Steve made a new discovery. Blood on the ground, some more on a low limb. It's wounded, all right. They quickened their pace, still following the trail, now seeing spots of fresh blood every few yards. They were close to the ridgeline, the jagged, rocky spine of the mountain. The air was cold and thin, and now, especially after a night of hard climbing and no sleep, both Tracy and Steve could feel the altitude. Tracy sank to an inviting rock to rest a moment, and Steve joined her. She was breathing hard now, but so was he, and he had a pounding headache. "Have you noticed this creature's behavior?" he asked. He looked ahead and could still see some drops of blood for them to follow. "What do you mean?" Tracy asked, wincing as she rubbed one of her sore ankles. "He keeps giving himself away. Every time we stop to listen, he makes more noise." He paused to breathe, to survey the vast mountains stretching below them. "From one perspective, you could say we're chasing him and making him retreat. From another perspective, you'd think he was leading us, almost daring us to follow him. It's strange." "Strange is right," Tracy agreed. "When do you think he's going to run out of blood?" "I don't know, but there has to be a factor by now. He can't go on forever." They started out again, following the drops of blood. The trail followed just below the ridge for another mile, and then led upward over fallen, broken rocks and into a towering gap in a sheer rock cliff. They looked at each other. "I think he's come home," Steve whispered. "You take that side." The breach in the cliff was about 10 feet wide and appeared to be the entrance to a larger cavity in the rock, a vast room open to the sky. They couldn't see how far back it went, but the walls reached at least 60 feet above their heads. They hurried to positions tight against the rock walls on either side of the entrance, rifles ready. It reminded Tracy of a police bust. Steve motioned for Tracy to remain where she was, then stole carefully into the breach. Tracy leaned into the entrance, craning her neck to keep an eye on him, her rifle barrel aimed skyward. The narrow passage took a slight turn, and Steve disappeared around a corner. A moment passed. "Steve," she called quietly. "Talk to me, Steve." There was silence, and then he let out a tired, "Oh." He sounded disappointed. "Steve?" "Come on in," he answered. "Take a look." She slipped hurriedly through the opening and then turned the corner to find Steve standing just inside, his rifle at rest in his hand. On the floor at his feet, there lay a large mound of brown fur, a grizzly. It was dead. Tracy rested against the stone wall and sighed, feeling deflated. It was only a grizzly? Only a huge bear? She knew she was supposed to be relieved, be glad it was all over, be glad they'd succeeded in the kill, but all this for a grizzly? "Fairly young bear," Steve reported, and then found a small metal tag on the ear. Number 201. Marcus Dufresne would know all about him. "I don't understand this," she said as events of the previous night started coming back to her. "How could this bear... were we imagining things?" Steve withdrew his hand from the bear's neck. Blood covered his fingers. He'd found the wound. "Gotcha!" came a third voice. Tracy jumped. Steve grabbed his rifle. They both swung around, and then... recognition. Relief. They saw a familiar face in the narrow entrance. Levi Cobb. Tracy did not appreciate being scared like that. "What are you doing here?" Levi looked up at the narrow strip of sky visible through the rift, then surveyed the tight pocket in which they all stood. "Saving your lives, I expect." Steve was angry. "By endangering your own? Don't you realize we were on a hunt? That our nerves are on edge? We could have shot you." Levi was unruffled. "Oh, it was a hunt, all right. But if I was the dragon, you'd be breakfast." Tracy only sighed and shook her bowed head. "Here we go again." "Go ahead," said Levi. "Look around. Just say I'm the dragon. How would you get out of here?" Steve couldn't argue. Fanatic or not, Levi was right about this cavity in the rocks. Apart from the narrow gap in which Levi stood, there was no way out. Levi insisted. "Go on, Professor. Take a good look at that bear. He wasn't shot, not a mark on him except for the throat. Am I right?" Steve had already discovered the throat was slit. "How did you know that?" "I guess, mostly. If I was a dragon and needed some blood to leave a trail, that's what I'd do." Tracy was insulted. "Do you honestly expect us to believe that? You probably killed this bear." "Yeah, with my bare hands," Levi said. "And I cut out the whole trail through the woods, too, broke off all the limbs, dug up the ground, led you along, and lugged that carcass all the way up the mountain on my back, just to fool you, just to have a good time." All right," said Steve. "Levi, just get to the point." Levi looked straight and level into Steve's eyes. "He was hunting you, Benson. He was leading you along. Haven't you used this method yourself? Set out some bait, find a good vantage point, wait for the game to come after the bait, and when he does, you take him." He motioned toward the bear. "You were so intent on that old bear, you didn't even hear me coming." Steve looked down at the bear. Levi was right. The grizzly had drawn his full attention. He had dropped his guard. Tracy stormed toward the entrance. "I want no part of this." "How did you find us?" Steve asked. "Followed you. That was easy enough." "How did you even know what we were doing?" "God told me. Besides that, I could hear you shooting up Old Town. Wasn't hard to figure out." "So you just sneaked behind us all that time? Why?" Levi looked the direction Tracy had gone. "What I say don't carry a lot of weight around here. I had to let you walk into it so I could make my point." "So where's the dragon now?" "Well, it flew off." How handy for you, Steve thought. Why would it fly off when it had two perfectly good meals walking into its trap? "It doesn't like being around me." Tracy called from outside. "Steve, come on." Steve started to leave. "Thanks for the input." "She's married," Levi said. Steve stopped. Now that bit of information he had not asked for. He gave Levi a glaring look to shut him up. "Steve," came Tracy's voice, "are you through in there?" "Quite through," he hollered back, and headed out through the rift. They headed back by an easier route, a popular hiking trail that followed the ridge and connected some alpine lakes. All the way down they tried to agree on what had really happened to them, but couldn't come close. "Okay, try this," said Tracy. "The bear came back to Old Town, and that's when the windstorm blew up, and then the boards fell from Hyde Hall. Maybe one of them hit the bear, cutting its throat open, and it ran and splashed across the river, and that's what we heard. Of course, we were going nuts, shooting at fallen boards, treetops, and who knows what else. In the dark, we could have been shooting at anything." "Tracy, don't you think that's pretty far-fetched?" "Steve, come on. It's the only scenario that fits." Steve came to a halt and faced her. "The only scenario that really fits is Levi's." Levi. It was like a magic word that could change a beautiful woman to stone. "Steve, no, I can't accept that." He was amazed. "What is it about that guy that eats at you so much?" He's a nosy, mouthy, always poking around religious fanatic." "Well, he certainly holds a powerful grip on you." "I beg your pardon?" "All he has to do is enter the situation, and suddenly, poof, your objectivity is gone, and you're concocting untenable theories just to keep him from being right." Now she was angry. "That is not true. I simply do not regard Levi Cobb as a reliable source of any information." "Are you still married?" Bullseye. Her mouth dropped open with horror and indignation. "Did he tell you that?" "Yeah." She put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "How dare he tell you that?" Steve was content to stand right there in her path and get this settled. "Are you?" "No." "Then, well—" She was silent for a moment, then said, "I'm married on paper, but I'm not married in my heart, and I think there's a big difference." His expression was puzzled. "You're married, but not really?" She thought that over, then nodded. "Well, I'm divorced, really, and when you asked me, I didn't equivocate." That hit a bullseye of another kind. She looked ashamed. "Steve, I'm sorry. I should have been up front about it." "So who's the lucky guy?" Doug Ellis. You met him in the tavern?" Steve's eyes widened in surprise. "You married Doug?" She cocked her head to one side, her eyes saying, "Need I say more? So how long have you not really been married to him?" "We've been separated about 2 months." Steve slowly turned down the trail again. "I see. Well, he thought, that can't be all bad news, now can it? Sam learned the rituals from his mother Charlotte, who learned them from her father James Hyde, who learned them from his father Benjamin Hyde. So it's run in the family ever since Sam's great-grandfather started up the town in the 1800s. The rituals always required some blood, which Sam usually got from a sheep or a goat, and they almost always took place in or near Hyde Hall in the old part of town where it all started. I don't know if Sam really had control of an invisible demon beast, but he sincerely believed he did. And to see the fear he could invoke in people, they believed it too. From the diary of Abby Bly, Sam Bly's estranged wife and Harold Bly's mother, dated November 14, 1973, 3 days before she disappeared without a trace. Her disappearance was attributed to a bear attack. The next day, Tracy eased her Ford Ranger to a halt near the gutted shell of an old filling station. Steve appeared from behind a rusting truck chassis and climbed in. "Charlie's at home," she told him. "I called him, and he's expecting us." "So you've been getting calls from him, too?" "For quite a while now. And I heard him using that phony French accent in the tavern one night. He never was very good at it." They drove up the hill to Charlie's little 2-bedroom house, and Tracy knocked on the back door. "Charlie, it's Tracy Ellis."
"Did you bring the professor?"
came his voice from inside. "Yes, he's right here with me." They heard a chair slide away from the door, and then the rattling of the lock, and finally the door opened a crack. Charlie took a look first, then opened the door so they could come in. Without a word between them, Tracy and Steve knew they were seeing a repeat of Maggie Bly's condition. The house was a mess. The draperies were all pulled, it was hot and stuffy, and the air was permeated with a horrible smell, as if something had died. Some boards had been nailed across the front door, and a large stuffed chair had been pushed against it. Charlie was a dirty, pitiful, sweat-soaked mess, wearing only pajama bottoms and a T-shirt stretched tightly over his round belly. "Why don't you sit down, Charlie?" Tracy suggested. He sank onto the couch, clutching a crucifix in his shaking hand, his face contorted and his eyes filled with fear. Tracy also sat down on the couch, and Steve pulled a chair over. "So you're the Frenchman?" Steve asked. Charlie sat there dumbfounded, caught, and speechless. Tracy touched his arm. "Charlie, it's okay. We're here to help." Charlie swallowed, his throat dry.
It wants me next. Please, you can't let it take me."
Steve told him. "Charlie, listen. We staked out Hyde Hall like you said, and we saw something."
"Did you kill it?"
Charlie cried.
"Did you kill it?"
Steve was sorry to answer. "No, it got away." Charlie wailed as he clutched his heart.
"Now we're all dead. Now it's only matter."
Tracy insisted. "Charlie, do you know what it is?"
"You gotta kill it. You gotta kill it before it takes us all."
"We need your help, Charlie. You need to tell us anything you know about the creature."
"The cops never do anything. They just stand around and do what Harold tells them."
That annoyed Tracy a bit. Charlie leaned toward Steve in earnest.
"I thought you could do it. You're an outsider. You don't know anybody anything. You're not afraid. You could do it. I'll pay you to kill it."
"Charlie," Steve said, "listen to me. I don't need money. I need information. I need to know what I'm up against, what its habits are, its strengths, its weaknesses. I have to be able to anticipate its behavior." Charlie shook his head.
"But if I talk about the dragon will know."
"Who says?" said Tracy. No answer. "Did Harold tell you that?" He shook his head in fear.
"I'm not talking about Harold."
Then he looked up at the ceiling and shouted as if to God,
"I'm not talking about Harold. I'm not saying anything about him."
Okay, calm down, Charlie." Tracy shot a glance at Steve. "Harold Bly again." Then Charlie muttered,
"I don't know why the dragon's got to pick on us. We didn't do anything. It's the Hydes. They're the ones who did it."
Steve ventured, "What did the Hyde family do?"
"Made a deal with the dragon, that's what. They gave him the town. But I didn't give him the town. Nobody asked me."
Calmly, carefully, Steve asked, "So, are there particular people in this town who have contact with the dragon? Does the dragon work for them?" Charlie nodded.
"Oh, yeah. You bet. Make a wrong move or say too much and—"
He made a slashing sound and ran his fingers across his throat. Then he added loudly,
"But I'm not talking about Harold."
"No, of course not."
The dragon knows where you are. He can come after you, tear you apart, and eat you while you're sleeping."
Tracy rolled her eyes. "Now you're starting to sound like Levi Cobb." The magic word again. Tracy may have used it on purpose, Steve thought. Charlie was offended, which snapped him out of his stupor. "Hey, no. That isn't fair, and it isn't true. I'm not crazy. Levi's crazy. I'm not." "I think you're giving the dragon way too much credit, just like Levi does," Tracy said. Those were fighting words for Charlie. "I'm not like Levi. I'm not a bigot and a crackpot and a religious nut. He is. I'm a fair and honest businessman, and I got a right to do what I'm doing." Tracy was fishing. "Is that so?" "Yeah, that's so. Ebo Denning was never going to go any place without Mercantile. I'm going to make it go places. I'm going to bring some life back to this town. It was the right thing to do, and I gave Ebo a fair price." "So what are you afraid of?" He fell silent, still fuming. Then he finally blurted,
"Just kill that thing, that's all. You kill that thing and everything else will be fine."
Steve was beginning to lose his patience. "So tell us about it."
"I don't know anything."
Tracy tried another approach. "So tell us somebody who does know something."
"What about that old hermit Jules Cryer?" Charlie asked. "He's working a claim up on Saddle Horse. He's been there for years. He's got a perfect view of the whole valley from up there. He might shoot you if you get too close. I don't know."
"It's a start," said Steve, taking out his pen and pad. "Give us some directions." "We'll check him out," Tracy said. "In the meantime, Charlie—" He looked at her.
"Whatever you do, stay away from Old Town. You hear me?"
Harold Bly, grim-faced and impatient, went into Charlie's tavern in Mercantile on Sunday afternoon to give everything a going-over.
"Where's Charlie?"
he asked, carrying the accounting books to a table near the video games.
He's home,"
Bernie said.
"He's been sick."
Harold took a seat, then glared up at Bernie.
"Have a seat, Bernie. Let's talk business."
Bernie obeyed, sitting across from Bly.
"Do you understand the partnership I have with Charlie?"
"Well, you bought into the business, right?"
"I bought most of it." Harold jerked his thumb toward the Mercantile. "I bought the tavern so Charlie could buy the Mercantile. The tavern's worth 70% of the whole shebang, so that makes me 70% owner, which makes me boss."
"Yes, sir."
Just then Carl, Phil, Andy, Paul, and Doug gathered around Bly's table.
"What is it?"
Bly demanded, irritated.
"It's about Charlie."
Phil murmured.
"He's been acting weird," said Andy. "I saw Tracy and that professor guy over at Charlie's house,"
said Carl with an aside to Doug.
"Sorry, Doug."
Doug only listened grimly.
"If Charlie's talking to that outsider, we could all be in real trouble,"
Phil said.
"Somebody needs to shut Charlie up."
The others agreed. Harold raised a hand to quiet them down.
"You guys worry too much."
They started to protest.
"Well, what about Vic and Maggie? We got things to worry about, don't you think?"
"Hey, I want to be around next week, you know."
"Get yourselves under control. That's Charlie's problem right now. He isn't in control. He's feeling guilty about this Ebo Denning thing, so he's hiding out, afraid he's going to be next."
He glared at them.
"Somebody gets killed in a car accident, you don't stop driving, am I right? Or somebody dies of lung cancer, you don't stop smoking, right? Or somebody gets in an accident because they were drunk, you don't stop drinking, do you? Life goes on, guys, and you live it as you please and let the chips fall where they may. If something happened to Vic and Maggie, that doesn't mean anything's going to happen to you. Charlie just needs time to figure that out."
"But what about the professor?" Phil demanded. "Ain't he the cause of all the trouble?"
"There isn't any trouble. Maggie's with her mother, and Vic is off somewhere in a drunk. Forget about both of them."
Nobody said anything, but it was easy to see nobody believed that for a second. Bly scanned the group, looking each of them in the eye.
"If there really is anything to worry about, we'll know when the time comes, and we'll know what to do. Other than that, I don't see why we need to be having this meeting and getting each other all stirred up."
He looked again at the balance sheets before him.
"Now get out of here. Bernie and I have business to discuss."
They moved away unsatisfied, murmuring a bit, and Bly noticed. But he was troubled too. Why Charlie? He never had a bad thought about Charlie, or had he? Or maybe he dreamed it without knowing it. Then he brightened. What if something did happen to Charlie? It wouldn't hurt Bly's situation, now would it? When Harold Bly returned home that evening with a pretty redhead on his arm, Phil Garrett was waiting for him on the front steps.
"What do you want?"
"Boss, can I talk to you a minute?"
Harold told the lady.
"Go on inside."
She hurried past Phil and went into the house.
"All right, Phil, what is it?"
"Boss, you can't just sit back and do nothing.
No, we've got a problem here."
"What's wrong with your chest, Phil?"
Phil jerked his hand away from his heart. He hadn't even realized he was rubbing it.
Huh?
What have you got there, a mosquito bite or something?
Oh, yeah, bad bite, Harold, that's all.
Harold bent close and spoke softly into Phil's good ear.
You afraid of the dragon, Phil? Is that it?
Phil struggled to get an answer out, then finally nodded. Well, you're the only one who can do anything about that.
But, boss, can't you...
If you think the dragon's after you, then, hey, if I were you, I'd be thinking of a way to make him happy. Show him you're on his side. Do him a favor. You follow me?
But what can I do?
Harold straightened up. We've already talked about it, Phil. There's somebody out there who's seen the dragon. She could tell people about it, unless somebody does something to stop her. He crossed the porch to his front door, then turned. Let me know when you get it done. Once you get it done, I'll see what I can do. And with that, he disappeared inside his house. Steve had settled in for the night in his camper, parked once again at the Whitetail RV park, and now sat at the table poring over Forest Service maps. If the creature had a nest or den anywhere near Saddle Horse, and if Jules Cryer, the miner working a claim up on Saddle Horse, could report any sightings, the search would be narrowed down indeed. If only Steve could make sense of the map and Charlie Mack's directions. He checked his watch. It was a little after 7. He had Charlie's home phone number and the number of the tavern. He picked up his mobile phone and punched in Charlie's number at home. No answer. Nuts. What did that mean? He was home but afraid to answer? He was out wandering around? He was dead? Steve would have to call the tavern. He punched in the number.
Charlie's?
A voice answered. Steve could hear voices, music, the clatter of dishes in the background. The voice was unmistakable. Charlie?
Yeah, who's this?
Charlie, this is Steve Benson. The voice brightened.
Oh, yeah, how you doing?
Well, I'm all right. How are you?
Just dandy.
Just dandy? Since when? Why? I tried calling you at home. I thought you'd be there.
Heck no, I got a business to run. So what's up?
I want to double-check the directions you gave me.
You mean the Jules Cryer's mine?
Yeah, that's right. Charlie went through the directions once again, his mind sharp and clear, as if he hadn't a care in the world.
But you're wasting your time.
What? Charlie lowered his voice.
Listen, you really don't have to take all this dragon stuff seriously. It's a mind game people play around here. That doesn't mean it's real.
Something had happened. Something was going on. So you're saying there is no dragon?
Of course there isn't. Listen, I was out of my head. I know I said a lot of crazy things.
Charlie, you sounded pretty convinced.
Look, it happens sometimes. You get under some pressure, you start feeling kind of down, and all that stuff gets to you. But hey, you can't let things get you down forever. You gotta get on with life.
Charlie.
Gotta run. Be careful up there.
Click. He was gone. Steve sat there, the phone in his hand, dumbfounded, suspicious, puzzled. The phone rang in his hand, and he just about dropped it. Hello?
Steve, it's Tracy.
Her voice sounded urgent.
I just got a call. Evelyn's been attacked.
Steve felt as if someone had punched him in the stomach. What do you mean? What's happened?
Somebody broke into the house and attacked her.
Is she all right?
I think she's okay, but I don't know the details yet. The Oak Springs police are there now, and I'm in touch with them. Can you meet me in West Fork?
I'm on my way. In the years that followed, a hellish and capricious contagion beset my brother-in-law. As with most everything else that touched his life, Benjamin remained secretive and hid it from us until it reached such an advanced stage that concealing it was impossible. Among our close family and personal physicians, we tested many theories: contamination from the mine tailings, or a rare heart ailment or a skin disease. But one theory shared by all, though spoken by none, reflected back to his secret practices and the oath we all took in Hyde Hall. In timid silence, we all feared that he had brought this plague upon himself, and not only that, but that we would soon see it brought upon our own heads because of what we had done. From the diary of Abigail Homestead, Benjamin Hyde's sister-in-law, dated March 9, 1915. The Oak Springs police had arrived at Evelyn's house to find a trail of strewn clothing, broken picture frames, overturned furniture, and a broken lamp leading from the bedroom through the hall and into the living room. Evelyn sat on the couch in the living room. She was shaken, her blouse torn, and bruises were starting to show on her arms and face. An officer was carefully retracing the events. "And you came home about 7? "About 7, she confirmed. The attacker had apparently entered through the back door and was hiding in the bedroom closet. Evelyn could see the whole terrifying scene passing before her eyes as she recounted it. The closet door bursting open like an explosion, a figure pouncing on her like a panther. Dark, so dark, a massive weight, a monstrous presence, no voice, no sound but the crashing of tree limbs, the digging and scraping of stones and earth, the smell of blood.
Mrs. Benson, the officer asked, are you all right?
Give me a second.
Frantic, mixed-up images were swirling through her mind. The horrible events of this night were bringing back in crystal clarity the events of that night. With great resolve she continued, The next thing I remember, we were in the living room here. I guess I jumped on his back. I had my left arm around his throat, and I just kept hitting him with my other hand. She was high above the ground, hanging on, her grip relentless, the creature's neck like cold armor. Now her legs were locked around the neck, and she rode it like a bucking horse, stabbing at it with her knife. The blade became lodged between the scales, then broke off.
The officer smiled. Sounds to me like your attacker got a lot more than he bargained for.
He looked toward the front door. A clear trail of blood led from the front entry, through the door, and down the front walk. The thing was gone, as if it had never been there. She found Cliff on the ground, his upper body and head obscured by a shadow. She reached to touch his face. She felt only the grass, white and sticky with his blood. Back in the living room of her home, Evelyn broke down and wept. Sunday night at Charlie's. Great times, great drinks, great food, lots of chatter. Charlie was behind the bar, feeling on top of the world.
Of course now, when I get that mercantile going, it's going to be one huge tourist attraction. Just you wait.
Paul Myers was not so giddy.
Yeah, live it up, Charlie.
Charlie leaned over the bar, the compassionate bartender.
Hey, can't be all that bad, Paul.
Paul only smirked.
Oh, yeah? Jimmy took off with half the business, the truck, the hoses, the whole thing. I can't pump septic tanks without the pump truck. Now, can I?
He looked into space. Actually, he was seeing the face of his no-good partner, Jimmy Yates, and his expression turned vicious.
I just want to kill that guy.
Charlie grinned.
Wouldn't be that hard around here. Just blame it on the dragon. End of story.
Then he winked. Paul was sick of that stuff.
The dragon, huh?
Hey, around here, people are just dumb enough to buy it. You know the sheriff isn't going to do anything. You mention the dragon, he just looks the other way.
Charlie leaned closer.
You'll be surprised how much you can get away with.
Paul leaned away. Up close, Charlie had a bad smell. A few others at the bar were noticing it too, and were exchanging glances.
Like that old black boy Ebo Denning. He didn't have any right to buy that mercantile.
Charlie was getting a little loud. Andy could hear him clear over by the pool table.
I could have bought that mercantile straight out if I'd only known Sam was selling it. I could have got a loan or something. Ebo had cash 'cause he never had to buy anything, you know what I mean? Same old car, same old clothes. The guy's house was a junkyard.
Charlie frowned.
Probably got all his money from the government, out of our pockets.
Doug Ellis and Kyle Figgin were only a few bar stools away, trying to get down some beer and ribs.
You smell that?
Doug asked. Kyle wrinkled his nose.
Smells like something died.
But I got him,
Charlie proclaimed, looking about and including everyone else in the conversation.
Ran him out. That's what I did.
Doug and Kyle looked at each other. Yeah, the smell was Charlie, all right. It had to be that black stuff he'd spilled on the front of his shirt. Didn't he know about it? Now Charlie addressed the whole group seated on the bar stools.
A black man owning a business. Whoever heard of that? Ebo should have kept on sweeping the place and been happy with that. Not got so uppity. Ain't that right?
Now Andy stopped shooting pool and stared at Charlie. Some of the other patrons were beginning to notice the bartender getting noisy, too, as if he'd had too much to drink himself.
We did a nice job of it. Yes, sir. Now we got ourselves a white-owned business, the way it ought to be.
By now the stain on the front of Charlie's shirt was no secret to anyone but Charlie. His customers seemed to know what it meant. The place was emptying out. When Steve and Tracy arrived at Evelyn's home, Tracy immediately conferred with the police, but Steve hurried straight in to check on Evelyn. The police officer told Tracy the details, including a description of the suspect.
I don't think he'll be hard to find, considering.
I know who it is, Tracy responded. Evelyn and her two boys were at the kitchen table eating some warmed-over pizza. Steve needed to be told several times that everyone was all right before he could settle down, accept a cup of coffee, and hear the story. Did you get a good look at him? His ear, Evelyn said, touching her own. It was all scarred, like he'd been in an accident or something. Phil Garrett, said Tracy, coming into the room.
Absolutely, Steve concurred.
Who is he? Evelyn asked, perplexed. Why would he? He's a roughneck who lives out at Hyde River, Tracy answered. He gets in a lot of fights, and the last time he got into one, the other guy bit his ear off. What does he want with me? Steve exchanged a look with Tracy. Things are heating up. You bet they are, she replied. But it's more than that. It's a conspiracy. Phil Garrett works for Harold Bly as an odd job man, and now those questions Bly was asking you about Evelyn make sense. I talked to Sheriff Collins today, and he was asking me the same thing, whether Evelyn remembered anything or not. Collins? You think he's in on this? Evelyn finally cut in. Sounds like an exciting story. I'd love to hear it, especially since it concerns me. Steve will explain it to you, Tracy said, getting up. I've got to get on this guy's trail. I've been wanting a suspect to question for a long time, and now I've got one. With that, she hurried out. Evelyn looked at her boys. Why don't you two go upstairs and watch TV or something? I'd like to talk to your uncle in private. When they were gone, she asked Steve bluntly, Steve, do you really believe a grizzly killed Cliff? It was time to be honest. No, I don't think it was a grizzly. Her eyes were steady and resolute. Steve, I remember what happened. I remember what I saw. The tavern, void of customers, closed early. So Charlie Mack went out for a drive, racing down the Hyde River Road with the car radio turned up loud, feeling reckless. It was over now. All the worry, all the pain, all the fear. He was free. Like the road, the future was laid out straight and true ahead of him, with no surprises. Thud! The front of the car crumpled, the car swayed and fishtailed, and Charlie's chin hit his chest. I've hit a moose, he thought. The car slowed to a stop within seconds, pushing something ahead of it. When Charlie's body slammed back against the seat, he saw a shimmering display just outside the windshield, a moving, shifting wall of neon metallic scales, flickering and flashing like sunlight off lake water. I've hit a trout. Crash! The roof of the car caved in, as if a tree had landed on it. The windows shattered. Charlie watched in horror as huge steel hooks, no, metal claws, curled in through the passenger window, just missing his head and then clamping around the car's roof. The car teetered, rocked, and slid sideways. Then something hit the hood of the car, mangling the metal. Glass from the windshield showered into Charlie's lap. An immense, leathery, clawed hand rested on the hood, the gnarled, sinewy fingers stretching from one side of the hood to the other. Then the claws that were inside the car pulled upward. The metal groaned, rivets popped, glass went flying. The roof was peeled back like the lid of a sardine can. Dazed and panicked, Charlie groped for the door handle, and the door flew open, but he couldn't move. His seatbelt still held him in. He groped for the buckle. Above him, where the roof had been, he caught sight of something metallic, something glittering. A huge hand was reaching for him. The fingers curled around him, and his ribs snapped and cracked with a sound like burning cedar. His lungs filled with blood, and he choked it up. The seatbelt broke away from his body, and the car dropped away below him. He could see eyes, huge golden eyes, the instant before he died. So tell me, Steve, do you think I'm crazy? He looked back at Evelyn and could hardly speak. Her recounting of what had happened that night on the mountain had become the core around which all the other data he'd gathered, all the hunches, all the eyewitness testimony, and all his own experiences were finally bonding into one cohesive whole. He was overwhelmed. Evelyn misread his silence. It's hard to believe, I know. He touched her arm. No, listen. Tracy and I hunted it the other night. We didn't see it clearly, but we tracked it. We know it's out there. We just don't know what it is. Steve? Yeah? Even before Cliff died, I could sense that something was creeping into our marriage and into him. Whatever this thing is, I think it's affecting Tracy, too. Evelyn, Tracy's on our side. But there's something spiritual behind all of this. The dragon, the valet, Tracy, Phil Garrett, even what happened to Cliff. It's all part of the same thing. And it's not... She groped for the words. It's not of this world, okay? I'm afraid for you. Halfway back to the town of Hyde River, Steve saw the flashing lights of emergency vehicles and expected to see a major pileup. As he approached, he could see Sheriff Collins standing by his patrol car supervising. 2 fire trucks with lights flashing and radios squawking, fire hoses snaked all over the pavement, and an aid car waiting, its rear door open. In the center of it all were the remains of a car, the roof peeled completely back, the tires flattened, the windows shattered, the whole vehicle was charred black. The pavement was still wet from the fire hoses. Then he heard someone talking about the victim, and heard the name Charlie Mack. Steve had seen enough to know what had happened. With a new determination, he drove on. When Monday morning dawned, and before the town of Hyde River had awakened, Steve drove his camper north through town, over several miles of rough roads, and turned off on Service Road 63, the road that would take him up Saddle Horse to Potter's Mine, and beyond that the diggings of Jules Cryer. His firearms are loaded and with him in the cab, and he'd prepared his backpack for several days in the back country. A man with power is not at the mercy of a man with ideals. Power prevails. If this be sin, let sin be served. Plaques of Benjamin Hyde's favorite slogans, created and placed in Hyde's office by his son Samuel after Benjamin Hyde's mysterious disappearance, declared a hunting accident in 1898. Charlie's tavern was deserted, with uneaten food still on the tables, unfinished drinks still on the bar. Next door, the Mercantile was clean, painted, polished, rearranged, and ready to open. In the bathroom behind the Mercantile, a man was whimpering, cursing, agonizing. Harold Bligh, the new lord of it all, held the key to the front door in a desperate iron grip as he pounded the edge of the sink in torment. His shirt was open. In the mirror over the sink he could see a red burning welt snaking down his chest.
No, not me. I'm not the one you want,
he cursed in rage, in pain, in the agony of betrayal.
I'm on your side. What's the matter with you?
He held a wad of paper towels to his chest to cool the burning. I'm not like Maggie, he thought. Not like Vic nor Charlie. I'm Harold Bligh. I'm a Hyde. I've never been marked, never been touched. I'm good for this town. He heard the distant clanging of the bell over the tavern door. He cursed again. Hello, came a voice from the tavern. Anybody here? Tracy Ellis. Oh, no, he thought. Something's gone wrong. He buttoned up his shirt, straightened his hair, and hurried through the Mercantile to the tavern.
Hello, we're not open yet.
She was standing by the bar, observing the bizarre, frozen-in-time state of the place.
Hi, Tracy. What can I do for you?
Have you heard about Charlie? His voice was already tense. All he had to do was add a little sorrow.
Yes, heard about it last night. Have they found him yet?
No, they haven't found him, she said angrily. And there's been no sign of Vic Moore either. And Maggie isn't visiting her mother. Bligh was offended.
What are you saying, Deputy? I suppose you called Maggie's mother?
Yes, that's exactly what I did. Bligh's temperature was rising.
So why are you here?
I'm looking for an employee of yours, Phil Garrett. Any idea where he is?
No idea.
He broke into Evelyn Benson's home yesterday and tried to kill her. Now, why do you suppose he'd do a thing like that? Bligh's face remained like stone.
Phil Garrett can answer for his own actions.
Oh, he will. I have a warrant for his arrest. Time to push some weight.
Have you talked to Sheriff Collins about this?
She cocked her head and gave him a knowing look. I'm sure I'll hear from him soon enough. When I do, he'll get a full report. She turned to go. Let me know if you see Phil. She closed the door behind her, the bell clanging. Bligh's hand went to his chest. The pain was still there, but now he knew why. Phil had botched the job, and Evelyn Benson was still alive to remember, to talk, to reveal everything. Charlie was dead, but he'd talked. Levi Cobb was still alive, preaching and meddling. Tracy Ellis was tearing away secrets like scabs off wounds. And Benson, the outsider, was still hunting. Things had slipped out of his control. Well, he was Harold Bligh. He could fix it. He'd taken too long, that was all. He'd been too soft, too easy. He could change that. Jules Cryer was the very image of an old prospector, with a gray beard reaching to his belly and a weathered old hat, living in a crude cabin filled with mining tools and, disconcertingly, cases of dynamite. Steve was also fascinated by the cabin's back door, now open, which led not to the outdoors, but to a narrow tunnel carved deep into the mountain.
My brainchild, like most everything else, Cryer explained with refined diction. I built the cabin over my original access tunnel. That way I don't have to commute to work. I'm already there.
Quite clever and handy. Cryer glanced out the window.
But now I'd like to know your intentions regarding our mutual friend, and depending on those intentions, I may try to dissuade you. You see, the beast doesn't like to be hunted. It doesn't like to be known. My wisdom has been to respect and live by that policy, and that's why I've been able to live here for 23 years and never be bothered. As long as I leave it alone, it leaves me alone.
But of course you've seen it.
Yes. Living up here in the midst of this habitat, I suppose I have more opportunity.
Cryer pointed out the window.
I once saw him up there, on Saddle Horse, up against that rock face. He was camouflaged, you know, blending with the surroundings, but the light was right this time, and he was casting a shadow. I think he was watching me." He smiled. "We get along all right. I don't encroach, so I'm not encroached upon." "But you should know," Steve said. "This thing isn't living and letting live any more. Besides the death of the men on Wells Peak, who posed absolutely no threat to the creature, several other people are missing." "Missing?" Steve told Cryer about the disappearances of Maggie Bly, Vic Moore, and Charlie Mack. "I believe the dragon has always been a predator. It's only the frequency of his kills that's changed." Cryer's easy mood was gone. "He does seem to be appearing more often. I was wondering about it." "Has he grown any?" Cryer gave Steve a curious look and took a moment to think. "Perhaps." "So you might have an increase in activity combined with an increase in size, which could explain why you're seeing him more frequently." "You say Charlie Mack's car was burned?" "Yes, but I understand the gas tank was still intact." "The creature's a fire breather, you know." That stopped Steve cold. What did you say?" "I think he processes methane from his digestive tract and injects it with pure oxygen to produce a flame. An incredible sight, beyond belief." Cryer reached a decision. "The dragon lives on Saddle Horse. I don't know where exactly. There are old mines up there, some of them formerly caverns in the mountain, dug out and enlarged by mining. But even if you find him, I don't know that you can kill him." "Can you help me find him?" He spread a map on the table. "I can show you where the mines and caverns are. From there, the hunt is all yours." Harold Bly sat alone in his big echoing office on the top floor of the old Hyde mining building. From his window, he could see the mining complex immediately below him, the once majestic kingdom of Benjamin Hyde and his progeny, now a dismal, decaying clutter of half-used concrete buildings and rusting metal roofs, arranged helter-skelter on the side of the mountain. Not much to look at, but nevertheless Bly ruled. Bly would always rule, even if harsh measures had to be taken.
"Now take it easy, Phil,"
he was saying into the phone.
"Don't lose control here."
The cops are after me. I just know it. I blew it, Harold. I'm sorry.
"But you tried."
said Bly, comforting Phil as a father would comfort his struck-out little leaguer.
"That has to count for something."
Man, you should have been there. She was a maniac. I gotta see a doctor.
"Then come back and we'll get it taken care of."
But the cops are looking for me.
"Phil, don't worry about the police. I know Sheriff Collins, and if I tell him you were right here, working for me last night, he'll buy it."
Well, okay. If you're sure.
"Trust me.
Okay.
That's a good man."
Harold hung up, then punched in the number for Tracy Ellis's mobile phone. Soon he would have the right ingredients to get folks stirred up, and once folks got stirred up, all they needed was a nudge in the right direction. His hand went to his chest. The mark was still there. No problem. Within a few days, he'd be rid of it. Steve circled Saddle Horse Mountain on foot, his rifle and shotgun slung over his shoulders, checking out the 2 mines Jules Cryer had showed him on the map. He found the mines, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. It was only as he was returning along a nearly extinct logging road that he spotted his first signs of his quarry, and the sight made him tremble. He could see his own footprints in the dust, prints he'd left hours ago when first beginning his search. Now there were new prints in that dust, some of them directly on top of his own. He could recognize the prints of front paws, almost like hands, and those of hind feet. Each print clearly showed 3 elongated toes, with a sharp puncture out in front of each one, indicating a long, curved claw. The tracks were headed in the same direction as his own. That thing was following him. He decided to wait in ambush and chose a hiding place at the top of the ridge. From here, he could see the route he'd taken. If he was still being followed, then he should be able to see the creature coming, or at least see it reveal its position in other ways. Sounds, moving brush, teetering rocks, anything. There were just a few hours of daylight left. When it turned dark, he would have virtually no advantage, and the dragon would have it all. But the wait wasn't long. He heard a rustling and looked in time to see a small pine wiggle as something scraped past it. The rocks behind the pine shimmered and wavered as if distorted by heat waves. Farther along, another small tree bent and then appeared to break in the middle, the top half lagging behind. "That's it," Steve whispered. For only an instant he could see a distinct area of distortion pass in front of a stand of trees, like a bubble bending the light, like a long elliptical lens. He was using his imagination, he knew, but he could almost make out a long, slithery shape, a lizard-like creature with a gracefully long, arching spine. Then he saw nothing. He'd lost contact. Mr. Dragon, You won't get away that easily." Steve left his hiding place and set off down the mountain. He could hear the dragon moving farther down as trees and undergrowth hissed and cracked. Then he heard a long, steady sound, like something sliding. That thing wasn't walking. It was slithering. Steve felt he had to be absolutely nuts to be following this monster, but he couldn't help himself. He was terrified, but he was also fascinated. He moved stealthily from tree to log to tree to thicket, eyes wide open, heart pounding, a vice-like grip on his rifle, his instincts screaming danger. Finally, he came to the mouth of a cave. It was about 10 feet wide and about his height, not a vast opening, but it was big enough to accommodate the local dragon. Scratchings, tracks, and a furrow, perhaps cut by a long, slender tail, marked the loose soil and gravel on the floor of the entrance. The dragon had come home. His heart was pounding almost audibly. With his left hand, he carefully, quietly took the flashlight from his belt, then edged around the corner and started down that seemingly bottomless pit. The dragon has the advantage, his logical mind insisted. The dragon has the advantage. "I want him," his soul answered. "He can see in here. You can't. He knows these tunnels. You don't. He could corner you so easily." "I'll be careful," he argued. The fact that he was terrified was beside the point. The cave entrance immediately opened into a room with a domed ceiling arcing down to a sandy floor. Directly across the room from where he stood was a tunnel leading deeper into the mountain. The tracks led into it. He shouldered the rifle and took the shotgun in hand, then ventured down the tunnel. It was slightly smaller than the cave entrance. The dragon had to be part snake, all right. It had walked across the large room, but here it appeared to have slithered. The floor of the tunnel was scraped smooth. He looked over his shoulder, double-checking his escape route. Then he gathered his courage and went further, step by step, down the tunnel. He saw a corner up ahead and then realized there was light coming from around the corner. Another cave entrance, perhaps. Moving up stealthily, he peered around the corner with one eye. Light was coming down through an opening high above, but it was a nearly impossible climb. He looked behind him, then ahead, then moved carefully around the corner. Surprise! The cave ended here. There was just this one vertical shaft and nothing else. No dragon, no other way out either, he realized. Just the main entrance. Terror began to stir inside him. I've been in this situation before. A rock fell down the shaft, rattling against the sides and then thudding into the sandy floor. Steve leapt aside, a cry escaping his throat. Another rock, this one bigger, then another rattling down the shaft, clacking and thudding against the first stones that fell, kicking up a choking dust. The shaft was breaking up, caving in, or being broken up. Now huge stones, dust, gravel, and debris were pouring through the hole above. The light was vanishing in chunks, the air filling with dust. A trap, Steve thought. He dashed back up the tunnel as the gray choking dust billowed like a wave behind him. He ducked to avoid a low-hanging formation, smashed his shoulder into another, but kept going, retracing his tracks. Levi, he thought. Bait, trap, no way out. Gotcha. Then he saw a faint glimmer of daylight ahead. He ran headlong, then lunged out of the tunnel and into the domed room. But the room was no longer empty. It was nearly filled with a curled, serpentine shape and the stench of death. He tried to dive back into the tunnel. 3 monstrous, elongated fingers, claws glistening in the dim light, swatted him back. A long, tapered trail of silver armor now lay across the cave entrance. He turned back toward the tunnel. A large, scaly, clawed hand guarded it. Stretched between the tunnel and the entrance, its scales glistening like highway reflectors in the dim light, its huge golden eyes narrowed with malice, crouched a beast the size of a whale, the shape of a lizard, its neck and tail like a serpent. No camouflage now. Steve could see it clearly, every inch of it. The dragon. Steve had no thoughts, no feelings, only the raging instinct for survival. He aimed the shotgun and the blast exploded into the dragon's chest at the base of the neck with fiery sparks. The creature lurched as if in pain. Steve fired again. The blast ignited a violent splash of color on the flank just behind the foreleg. The clawed hand came up, palm out, and blocked the 3rd shot, then the 4th. Then the hand pummeled him into the rock wall. He struck his head and dropped to his knees, dazed. He was just realizing there was nothing in his hands when he saw the dragon, razor teeth bared in anger, hurl the shotgun across the cave where it clattered against the stone wall near the entrance and landed in the sand. Steve slipped the .30-06 from his shoulder. The dragon snatched it away and hurled it against the wall of the cave on the other side. Steve could see anger, hatred in the glowing golden eyes. He scanned the length of the dragon from the tail to the face, recording for this last instant of his life the creature that would chew, dismember, kill, and eat him in that order. The scales shimmered like light reflected off water, each one a living thing. Silken wings, tightly folded, clung to the contour of the creature's back like a second skin. The elongated neck, tightly curled in this small space, supported the head with rock-steady strength. Above the golden eyes, two silvery horns swept backward from the crown of the head. The creature gave a quick, short puff out of the side of its mouth. The fumes ignited into blue flame, a brief flash. Then it looked down at him as if to see his reaction. Steve tried not to react, but that was impossible. Now the dragon drew a deep breath, and the golden eyes centered on Steve. No, no, no! Instinctively, Steve leapt, then rolled in the sand as the burning gases struck the cave wall and flared out sideways. He scrambled toward the tunnel. Another blast drove him back. I'm being played with. I'm dead. Now the dragon was a vague shape, the glowing eyes suspended in the smoke studying him. The powerful neck curled slightly to the side, and with a concentrated, prolonged flame, the dragon incinerated Steve's rifle, blackening the barrel, charring the stock, exploding the rounds in the magazine like a string of cherry bombs, while Steve dug into the sand, covering his head with his arms. Black smoke billowed around him, and he couldn't breathe. A blast of flame rolled at him from the right, lighting up the cave walls. He dodged it, leaping to the left. The dragon followed with a steady rotation of its head, keeping the flame inches behind him as he ran. Screams were bursting from deep inside him and echoing off the cave walls like ghostly taunts, adding to his terror. Flames roared right over his head. He hit the sand flat out. The heat was so intense he thought his body had ignited. Then another wave of flame came from his right, flashing and rolling along the floor. Out of pure reflex, he rolled to his left and scrambled to his feet. He was blinded by the smoke. His lungs were burning. The tunnel. It was open, not blocked. Like a frightened animal, he tumbled inside, scrambled on hands and knees down the sandy floor, gasping for breath. Then he collapsed in pain and terror on the dusty stones. It was all over. The dragon had him. But nothing happened. There was no sound other than that of his own wheezing. He looked back in the direction of the main room. There was silence and cool air and dust. Was the thing gone? Calling on his last reserves of strength, Steve crawled around the corner toward the tunnel, then sat leaning against the wall, breathing heavily and listening. Nothing but silence and total darkness. With shaking fingers, he clicked on his flashlight and shined it up the tunnel. The dragon was gone. He emerged from the cave, filthy, scorched, stinking of smoke and trembling like a leaf, then flopped onto his back to breathe for a while, to recover, to think. He had to get going before it got dark, he knew, but right now he couldn't move. Levi tried to warn me, he thought. This was a repeat of the last time, only Levi wasn't here, and I walked right into it. The creature could think. It knew what he was thinking. It knew him. He sat there for several minutes, replaying the whole scene, mentally kicking himself for being so stupid. I should have known. I should have anticipated. I should have. In Hyde River, no one said a word, at least not very loud, about what really had happened to Charlie Mack, but everyone knew. They knew about Maggie, too, and Vic, and by now they knew Cliff Benson by name, and knew whose brother he was, and what Steve, the professor, was after. And they were afraid. Reverend Ron Woods could sense it. Levi could sense it, even as he continued grinding and honing the edge of the old bulldozer back-claw tooth. And Harold Bly could feel it. The fear was tangible, and for him, usable. With enough fear and hatred, people can be made to do most anything. That was why he asked Phil Garrett to meet him at Charlie's Tavern, and then told Tracy where Phil would be. Levi opened the back door of his shop to find a soot-blackened, sand-soiled, and weary Steve Benson leaning against the doorpost. "Looks like you came pretty close." Steve nodded. "I need to talk to you." While Levi attended to him with soap and towels, Steve put his whole head under the faucet of the big shop sink and let the cool water pour over him. "It breathes fire," he reported. "It just about fried me. I suppose he trapped you." I suppose he did." He stepped away from the sink, and Levi gave him a towel. "So why didn't he kill me? He had the chance." "He can't kill you, not yet. Doesn't own you. But if he can keep you around till he gets you hooked, then he can do whatever he wants." "You're talking in riddles again." "Yeah, I know. I keep forgetting how far behind you are." Steve was on edge. "Then get me caught up. Listen, from all the people I've talked to, there's no one else in this valley as universally hated and discredited as you, which means you're probably the only one with guts enough to tell the truth. So, okay, you've got your audience. Speak up." Levi smiled. "You up to doing some reading tonight?" That evening, Tracy committed the unpardonable sin in Hyde River. Working on a tip she got from Harold Bly himself, she found and arrested Phil Garrett. He kicked and cursed all the way into West Fork and smelled bad besides, like he had a dead rat in his pocket. But she managed to get him into the last cell in the sheriff's department and clang the jail door shut on him.
"You can't leave me here," he squawked. "You can't leave me here alone."
"It's just for one night. I'm going to get you processed, and then the Oak Springs cops can come and get you."
"No, listen, I can't stay here.
You what?" The man was pale and shaking with fear, but could say nothing more. Just like Charlie, she thought, just like Maggie. The front doors of the station burst open. Someone was coming their way in a big hurry. She locked the cell door and pocketed the keys. One handful of trouble was enough. Sheriff Lester Collins, in his street clothes and red as a beet, came storming around the corner into the cell block.
"Sheriff,"
Phil cried.
"Sheriff, you gotta get me out of this."
Collins was furious.
"What in blue blazes going on here? What you doing with this man?"
"He's under arrest."
"Oh, no, he isn't."
"Oh, yes, he is. He's a suspect in the attack on Evelyn Benson." She slipped around him, heading for the front office. Collins followed right at her heels.
"Deputy, that is ridiculous."
She described her attacker as a wiry little round-headed coward with one ear sewed on. Now, you know who that is, and I know who that is, and we both know what the law says and what our job is, so I'm throwing it in the can. They got to the front office. Tracy slammed the cell block door shut and locked it.
"But you can't be sure,"
Collins protested. "Sheriff Collins, given the same evidence and complaint, you would have done the same if you weren't so afraid of Harold Bly." He couldn't answer. Instead, he slammed the counter and headed for the cell block.
"I'm releasing him."
"No, you're not." He got to the cell block door. It was locked.
"All right, where are the keys?"
She was jamming an arrest report form into a typewriter. "By law, the prisoner can be held for 72 hours pending formal charges."
"Hand over those keys."
She turned on him and used a tone of voice that more than matched his own. "You know the law, Sheriff Collins. Are you ordering me to violate my duty?" He fell silent, fuming, hissing air through his nose and drumming the counter. Just then the phone rang in Collins' office. "That should be Harold Bly right now," Tracy snapped. Collins ducked into his office and closed the door.
"What is it?"
he asked, not too patiently. It was Harold Bly.
"Les, we've got a real problem developing. Have you talked to your deputy tonight?"
"Yes, she's right here now. She has Phil Garrett in custody."
"And what are you going to do about it?"
"Looking into it."
Bly's tone was chilling.
"Collins, don't even try to bluff me. I've got a whole town that's ready to string you and your deputy up, and if they don't get you, we know who will. I won't be able to stop that."
"Harold."
"Excuses won't buy you time, Lester. If I were you, I'd be thinking of ways to make everyone a little happier with your performance."
"Well, what can I do? She's within the law."
"The law?"
And Bly snickered at that argument.
"We're not talking about the law, Lester. We're talking about control. You've lost it, and you need to get it back."
"I can't."
"You will, if you value your life."
"And what do you want me to do?"
Les, I'm glad you asked that question.
When Collins emerged from his office, he looked very tired.
"All right," he said. "We'll let everything stand for now."
"What did Bly say?"
"For your information, that was Bob Susky with the Oak Springs Police," Collins said. "He was wondering if I had any updates on the Evelyn Benson case. I was happy to tell him we have the suspect in custody."
"You're lying," Tracy thought, but she said, "Well, good enough. They can come get him in the morning, and we'll be finished with the whole thing. No sweat."
"Except for one thing."
"Yes?"
"I want a positive ID before we go any further with this. I want you to give Evelyn Benson a call and get her down here to positively identify him."
"Why? She can do that in Oak Springs when the cops take him there." Collins was ready to admit.
"Politics, okay? I got some very angry people I'd like to make a little happier, and it would help if they knew I did my best to give Phil every chance. Now, can you do that for me?"
Well, she thought, at least he's offering me a compromise instead of firing me. "All right, I'll give Evelyn a call and see if she can come in tomorrow morning." But first, she thought, Phil owes me some answers. Steve drove his camper down the Hyde River Road away from the town of Hyde River, hoping that the growing hostility might diminish a bit with distance. When he found a wide turn-off with a few other campers parked there for the night, he pulled off and joined them. Sitting in the camper's dinette, he clicked on the overhead light and began to peruse the thick binder of documents Levi had given him. Some news clippings, an old diary, some letters, all painstakingly gathered from numerous sources and photocopied. Levi said all this stuff would help him understand the dragon. Well, there was nothing else to do but read. The diary had been written by a madam named Holly Ann Mayfield, who lived in Hyde River during its early days. Miss Mayfield used words to paint strong, vivid images of an earlier time. Old Town, when it was new, booming and growing on the banks of the river. The mining, the building, the sinewy laborers, and wild parties in Hyde Hall. And, of course, the business conducted in Holly Ann Mayfield's establishment on Cottonwood Lane, a short walk down the riverfront. The trouble began when a black-garbed, wizened little preacher popped out of nowhere. His leaflets are everywhere, advertising the evils of Hyde River and the meetings he's conducting in Hyde Hall to turn souls away from their deadly course. 3 of my ladies have attended recently, and I dare say their performance has dropped. Others in town are becoming unduly burdened with questions of morality. They not only speak against my occupation, but they also question the number of saloons in town and rail against the moral climate of Hyde River out of concern, they say, for their children. Ben is the most distraught. With these new concerns about morality, some have questioned his control of their houses and lands and the rents he levies upon them. And now a sizable group has begun drafting a new town charter and calling for an elected town council. Then came July 18th, 1882. Apparently the Reverend Dubois was caught taking advantage of one of Holly Ann Mayfield's ladies, which put the town in an uproar. Reverend Dubois was hanged in Hyde Hall while a mob stood in the street cheering. I had hoped it would end there, but it only spread like a fire. Men from the mining company began scouring the town for any of Dubois' sympathizers. Anyone at all who attended his meetings, spoke well of him, became his converts, or raised moral objections to Ben's leadership. All night long the town was overrun with madness. I have seen mobs running by my house, dragging my neighbors out of their homes, dashing their belongings out in the street. As for Ben, there is no question in my mind that today's violence and carnage will, in the end, be all to his advantage. After what has happened today, who will dare to question his power? For the next several pages, Mayfield chronicled the events of that night and the following day in a hurried, cursory account. The Abner Smythes were driven from their home. Abner fought against the mob and was shot. The Norwegian family 3 doors down had no connection with Dubois that I know of, but were deeply religious to begin with. John Sanders and his brothers torched the house. The family left on today's steamer. Hiram Walters, one of the drafters of the failed town charter, was shot along with his wife and 2 sons. Amos Tyler, friend of Walters, was shot. Jeremiah Carson, editor of the Hyde River Post, was shot. He was sympathetic to the shifting moral climate and ready to sign the Walters Charter. Joseph Gustafson, a miner, was shot. Matthew Farrell, a miner, was shot. William DeWalt, a miner, was shot. And so it went for page after page. Then came something familiar, something that brought back the memory of that special table in the home of Harold Bly. Having done away with the trouble, Ben produced a new town charter and invited me to be one of the signatories in Hyde Hall. With the signing, a new future was to unfold, a clearer vision of the town of Hyde River. The past, especially this day and the preceding night, are to be forever buried and forgotten. But I will never forget. 27 people died that I know of, and the others fled with whatever they could carry away. I could hear the screams and the shooting all night long, and I dared not venture out. The Reverend Dubois was left hanging in Hyde Hall until this afternoon. I informed Ben and the others that I would not attend the signing of the charter until the body was removed, so Ben ordered it cut down, taken out, and buried with the others. By late afternoon, the people who remained in Hyde River were back in the mines as if nothing had happened, and I also attended to my business. After nightfall, we gathered in Hyde Hall under cover of darkness and signed the charter. With the signing of our names, we took an oath of silence, so I cannot speak of these things, but only write them secretly. The trouble is over, but I am no happier. I am afraid of what we have done. I am afraid of tomorrow. Tracy was hoping Phil's fear would encourage him to open up, but it seemed the opposite was true.
I can't tell you anything, Tracy. I just can't.
She went close to the bars and sank down so she was at his eye level.
Phil, I talked to Charlie not long before he had that car crash. He was scared, too, just like you are. I talked to Maggie just before she disappeared, and she was acting just like you are. Phil, what are you afraid of? I'm not afraid.
Did I tell you about my hunting trip the other day? Professor Benson and I tracked something all night long, something huge. For the first time he looked at her, his eyes widening with a new horror. We never saw it clearly, but it could fly. It dropped right out of the sky and just about killed both of us. We shot at it, but it got away. Then she added,
Oh, did I tell you we were in Hyde Hall at the time? He began shaking his head back and forth, his eyes wide, his voice weak and trembling. Oh, you shouldn't have done that. Oh, why did you? Is that why you tried to kill Evelyn Benson? Because she saw it? Because she knows what it is? No. Why are you protecting it, Phil? Why are you protecting something that kills people? No, he screamed. I'm not saying anything. I'm not going to talk about anything. Just like Charlie, she thought. Flipping through the pages of Levi's binder, Steve came to a photocopy of a finely lettered document with a large, bold title, Official Charter of the City of Hyde River. Whereas the undersigned, having founded and established the city of Hyde River through their own resources, wisdom, and resolve, and whereas no appeal has been made to, nor any strength or assistance received from, the so-called Almighty, or any deity of any kind, and whereas the undersigned, confident of their own capacity for good, do wish to pursue happiness, peace, and contentment by whatever avenue they may choose, we, the undersigned, do declare and affirm that we are the masters and makers of our own destiny. There is no God but reason. Only by reason can truth be established. Only by living according to the truth we have established shall we secure for ourselves and our posterity enduring wealth and happiness, our supreme goal. These precepts shall be the creed and guiding light of the city of Hyde River for ourselves and our posterity. If this be sin, let sin be served. Such a vague document gave Benjamin Hyde all the room he needed to run things his way. So in that sense, it must have satisfied the signatories. Steve looked over the signatures and counted 32. Holly Ann Mayfield's signature was near the bottom, written in the same fluid hand as her diary. Benjamin Hyde had signed his name in large, bold letters, as if mimicking John Hancock, and then reiterated just above his name, "If this be sin, let sin be served." The knock on the camper door jolted him back from the 1880s to the present so quickly he felt he'd dropped his heart somewhere along the way. "Steve?" It was Tracy. He didn't need her finding out he'd been talking to Levi. He scrambled to hide the binder, throwing it into a cupboard before he opened the door. At the sight of her face, a smile came easily. "Well, hello, stranger." "Hello," she said, smiling up at him. "I was on my way home, and I thought I recognized this camper. Please come in." With a strong but gentle tug, he helped her inside. She sat down at the table. "I arrested Phil Garrett."
Did he say anything?
"Not a thing. It's the oath again. I tried to talk to him for about an hour, but all he did was blubber and sweat and stink the same way Charlie and Maggie did. He was scared silly. But you do have him locked up." "Oh, yeah. He can't wander off."
Okay, Steve was ready to share his big news. "Listen, I saw the dragon." She froze.
"What do you mean you saw it?"
"I went after it up on Saddle Horse, and—" She held up her hand. "Wait." He stopped.
"Why don't we get out of here? I've had a rough day, and I want to get out of this uniform. And you look like you need a shower."
He looked apologetically at his dirt-covered pants. Her eyes sparkled.
"You've never been to my place, have you?"
"What should I do with my camper?"
"Bring it with you. Just follow me."
"Well, going once, going twice." "Sold," he blurted. "Sold."
It was not at the night's darkest hour, not midway between dusk and dawn. The shadows were not their deepest, the setting was not at its macabre, gloomy best. But Harold Bligh was desperate as he knelt before the stone that had become an altar, muttering to his God, plagued by a growing dread. "I'm not controlling it. The dragon's doing what it pleases, marking and killing whoever it wants, including me. It's not doing my will at all. No, he argued back. Things are getting out of hand, that's all. I haven't acted quickly and decisively enough. I'll get it straightened out. The dragon's upset, but he's still my dragon. His was the only will, the only voice. He could strike a bargain. The dragon would know a good offer when he saw it. He'd buy. Harold was sure of it. The next morning, Tracy lay quietly, looking at the man sharing her bed. He was still asleep, and he was magnificent, like a Greek god in repose, powerful yet serene. "You're mine now," she whispered softly, longing to touch him. "I have you, and I'll never let you go." Quietly, so as not to awaken him, she got up and started her day, shifting into police mode and planning the day's agenda.
Evelyn Benson was due at the station at 9 to ID her attacker, thus completing that little political favor for Sheriff Collins. After that, the Oak Springs police could take custody of the suspect. And then, suddenly she could envision herself turning in her uniform and moving far away from Hyde River, from Doug, from everything. She could envision herself having a good life in Colorado. When Steve awoke, he found a note from Tracy on the bathroom mirror. She'd gone to work, would call later, told him where to find breakfast, and signed it, Love, Tracy. I hope this doesn't turn out to become some big deal, he thought. I mean, it was just one night. He got out his razor and prepared to shave. Then he stopped. Now, what was this discoloration over his heart? It looked kind of like varicose veins, squiggly and branch-like. Had to be from his encounter with the dragon. He'd bashed and bruised himself so many times in that incident, he'd lost track. But he had to get going. He'd confirmed that Hyde Valley and its environs were inhabited by a large reptilian creature, most likely a carryover from prehistoric times. But what complicated any further research, indeed what had already cost human lives and was sure to cost more, was the local belief system. The people of Hyde River had to realize that the creature could not be hidden any longer, but would have to be studied. They also had to realize that the beast could not be allowed to kill again. So Steve intended to meet with Harold Bly and just tell him that the secret was out. The whole scientific world would soon be waiting at Hyde River's doorstep, and the people of Hyde River needed to adjust their thinking. Simple enough. If Harold Bly was smart, he'd start figuring out ways to capitalize on it. With one quick phone call, he made an appointment to meet Bly at Charlie's at 10. Then, with all his gear stowed back in his camper, he headed back to Hyde River. He wanted to stop first at Levi's to return all those documents in the binder. It was fascinating material, of course, but it was history, and Steve was dealing with the present. Besides, it was going to be tough enough getting back into Harold Bly's good graces without bringing Cobb into it. Tracy arrived at the station in West Fork to find it quiet, with no one in sight, not even a deputy on duty behind the counter. She checked the station logbook and noted that she and Sheriff Collins were the only ones there so far. Well, Evelyn would be arriving soon, so she'd better make sure the prisoner was ready to receive a visitor. She grabbed the key to the cell block and opened the big steel door. An all-too-familiar stench met her like a wall, and she recoiled, turning her head away in horror and disgust. "Phil?" There was no answer. She reached for her nightstick, then chose a revolver instead as she peered down the narrow, dismal cell block. The door to Phil's cell was still closed. Nothing looked out of place. "Phil? Hey, answer me!" No answer. She inched down the cell block until Phil's cell came into view. Shock and nausea hit her like a punch in the stomach. Phil's scarred face, gray with death, the mouth limp and drooling, stared vacantly down at her through half-open, unblinking eyes. His body was suspended from the grill in the ceiling by a slime-blackened shirt knotted around his neck. His feet dangled limply above the floor. Like a slow, steady leak, black, viscid ooze trickled from an open sore over Phil's heart, slid down his bare chest, crawled in a snaking rivulet down his pant leg, and then hung from the sole of his shoe like dog's drool until it stretched to breaking and plopped to a puddle on the floor. She would vomit if she didn't get out of there. She broke into a run, her breakfast pushing its way up her throat. "Sheriff! Sheriff!" She dashed to his office door and pushed it open. "Sheriff!" He wasn't there. The chair behind the desk was empty. He wasn't at the window. He wasn't. A black baton struck her left shoulder, sending her reeling. She fell against the desk, then tumbled sideways to the floor. Sheriff Collins, nightstick in hand, stood by the door he'd hidden behind, his face contorted with malice. She spotted her revolver on the floor by the corner of the desk, but she couldn't reach it. He grabbed her, pinned her to the floor, her arm behind her back. A handcuff clinked around her right wrist. "No!" Collins groped for her left hand. She wriggled around and jammed her fingers in his eye. He jerked away, dropping her right hand, yelling in pain. She planted her foot in his stomach and kicked him backward into his desk. Then she dove for her gun. "Freeze!" Collins hollered as she heard his gun slip from its holster. She curled around, revolver in hand, to see Collins aiming right for her face. A gunshot, like two huge invisible hands, clapped her ears. Time froze. Her arm was extended, the revolver aimed, the handcuff dangling. Blue smoke filled the air. Collins was still aiming his gun at her. He didn't seem to know what had happened. Neither of them did. Then, looking back at her in horror and disbelief, Collins crumpled to the floor, his gun still in his hand. Only then did she notice she was still aiming her gun at him, and let her arm come down. He was gone. She had killed him. She couldn't comprehend it. Levi Cobb blocked the door and extended his hand.
Mr. Benson, wait, don't go.
Steve stopped. Hey, Levi, come on, I appreciate your input. The diary was very interesting.
But we still have to talk about it. Please don't just tag me a fanatic and then run off and get yourself killed.
I've survived this far.
We've all done that, Benson. Levi stared at him. Last night you were glad just to be alive. You wanted to know the truth. Now you just want to get out of here.
He cocked his head to one side, studying Steve so intently it made him nervous.
What have you been up to lately?
He poked Steve's chest, a simple gesture.
You seem a little different.
Steve flinched. Levi had touched that sore spot, and Levi noticed.
You better have a seat.
Tracy rose from the floor and put her trembling fingers against Collins's neck. There was no pulse. She unbuttoned his shirt. She'd obviously shot him in the chest, but she didn't want to believe it. She'd always shot at targets in cans, never a human being. Now she'd killed one, and a law officer at that. The blood on Collins's chest was streaked with black from another wound. She drew her hand away. Her fingers were soiled with black, oily slime. Directly over his heart, his chest had erupted with the stuff. Horrified, she pushed herself away. The sheriff's jacket hung from a coat rack in the corner. She reached up and frantically wiped her hand clean. The dragon. Collins, Charlie, Vic, Maggie, then Phil. They were all connected somehow. Something terrible was happening. Levi grabbed the binder off his workbench and found the page he wanted.
Look here, the last sentence of the Hyde River Charter and what Benjamin Hyde wrote above his name. If this be sin, let sin be served.
I should have known, Steve thought. I saw that. Levi pulled over a small stool and sat on it.
Mr. Benson, what you have here is a whole town that made up its mind to kill its conscience. But look what happened. They turned God out and got another master instead.
He pointed to the mountains.
I'll tell you what you saw up there. What you saw up there,
he pointed to Steve's heart, and Steve actually raised a hand to deflect another touch,
is what you have in here. The Hydes, the Blythes, they worshipped and tampered and played with sin so much it became a thing with wings and scales and legs and teeth. People do that, you know. Hang on to sin like it was a little pet. Problem with this pet is it grows. It gets big and ugly and obvious, and before long it starts calling the shots. And it kills people, Benson. It hooks you like a fish right through the heart, and then it reels you in. It killed Benjamin Hyde, killed Sam Bly. It'll kill Harold Bly, too, if he doesn't turn around. Used to be sin was a dirty little secret you could keep inside, but not anymore. It's too big now, too mean, too hungry. It's payday. Like God told Cain, sin is crouching at the door, wanting to devour you.
Steve nodded and remarked with no malice, only new understanding. I can see why you're so unpopular around here. Evelyn got as far as the front counter before the sight of Sheriff Collins's body froze her where she stood.
Tracy?
Evelyn, Tracy cried from Collins's office.
Evelyn, don't come in here. Tracy, are you all right?
Tracy was still on the floor, still trying to recover her senses.
I'm alive. But Sheriff Collins tried to kill me. I think he was going to kill both of us. What's that on his chest?
Tracy didn't want to look at it.
I don't know. Some other people had the same thing. Phil Garrett had it, and Charlie Mack, and Maggie Bly.
Evelyn's voice choked with emotion.
Cliff had it. He was trying to hide it, but I could see it. I could smell it.
Oh, my God. Tracy's hand started going to her heart, but she quickly withdrew it. Evelyn?
Tracy, I'm coming in there.
Stay away. Tracy's eyes flooded with tears. Her hand went to her heart. I have it, too. Levi went behind the phone company's ladder truck and came back with a long steel rod with a broad spear tip welded to the end.
This here's my best guess how to kill that thing.
Steve sighed. I suppose this has a horse and shining armor to go with it?
Bullets can't get through the scales, but this lance can slide between the scales, knife up under 'em.
And of course you figured out how to get under the dragon without him knowing it, and how to make him hold still while you probe around with that thing.
Levi chuckled. Not entirely.
I didn't think so.
But I'm thinking maybe the dragon will get crazy sometime, get all distracted with what he's doing, so he won't guess what we're up to. Or maybe we can prop the lance up somewhere and get the dragon to back over it and stab himself.
Steve rolled his eyes. Oh, right, yeah, so how do you get the dragon to back up?
Well, as far as I know, the dragon's only backed away from two people, your sister-in-law Evelyn and me.
What are you talking about?
It's simple logic, Levi continued. Dragon is sin. So since Jesus is living in our hearts, Evelyn's and mine, we're saved from sin, which means we're saved from the dragon, and it can't touch us. Now Steve was satisfied. If Levi wasn't crazy, he certainly came close. Well, I doubt we'll need your spear anyway, Levi. I'm going back to Colorado and report my findings. After that, I'm sure we'll have all the help we need to capture that creature. He looked at his watch, then rose to leave. Hold on, said Levi. I'm late for another appointment. Levi stood in his way. Benson, listen to me. You aren't going to capture the dragon. He's already captured you. It's his game now, not yours. Levi, the dragon hasn't captured me. Ow! He grabbed his chest in pain. Levi had poked him. Oh, he's got you all right. Be glad it still hurts. When you get close to the end, you don't feel a thing. That dragon wants you, Benson. I tried to warn you about getting tangled up with that woman. Steve tensed. This meeting is adjourned. She's married, Benson. That makes you a thief, Tracy a promise breaker, and both of you liars. If Tracy wants to find a better man, isn't that her business? A better man? Benson, you're the kind of guy who sleeps around. Doug ain't much, but at least he stayed true. As for you, how many other Tracys have there been? And how many will come after her? Enough. Steve landed a punch on Levi's jaw. Levi didn't retaliate. He just stood there, sadness in his eyes. Steve rubbed his fist. I'm sorry, but you brought it on yourself. I don't like anyone sticking their nose into my personal life. Levi responded, Yeah, and they don't want you messing with their dragon either. He stepped aside and let Steve pass. Tracy feared the worst as she drove at breakneck speed along the Hyde River Road. It's just you and me, Steve, she thought. I've plugged the county sheriff, and who knows what trouble you're about to get into. Evelyn was already on her way back to Oak Springs, and if she took Tracy's advice, she'd be going further than that. Tracy was hoping she and Steve could make a quick exit as well, but first she had to find him. Bernie the fry cook was watching out the tavern window and saw Steve drive up. Here he comes. Andy Schuler and his two buddies immediately started playing a game of pool and looking like they didn't have a .357, a .38, and a .44 hidden in the ball rack under the table. Bernie went back to polishing glasses. His rifle was behind the bar within easy reach. Paul Myers was in his usual place at the end of the bar under the television. He, too, was armed. He'd been assigned the back door. Carl Ingfeldt was stationed at a table near the front door with Kyle Figgin. The door opened, the cowbell clanged. Steve Benson came into the tavern. Hey, Professor, said Bernie. Hello, is Harold Bly around? Harold called from his table in the back.
Over here.
Steve crossed over to Harold's table. Bernie was already on his way with a tall, cold one. He set it in front of Steve as the two men sat down. I'm not sure where to begin, Steve said.
So, you finally found the dragon,
said Bly. Amazing. Bly seemed to have eyes everywhere. Mr. Bly, I meant no harm in coming here. I only wanted to find out what happened to my brother, and now I have. So that's what we need to talk about. The dragon is real, and I'm a wildlife biologist. It's my job to study nature, to attempt to understand it. Bly held up his hand.
Mr. Benson, there's only one thing you need to understand. This is our valley. The dragon is our dragon. It's nobody else's business.
But the dragon is killing people. It needs to be contained, controlled.
Bly raised an eyebrow.
What gives you the right to come in here and contain something that doesn't belong to you?
Steve could only reiterate,
It's killing people.
Harold leaned back in his chair, looking relaxed.
We prefer not to think about that.
Mr. Bly, you have to think about it.
Mr. Benson, who are you to tell me what to think about?
He called out,
Doug!
Doug Ellis came through the passage from the mercantile and took a chair directly to Steve's left.
You remember Doug Ellis?
Said Bly.
Tracy's husband, right?
Steve didn't comment. Bly continued, relishing the moment.
Word has it you and Doug's wife got a little frisky last night. Is that true?
Steve could only stare back at them, frantically searching his mind for any answer they might find acceptable. Such an answer did not exist.
But here you are, all convinced the dragon's our fault, and how you've got to save us from our own dragon. Isn't that right?
Bly looked toward Bernie, and Bernie immediately closed the front door and locked it. Carl and Kyle rose and stood guard, while Paul went to the back door and did the same.
How you feeling, Benson? Got some pain in your chest, huh?
Steve didn't answer, but his silence was answer enough. Bly only smiled at him and proceeded to unbutton his own shirt. The reddening scar over his heart was unmistakable.
Look familiar? Some earn this with greed, and some with hate, and some with envy. Stevie, I earned this by being the meanest, toughest boss man this valley ever saw. I own the land, I have the jobs, I call the shots. This is heaven and I'm God. Andy, show 'em what you've got.
Andy set down his pool cue and unbuttoned his shirt. There was a dark brown welt on his chest. Bly hollered and gestured.
Come on, all of you. Let's get it right out in the open.
All around the room the same mark appeared. Some were faint red, others darker, some brown, others almost black.
We all tried to hide it at first. Maggie tried to hide it. Charlie tried to hide it. We all did, even I did. But who are we kidding? We are what we are, so we do what we do, and nobody needs to apologize. You get used to it. Real used to it.
Steve was incredulous, staring at one man, then another, his eyes traveling about the room. Bly banged the table to get his full attention again.
So listen, Stevie. I don't think you're in any position to help us out, you know. You're just like us, and you're marked just like us, and you're going to end up just like us. Shacking up with another man's wife wasn't all that original, but hey, it got you in, so it'll do.
Harold Bly buttoned up his shirt, as did the others. They'd made their point in devastating fashion.
Messing around with another man's wife did it for your brother, too, said Bly. Kind of funny you didn't learn anything from that. But what's to learn anyway? Do what you want, I say, and when your time comes, you cash in.
Bly leaned back in his chair and gloated.
How about it, Stevie? Feeling proud yet? Feeling immortal? I bet your brother Cliff did. Just ask Evelyn. They all did. Cliff did, Maggie did, so did Vic and Charlie. And now they're dragon manure.
Steve touched his chest. And this is the dragon's doing? Bly raised his eyebrows as though impressed.
Hey, you're learning. A little late, though. You should have gotten out of here while you still had the chance.
Steve looked around the room. Why do you let this happen to you? Why don't you just leave? Bly exchanged glances with the others.
We like it here, Benson. Don't you?
Bly answered for him.
Sure you do. We all do. You just haven't figured that out yet.
Bly picked up his beer mug and raised it high.
But you've been selected, buddy, so drink up. You're one of us now.
Maybe they were all crazy, or maybe he was dreaming. In any event, maybe, just maybe, he'd get out of there alive if he played along. So he raised his beer as well, and then drank. Bly set his mug down and eyed Steve slyly.
But listen, it's not a done deal. I wouldn't want you to think that. We've got ourselves a little problem, but all we've got to do is get rid of what's causing it. Get rid of the troublemaker, and you're rid of the trouble.
Benjamin Hyde, Steve thought. I'm drinking beer with Benjamin Hyde. Mr. Bly, I don't want to cause trouble. That's why I'm here, to talk things through. Bly picked up his beer mug again.
So drink up, and we'll talk it through.
Steve picked up his beer again and put it to his lips, just as the back door flew open. Don't drink that, a voice ordered. Tracy. She was standing just inside the back door, awkwardly grasping a shotgun in her right hand while carrying another in her left. She was just aiming a shotgun at Bernie behind the bar. Hands, Bernie! Let's see those hands! Bernie, who had been reaching for something, raised his hands. Tracy panned the room with the muzzle of the shotgun, and hands went up like weeds growing. No one move. Steve, come on. Bly asked,
Does your boss know where you are?
I shot him, Harold. Bly sneered at her.
I don't believe it.
I'm here, aren't I? If he was still alive, then I'd be dead, and I think you know it. And I'll bet you've got a nasty wound over your heart just like he did.
So how is yours?
Like fire, Harold, like fire. So I'm very upset right now, like I want to shoot somebody. Steve, get over here. They're out to kill you, too. Looking warily all directions, Steve got up from the table. Come on, Tracy urged. He hurried across the room. She handed him the extra shotgun, yanked the back door open, and they made their escape.
Easy now,
Bly shouted, jumping up from his place.
Go with the plan. Elmer, Joe, take the south end. Carl, take the north. Move!
Steve's first thought was to head for his camper. Tracy grabbed his arm and pulled him down the alley. Forget it. The tires are slashed. They ran to her car, then headed for the south end of town. Too late. Elmer McCoy's flatbed truck and Joe Staggert's old school bus were parked across the road, blocking their way, backed up by at least 10 men with rifles. Tracy veered onto the right shoulder, cranked the wheel all the way left, and shrieked out a tight 180, fishtailing, then heading north, back through town. They're going to have the other end cut off, too, Steve shouted. So what do you suggest? She shouted back. There are only 2 ways out of town. We may have to hoof it if we can't get out by car. Hoof it where? Over those mountains? At the north end of town, a big logging truck now blocked the highway. Carl Ingfeld was manning the roadblock, along with some of the mine crew. Hold on. Tracy cranked the wheel for another skidding, squealing, gravel-throwing 180. Carl Ingfeld raised a shotgun. "Duck!" Steve hollered, just as the rear window exploded in a shower of glass. At the four-way stop, Tracy cut a hard left turn, slamming Steve into the side of the car. His whole body felt heavy, and he was having trouble focusing. He sat up again just in time to see the massive concrete Hyde Mining Company building ahead. The car rumbled and bounced over a timber bridge, then Tracy veered to the right, up a narrow ramp that paralleled the river. There was a tunnel coming up, a yawning black cave that ran under the building. "The railroad used to come through here," she explained. "They've torn the tracks up, so maybe—" Tracy drove into the black tunnel, then out into a wide graveled expanse, once a loading area for railroad cars. Straight ahead, another tunnel went through the foot of the mountain. It could have led them into the clear, hopefully beyond the roadblock, but the tunnel was blocked, barricaded with many years' worth of old timbers, metal scrap, and empty diesel drums. Tracy braked to a growling, skidding stop. "Now what?" "Why did we stop?" Steve asked groggily. She flung her door open and jumped out. "Come on, we've got to find a way out of here." Steve staggered out of the car just as the rumble of vehicles echoed out of the tunnel behind him. Tracy tugged at him. He tried to follow her, but crumpled to the ground. Tracy grabbed his hand. "I knew it. They put something in your beer. Come on, try to get up." A pickup shot out of the tunnel and screamed to a halt. Then another, then an old van, then a station wagon. Doors flew open. Men leaped out. Guns appeared. Bly ordered,
"Drop that rifle or I'll drop you right now."
"Harold," Tracy said, still holding a shotgun, "you can't stop the dragon by killing us."
"No, you're going to stop him by going first."
Steve was slipping from consciousness. Now the ground was not only swaying under his feet, it was also quivering and shaking. "Hal, what's that?" Andy asked. Another vehicle was approaching, the roar of its engine rumbling and echoing out of the barricaded tunnel behind Tracy and Steve. Whatever it was making the ground shake. Harold Bly was the first to catch a view of it over the barricade.
"Why, that old fool!"
The barricade broke open like a bursting dam. Above that tumbling, clattering, dust-raising pile appeared the yellow driver's cab of the county's monstrous articulated loader. And at the wheel, cowboy hat squarely in place, sat Levi Cobb. He pushed that iron monster onward, the timbers cracking and dragging, the immense tires rumbling like an avalanche, the patrol car skidding sideways before the big front bucket until he'd come between the crowd and the two people they were chasing. Then he halted, stood in the cab, and hollered, "All right now, you people know better than this." Steve collapsed, one ear in the dirt. With the other ear, he could make out Levi hollering something and Harold Bly hollering something back. He could feel Tracy's hand on his shoulder. A gunshot. With all his remaining strength, Steve raised his head to see Levi slumped over the wheel of the loader and Harold Bly just lowering his revolver, a cold hatred in his eyes. Tracy let go of his shoulder. He heard her running. Then everything went black. When Steve awoke, he was half sitting, half lying on the ground, surrounded by weathered, teetering ruins. His heart sank as he realized where he was. He was sitting chained in the center of Hyde Hall. This big object at his back had to be the rock he'd sat on that other night. Now he was chained to it, and it didn't take him long to guess why. "I'm going to be a peace offering to the dragon." Harold Bly was acting in the grand tradition of Benjamin Hyde. Give the people a scapegoat, destroy the messenger, bury the memory, and the trouble will go away. "Yeah, I'll go away all right, without a trace, no shots fired, no witnesses, no body, no evidence. The outside world will think a bear ate me. How handy." Quietly he called, "Tracy?" No answer. "Tracy?" There was no answer but a breeze through the towering cottonwoods and the lazy rush of the river. So when should he expect the dragon? Any time at all, most likely. The dragon would do whatever it wanted, whenever it wanted. How comforting. A mile south of Hyde River, Tracy wriggled through a tight opening in the rock and tumbled into the brush now obscuring the old mine tunnel. Well, she had made out like a bandit. This old tunnel had gotten a bit tighter since she was a kid, and the entrance had all but disappeared behind new growth, but it was still there, just as she remembered it. Now to get down the river to the Stewart's ranch, before some of her childhood playmates, now her pursuers, also remembered it. Steve had been sitting there forever. Wasn't sure he could trust his perceptions. Was that just the breeze he heard behind him, or was someone or something coming through the tall grass? Then he could hear labored breathing and a groan of pain, and he knew who it was. "Levi!" "Yeah," came the answer. "Levi, you all right?" "No, I'm not all right. I'm shot." A few more steps, and Levi collapsed to the ground right in front of him, weak and gasping, his shirt soaked in blood. In one hand he carried a gigantic pair of bolt cutters. "They thought I was dead, and so did I, but I guess God tricked them. They all ran off and just left me there." "How'd you know I'd be here?" "They were going to sacrifice somebody. The dragon won't take me, and Tracy got away, so—"
She got away? Levi pulled himself over to the rock and started groping about with the bolt cutters. Ran. Just ran for all she was worth. Ran out through the hole I busted through with the loader. He got the cutter's jaws around one of the links and bored down on the long handles. There was a snap. Steve tugged. Hold still now, Levi instructed. I only got half of it. Steve held still. How badly are you wounded? Bad enough. It was Bligh's doing. The dragon couldn't do it for him, so he finally did it himself. He bore down on the handles again, and the link finally broke. The chain slid from around the rock, loosened from around Steve's wrists, and then fell away. He brought his arms around in front, numb and aching, and began rubbing his wrists with relief. Levi, I owe you my life. You owe Jesus your life. I'll just settle for a doctor. Steve reached over. Let me have a look. Levi lay down as Steve pulled his shirt open. Do you care? Of course I care. Not about me. About you. About the dragon. You have to care, Steve. When you stop caring, that's when the dragon will take you. Steve looked into those piercing eyes. Okay, I care. He examined Levi's wound. The bullet had ripped through the abdomen and probably damaged the liver. Blood was pouring out of the wound. You have to resist him, Levi urged, his voice getting weak. The Bible says submit to God, resist the devil, and he will flee from you. You submit to God and get clean of your sin. That old dragon will be a pussycat. You'll put him down real easy. Try not to talk. I've got to get you out of here. Steve was about to get to his feet, but Levi grabbed his hand. I gotta get this said. You gotta get right with God, Steve. Okay, Levi, okay. Levi looked up at him, apparently relieved by Steve's answer. You got yourself marked, so he's your dragon now, Steve. You're part of him, he's part of you. But you get right with God, you can kill him. Just you wait and see. But how? Levi gave a weak smile. When the dragon sees Jesus in you, he'll back up. He will. You'll scare him, just like I did, just like Evelyn. His eyes closed as if to sleep. Go to that tunnel. Use the tunnel. Jesus will take care of the rest. Okay, we'll talk about that as soon as... Levi fell asleep, his head resting peacefully on the ground. Levi! There was no answer. Steve knew there would never be one. It should have been me, Levi, not you. Steve's cries of pain and remorse in that empty, decaying shell of a building kept him from hearing the approaching hoofbeats. Finally, they were so close they startled him, and he looked up. Tracy! She was free, alive. Here she came on horseback, leading an extra horse behind her. Steve, are you all right? You're alive. Just barely. How'd you know where I was? I can put two and two together. Come on. But, Levi, he's dead. He was shot. She craned her neck and could see Levi's body lying in the grass. Then let's go. If we don't get over those mountains right now, we're as dead as he is. Steve looked down at his friend, pale with death, soaked in blood. I just can't leave him here. Are you going to get on your horse or not? Steve looked at Tracy, then at Levi's body. Finally, it seemed right to trust her, to run for that horse and jump into the saddle. When he did, he found Tracy had packed the sheriff's shotgun along. She must have a plan. Just follow me, Tracy instructed over her shoulder. I know a trail out of the valley. Where'd you get the horses? The Stewart Ranch, down the valley a few miles. They weren't home, so I helped myself. A deputy sheriff stealing horses? Impounding horses. There's a difference. Harold Bligh sat at the bar in Charlie's, sipping a whiskey and getting reports from his men. Tracy had escaped. Levi was found dead in Hyde Hall. Benson had been cut loose. And 2 horses were missing from the Stewart Ranch.
Looks like they're going to go over the mountains.
Elmer was the first to say it.
We'll never find them now.
They're gone, said Joe.
They're marked, Bligh countered. They're marked and the cause of all the trouble in the first place. How about it? You think they'll make it out of the valley?
Elmer and Joe looked at each other. The others looked at Elmer and Joe. Elmer finally said,
I think you got a point there, Harold.
Bligh finished his whiskey.
So they'll be keeping the dragon busy for a while. That'll give us time to clean out the town. Who are Cobb's friends?
Carl spoke up.
He's got that Bible study group that meets at his house. Don't the Carlsons go to that?
Yeah, them and the Malones,
Andy added. Bligh nodded.
The Carlsons rent their house from me. That'll be easy. The Malones? Well, we'll think of something.
What are you going to do, Harold?
Bligh's eyes narrowed.
This is the dragon's town, Andy. He doesn't like having these people in his town, and he's been trying to get that point across. It's them or us.
Bly brought a finger perilously close to the raw area over Andy's heart and said, "It's them or you." Tracy and Steve followed the river about a half-mile above Old Town and found an obscure but navigable trail.
"The trail will follow the river for another mile or so," Tracy said in a near whisper, "and then head up Hatchet Creek.
I hope you realize we're going to be sitting ducks out here in the dark."
"Don't worry about it."
Her casual attitude bothered him.
"Tracy, it's very likely the dragon will be out hunting after dark, which means he could spot us. Maybe he won't be able to distinguish us from the horses."
"We're marked, Tracy. The dragon will know where to find us."
"Quit talking," she hissed. "You want to give us away?"
She rode on. He followed. The trail came to Hatchet Creek and turned west, winding up the draw into the mountains. Steve kept his eyes on the clear sky above them, as if that would be of any use, he thought. The dragon could be disguised as that next clump of trees just ahead, or hiding in that meadow, his iron flanks mimicking the grass and wildflowers so perfectly you'd never know he was right there, watching and waiting. Steve thought he smelled something. "I'm thinking about the dragon so much I'm starting to smell it," he thought. He grabbed the front of his own shirt and pulled it toward his nose, sniffing for the familiar odor of rot and death. No, nothing there. He was relieved. Jack and Amy Carlson had always been prompt with their rent payments to the Hyde Mining Company, so it was quite a shock to find Doug Ellis and 4 other grim-faced men standing on the front porch with rifles in their hands and pistols on their hips. Doug spoke for the group.
"Jack, the company needs this house vacated. You have to leave now."
"Doug, what's going on?" Jack asked, bewildered. "Why all the guns?"
"We want you out of town tonight."
"Tonight?" "We've always paid our rent," Amy said. "Ask Harold." Doug pointed his rifle in Jack's face.
"We'll be back in an hour. We better see some progress. You got it?"
Sam and Kathy Malone and their 3 children heard a pounding on their door as well. Sam opened the door and saw Andy Schuler and his pool buddies, also armed. "What is this?" Sam asked.
"Sam, you've been using this house for public gatherings, and that's in violation of the zoning ordinance," Andy explained.
"What zoning ordinance?"
"The company's switching the town around. No more Bible studies in the home, Sam."
"Since when?"
"Since you've been doing them."
Harold Bly thinks he can tell me what I can and cannot do in my own house.
"It might be your house, but this is his town. You have to get out tonight, Sam. Right now."
"You're crazy, all of you." Andy replied by grabbing Sam by the collar and throwing him into the front yard. Before Sam could recover, the men had stormed into the house. Kathy started screaming. Somber and silent, Steve and Tracy crossed over Hatchet Creek, then followed the trail as it began to wind and switch back up the steep slope of the draw. "We're getting close to Saddle Horse," Steve kept thinking. The light was fading fast, and soon they would have no visual advantage. The dragon would have it all. "Tracy," he called softly. She was riding ahead of him, and at first he thought she didn't hear him. Finally, she responded. "You know, Steve, when we get out of here, we ought to go to Tanner's Lodge on Coal Creek, just the other side of this pass. You wouldn't believe the rooms they have there, all dark-stained woodwork and plush rugs and soft comforters on the beds." Well, for someone who just reminded him to keep quiet, she was talking rather loudly. Steve kept his voice low, hoping she'd get the hint. "How much longer do you suppose we'll have the overhead cover?" "We'll break out of it pretty soon." "We might want to think twice before we ride out in the open." She sounded puzzled. "Why? What are you so worried about?" Did he really have to say it? The dragon, remember? He couldn't see her face clearly, but he heard her sniff a derisive little laugh. "The dragon will never find us. Tracy, we can't—" "I knew there was something special about you. Doug's plenty of wind and muscle on the outside, but inside he's a wimp, just as thin as paper. What I needed was a man with a real heart, some real character. Well, I got him. I got him." He sniffed the air. There it was, that smell. So he hadn't imagined it. Tracy kept on. "Did I ever tell you about Andy Schuler and me? Boy, that was wild. I'll tell you what ruined it, when I told him I was going to be a cop." She laughed. "He thought I was going to say I was pregnant. I don't know which would have been worse. He took it so hard." "Oh, God, no. Don't let it happen to her. Tracy, are you feeling all right? It never would have worked out. Look at him now, still loafing around, shooting pool at Charlie's." "Tracy, hold up a second." "The thing with Jimmy never went anywhere either. Oh, you never met Jimmy. He was hurt in the mines and lost his leg. That was too bad. I really liked him." They were climbing above the tree line into the open. Steve nudged his horse and came up alongside. "Tracy, hold on a second. Now stop." "But I think you're the man like other men wish they were. You know what I mean?" He reached over and grabbed her reins. "Whoa!" Now he could see her face to face in the light of a rising moon. A slick, glistening streak of black was crawling down her shirt from her heart to her waist. The stench was unmistakable. "Tracy, are you in pain?" She smiled almost playfully. "No, I'm not in pain. Why should I be?" He grabbed her shoulder. "Can't you see what's happening to you?" "Sure, I'm in love." He shook her a little. "Now listen to me. The dragon's doing this. This mark. You're getting used to it. You're getting careless." She looked at him with a silly, vacant expression. "Nothing's going to happen to me, sweetheart. I got you now. I win." Then she gave a drunken laugh as a new burst of black slime crawled down her chest like tar. "I've got to get you out of here." He tried to take her horse's reins. "No," she said, giving him a playful, scolding slap on his hand. He could feel droplets of black ooze spattering his face. "You have to come with me. I got you fair and square. Tracy, we've got to—" "Hey-ya!" she shouted to her horse, kicking its sides. It shot forward up the trail. "Catch me if you can." She was riding into the open across a wide meadow with nothing but clear sky overhead. He kicked his own horse and took off after her. As he looked up the slope, he could clearly make out the sawtooth spine of Saddle Horse. Saddle Horse was more than close. They were riding on its slopes right now. Tracy's horse whinnied, then balked, pawing the ground and circling, refusing to continue up the trail. Just beyond, the trail passed through a gently tapering mound of rocks and small trees. "Hey-ya!" Steve kicked the stallion in desperation, and it shot forward. "Tracy! Tracy! Get away from there!" Her horse was still fighting against her. "No, you come with me." "Tracy, it's the dragon. It's a trap." She shouted back in anger. "There isn't any dragon. Now come on. I want out of this valley with you." He tried to coax her. "We'll do it, but you have to come this way." His horse spooked, leaping backward, bucking. He held on for all he was worth. The meadow between him and Tracy was suddenly moving, bulging, heaving. A monstrous tapered shaft appeared, flexing like an eel. Tracy's horse whinnied and reared up on its hind legs. The shaft whipped violently, catching her horse under the rib cage and swatting it over on its back. Tracy disappeared in the tall meadow grass as the horse rolled, kicking and snorting, and finally righted itself. In utter panic, it ran straight downhill and disappeared into the trees. "Tracy!" Steve yanked the shotgun from its scabbard and leaped from his horse, chambering around. Tracy struggled to her feet, stunned and disoriented. The mound of rock was immediately behind her, and now it too was starting to move. "Steve!" Steve was aiming the shotgun. "Get down!" Where could he shoot? What part of the dragon was where? She stood there, stunned and confused. The dragon's tail rose from the grass and swatted her backward. She fell against the rocks, and the rocks came alive with waves and ripples of red and purple light. Suddenly the stupor was gone. She understood, and with the awakening came an unspeakable terror. "Steve!" She tried to run, but as Steve watched in horror, a tree faded into 3 clawed fingers. The silver claws were blurred streaks as they struck her in the rib cage, spinning her, throwing her sideways to the ground. "No!" Steve dashed forward, weaving from side to side, trying to see the beast's outline. The mound of rocks became glimmering silver scales. Expansive wings unfurled like banners against the sky. The golden eyes, silver horns, and gnarled brow rose high above the meadow on a tree-sized neck. Steve had his shot and took it, centering on the dragon's snout. The creature lurched as it was hit, and the shock rippled down the neck scales like bolts of electricity. From somewhere, Tracy screamed his name, and then he saw her just below the dragon's raised neck. She was crawling toward him, her shirt hanging from her ribs in bloody shreds. "Run, Steve, run! Get out of here!" The huge 3-fingered hand reached down, and the claws hooked under her body and flipped her several feet into the air. She landed in the grass on her back. The clawed hands reached again. Steve aimed the shotgun for those wicked golden eyes. The dragon raised its bony fingers in front of its face. The beast held Tracy Ellis. She was limp and dying. Steve moved sideways, looking for a shot. The dragon kept Tracy between them, holding her up like a shield. Tracy's mouth contorted as she tried to speak, but her punctured lungs only produced a trickle of blood from the corner of her mouth. Blood and black fluid ran down over the scaled hand that held her. The dragon looked at Steve with both eyes, and then at the woman in its grasp. In one eternal instant, the jaws closed over Tracy Ellis's head and chest, and the teeth knifed through her body as if slicing the air, meshing together with a metallic grind. Steve went numb. In shock, he collapsed and fell backward to the ground, but didn't know it, didn't feel it. His mind could not accept the unspeakable, unfathomable horror of what he was seeing. The dragon didn't chew, it just swallowed the first bite, then the second, then the last, and never took its eyes off him. A sliver of sense returned to Steve only when Tracy was totally gone and the scales started shifting to the color of the night sky. No! It wasn't anger that began to fill him, but raw killing instinct. No, you don't! He could still make out the shape of the torso, a bulge in the starry tapestry behind it. He fired, and the vague shape before him flashed like fireworks. The golden eyes appeared to send a familiar message in their malicious glint. You're mine now. I'll never let you go. Then the head, the wings, and the serpentine-scaled body all blended with the meadow, the trees, the sky. The dragon had full advantage. Too shocked and horrified to think, Steve turned and ran for his horse. Wind from the beating of huge wings rippled the grass. Steve hit the ground as the beast passed over. Then he looked up just in time to see his horse jerk skyward like a limp puppet, shake violently from side to side, and drop to earth again, the head clipped off at the shoulders. Steve rolled, then crawled, then scrambled for the trees farther down the hill, like a small animal being chased by a hawk. He had no strategy now, no tactics, no plan. It was only running for his life. He could hear the wings beating behind him and see the meadow grass whipping in the wind as he leaped and sprinted, wild with terror and adrenaline. He dove under the cover of the trees as high above the forest canopy groaned and snapped from a sudden impact. Limbs snapped like gunshots, trees groaned and swayed, needles and branches floated and clattered to the ground. It was coming after him, fighting its way into the trees. A madness, a violent purge, began to spread through Hyde River as miners, loggers, and truckers took to the streets whooping, hollering, pillaging. Jack and Amy Carlson were thrown from their home along with all their possessions, and then the Malones. Then other homes were raided and robbed, the families dragged into the street, the husbands beaten, the children terrified. There was no moral code to guide the town. There was only Harold Bligh, unleashed and empowered to carry out in action all he had become in spirit. Steve ran, thrashed, and beat his way down the mountain until he reached Hatchet Creek, then hid himself in the cold water under a tangle of debris, trying to calm himself, trying to think. The memory of Tracy, the horrible images of her death, now became his enemy. The more he replayed what had happened, the more he wanted to die, just crawl out in the open and get the whole thing over with. He shook his head, then he reached into the river and splashed water in his face. Wake up, Steve. You have to live. You have to fight and prevail. Any weapons? Any resources? Think. The shotgun was gone. He had no recollection of dropping it. All he remembered was running. What if the dragon had flown off to digest his meal? He caught himself. No wishful thinking, Benson. Care. Remember what Levi said. Care. He had to assume the dragon was still hunting him, that the danger was not over. He felt the wound over his heart. He couldn't see it in the dark, but it felt about the same, raw to the touch, throbbing at times, burning at other times. Sometimes he didn't feel it at all. I don't feel it when I don't care, he thought. Tracy's had been dripping all over her, and she hadn't felt a thing. So maybe Levi was right. Again, maybe this mark was a matter of the heart. Somehow, maybe it was a spiritual matter. The victim became linked with the dragon just as a trout became linked with the fisherman. The solution was to get the hook out. But how? According to Levi, who believed the dragon was sin, the way to get the hook out was to get right with God. Find Jesus. Well, whether or not the dragon's connection was spiritual or biochemical or whatever it was, Steve needed a strategy. Building or finding a fortress to fend the dragon off wouldn't work, and neither would escaping the area. Either way, the hook being set, all the dragon had to do was wait until Steve got careless. He struck himself in the chest, and the wound lashed back at him with a wave of fresh pain. Good, he said. You just keep hurting. Don't let me forget about you. He had to destroy the dragon, that was clear. But he would have to do it before he no longer cared to do it. If he could make it back toward the mines he'd investigated yesterday, perhaps he could locate the one cavern Jules Cryer told him about, but which he never found. He had a good idea where the cavern wasn't, which would narrow his search. The last place the dragon would look for him would be in its own lair, or so he hoped. That stoked Steve's fires. Sure. Why be only the hunted? I'll do some hunting myself. Andy Schuler and his buddies were going through Levi Cobb's garage and also his apartment upstairs, looking for anything they could salvage before somebody else did. Levi's tools vanished quickly enough. A binder left on the workbench drew little interest. It was tossed into a big waste can in the search for more useful items. In the tavern, Harold Bligh had scribbled out a list of names, then added more names as they came to mind.
Mrs. Dorning's packing.
Bernie reported. He crossed her name off. All right now. Who else? Who else? What about the Nelsons?
Andy was wondering what excuse to use.
He doesn't need an excuse, Bly said angrily. I own that house and I want them out. Simple enough.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Paul offered. I think the Hazlets ought to go.
Who are they?
New family. They make jewelry and their business card has a little fish symbol on it.
Bly nodded. If they are in trouble now, they will be. Take 'em out.
Maybe there really was a God, Steve thought. If there was, he was getting a prayer of thanks from Steve Benson right now. Steve had gotten his bearings from his previous exploration, and figuring the dragon would never lure him to its actual home, pushed farther in the opposite direction from that first cave, down and around the south slope of Saddle Horse and straight to pay dirt. The opening was too small to be the cavern's main entrance, but the smell drifting down the slope was as good as a signpost. He'd found the dragon's lair. Steve reached into his shirt pocket and brought out his trusty disposable lighter, his tool for lighting campfires and the only piece of camping gear he still had with him. He flicked the lighter and took his first look down the jagged, angular passage. This was obviously not the main entrance to the cavern, for it was too small. It was big enough to accommodate him, however, so he slipped inside. The shaft was nearly vertical, like a crooked chimney. He would have to inch his way down, foothold by foothold, spanning the shaft with his arms and legs, or pushing against the opposite wall with his arms to keep his back tight against the rocks. He descended about 40 feet, then found a good combination of foothold on one side and ledge on the other. He stopped to rest. The smell of death was stronger now, the air heavy and unmoving. He could sense an open expanse below him. He looked down past his feet. Something was looking up at him. He almost lost his grip on the shaft walls, but held on, shaking, heart racing, the lighter clenched in his fist. It was a human skull about 10 feet below him, jaw slack so the face seemed to be laughing. It lay among other bones, scattered about on the cave floor like driftwood on a beach. Steve worked his way down out of the shaft into a large room, then held the lighter above his head. He'd landed in hell. As far as the feeble flame could cast its light, he saw human bones and skulls. They littered the rock shelves, the ledges, the crevices. They lay among the broken stones. They clustered in the recesses and hollows. They piled layer upon the floor. Most were dry, aged, fading to the color of the sand, but some were fresh and white, picked clean, but for a few blackening shreds of sinew and tendon. Like trophies, a century of them. Steve released the little lever, and the lighter went out. He welcomed the darkness. He felt he could hide in it, as a child hides under his bed covers, and for a long moment he stayed right there, regrouping, trying to comprehend the scene. So this is where they end up, he thought. Charlie's here someplace, and Maggie, and Vic, and Cliff. Their final destination. For the people lying in this cavern, time had run out. As for the people still alive and walking about in Hyde River, who could say? Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. But they were all bound for the same end, dry bones and dragon manure. Steve felt a particular chill. Before the night was over, Tracy would be here. In time, so would he. His hand went to his heart. The welt had widened and was raw to the touch. It was his ticket to this place. I'm standing in hell, he thought. I'm seeing my future, and it's not that different from my present. I'm doomed even as I live, which means there's no point to living, so why live, why struggle, why prolong my existence? He clamped his hands around his head, afraid his mind would vaporize through his skull. Get a grip, Steve. Come on, control. He had to remind himself, rather forcefully, that he was here because he was on the offense, looking for a way, any way, to turn this thing around. He had to press on. He relit the lighter and set out, walking upon the bones because there was no other surface to walk on. The bones twisted, rolled, and crunched under his feet, and several times he almost fell. He thought he saw a vast, dark passage ahead and moved in that direction. Then a glint of metal caught his eye, a gold necklace. He began to spot other such relics of the past, watches, jewelry, buttons, gold coins, even an old derringer. It seemed the dragon digested only flesh and regurgitated everything else. Another metallic glint caught his eye, eyeglasses. He stooped to pick them up and recognized the same thick lenses, the cockeyed misalignment of the temples. These glasses had belonged to Charlie Mack. A short distance away, he spotted something else familiar, an old weathered hat with a wide, drooping brim. He picked it up and examined it closely. There was no doubt. The hat had belonged to Jules Cryer.
Steve thought he could hold steady, but his strength failed him. He teetered and then fell among the bones, the hat in his hand. The lighter went out, and the darkness closed in around him. "Live and let live," Crier had said. "Leave the dragon alone, and he'll leave you alone." It sounded like a nice philosophy, but now Crier was here with the others. The pragmatic mind of the university professor refused to function down here. He wasn't just close to death, he was surrounded by it, immersed in it, and as loudly as his heart cried for an answer, his mind could not provide one. For the first time in years he prayed, "Oh, Lord, there's got to be a way out of here." His eyes were burning with tears. "You can't let this happen." He flicked the lighter and saw that he wasn't far from the passage out of this room. That had to be the way out. When he got there, the dragon's footprints and the groove left by its dragging tail were evident in the sandy floor. He should be able to follow them to the main entrance. Before long, he could feel cool, fresh air moving down the tunnel from the outside, and he quickened his pace. Another 400 feet, and he was looking at the stars again. After the heavy, stench-laden air of the cavern, the crisp mountain air was nearly intoxicating. After being in the lair of death itself, he had never felt so alive. "I came through. I made it." He looked behind him. Even from this short distance away, the cavern entrance was hard to see. The cliff walls and surrounding rocks were laid out in sharp bends directly in front of it, forming an effective blind. But now where was he? These mountain peaks across the valley were familiar. As a matter of fact, he took off across the mountain face, leaping from rock to rock, feeling a remarkable new surge of energy. Jeff Nelson, a good miner the company should have kept, knew what was happening. He'd heard the yelling out in the streets. He'd made some calls, he'd loaded his guns, and he was ready to protect his home and his family. Andy Schuler and his buddies didn't even have to bang on his door before Jeff threw it open and aimed his hunting rifle right in Andy's face. "Back up, Andy!" A gunshot made them all duck. The shot had come from one of Andy's group, a stubble-faced idler who had borrowed the .45 he held in his hand. He was wide-eyed at what he had just done, but then he started to grin. Jeff was dead before he knew he'd been hit. Andy recovered from his shock, bolstered himself, and ordered, "Okay, boys, clear it out!" With a whoop, they stormed into the house as Jeff's wife screamed for mercy and the 4 children started crying. Doug and Kyle moved the roadblock and then watched as the Carlsons, the Malones, the widow Dorning, and several other families drove out of town with whatever they could carry away. "Doug," yelled Bruce Dilley, a miner on welfare who preferred not to mine, "what about all that stuff they left behind?" Doug gave him a knowing look. "You see something you want, help yourself." There was just a moment's hesitation. "What about Harold?" "What about him?" Bruce and several friends thought that over, arrived at a conclusion as a body, and with whoops and hollers raced each other to get there first. Steve had to marvel. Jules Crier never knew how close he was. Steve had gotten his hunch from the mountain peaks across the valley and followed that hunch across the meadow and to the brink of a cliff where he now lay prone in a niche, looking down at the roof of Jules Crier's cabin, only 200 feet below him. The cabin appeared to be intact. Steve had no resources, no weapons, no food. He was alone in the dark on the side of a bare mountain, courting the risk of exposure. He had a tenacious beast hunting him down, taking advantage of some intangible, maybe spiritual link with him. His friend from the sheriff's office had been eaten before his eyes. The friend he recognized too late had been shot dead. With no other resources, Steve found that praying to God was taking on great importance. "Now, Lord, you've helped me so far." Prayer brought hope, and hope made fighting for his life worthwhile. It made formulating a plan worthwhile. It made climbing down to Jules Crier's cabin to carry out that plan worthwhile. When Sheriff's Deputy Joe Hansen checked in at the Sheriff's Department in West Fork, the place looked clean. Too clean. The smell of bleach and cleanser was obvious, as if someone had just scrubbed the place. Even more strange, there wasn't a soul around. The jail cells were empty, and they too were scrubbed clean. Sheriff Collins was not in his office, even though his car was parked outside and his jacket was hanging on its hook. So it wasn't signs of foul play that made Joe Hansen suspicious. It was the obvious lack of them. When he took a closer look at Collins's jacket, he noticed black smears all over the back and wrinkled his nose at the smell. Where had Collins been to pick up this stuff? Then he chanced to see a stain behind the office door and knelt to examine it. It was blood, all right. He grabbed his handheld radio. "West Fork Central, car 30, Joe Hansen." "West Fork Central," came the dispatcher's voice. "Call the State Patrol. Something's happened to the sheriff."
Steve was out in front of the cavern entrance, plainly visible, scanning the sky and the flanks of the mountain, walking nonchalantly back and forth, and talking loudly. I guess Jennifer needed a gentler hand. You know women, the way they are. You have to make them feel loved and give them flowers and all that garbage. I mean, what did she expect? Like I've got time for that kind of thing. I earned a living, didn't I? That should have been enough. He kept his eyes open, but so far nothing looked out of place. Well, may as well keep mouthing off, like Maggie and Charlie and Vic and Tracy. I mean, a man's got to do what a man's got to do. I've got my life, my career. I've got bears to track and tag, papers to write, classes to teach. The very fate of nature itself hinges on my involvement. Jennifer never understood that. He paused to listen. No sounds yet. And she should have. She was the problem, not me. Hey, if our marriage fell apart, it wasn't my fault. Far to the east, a star wiggled, then another. And anyway, maybe it was all for the best. It made me available again, and I can't knock that. When Tracy came along, I could... He should have known this part would hurt. I could... Maybe now would be a good time to quit. He couldn't help thinking of Cliff. It had been so easy to blame him, to be angry with him, to marvel at his impulsiveness, his stupidity. Well, Cliff, better move over, bro. I'm standing in the same place. A wrinkle in the sky was coming his way across the valley. He could see it widening, growing. Jules Cryer's cabin was just over the rocky bluff, out of sight. If Steve ran, he could get there in just a few minutes, if he had a few minutes. But he had to be sure the dragon saw where he was going. Against all fear, Steve hollered, "Hey, I'll make up my own rules, and I'll get away with it. Just you watch." That should do it. He took off, running over the rocks, leaping over a crevasse, and scrambling down the bluff toward the cabin. He heard the rushing and beating of the monstrous wings above him and looked up. No camouflage this time. The dragon was a clear, silvery shadow in the sky, its eyes like the landing lights of an aircraft, locking onto him like lasers. Steve ran, leaping over the rocks, stumbling over a boulder, bounding ahead. The cabin was close, but not close enough. Not close enough. The dragon swept its wings back and began to drop toward the earth, its image growing, stretching, filling more and more of the sky. Its shadow swept over the cabin as Steve reached the front door and clambered inside, slamming and bolting the door behind him. Crash! 3 silver claws pierced through the ceiling, then twisted, yanked, and withdrew. Steve hit the floor against the rear wall, his body curled, his arms upraised for protection. The claws crashed through the window and groped about the cabin, throwing the table against the wall like a toy, breaking out the opposite window, hooking the bed and flinging it across the room. Steve wriggled on his belly, rolled like a log, scurried this way then that, too busy dodging death to fear it. The razor-tipped claws whistling over his head, impaling the log walls, wrenching free, then groping again. The hand withdrew through the window, pulling out the window frame. Chung! Silvery claws punched like spears through the metal roofing again, jutted into the room and then curled inward as the dragon crumpled the metal, the planks, the plywood. The dragon tore at the cabin roof, ripping away the sheet metal, yanking the rafters loose and pulling them up like toothpicks. Steve remained tightly curled in a corner of the cabin, watching his little fortress disappear in flying shreds and wondering how long he should wait. Now the cabin was open to the sky, and the huge head punched through with scarcely room to turn and twist. The eyes like burning lamps, the nostrils flared, the teeth bared, snorting and snuffing after its prey. It's time, Steve thought. He ducked through the thick wooden door in the back of the cabin. One huge golden eye was only inches from him when he slammed the door shut and bolted it. He hurried down the access tunnel to Cryer's mine, hoping the dragon would try to tear the door open, hoping the beast wouldn't notice the entire row of explosives set along the back wall of the cabin. Boom! The mountainside erupted in a ball of fire as logs, furniture, roofing, and debris soared into the sky on a plume of flame and smoke. The dragon, limp and aflame, its wings shredded and burning, floated upward, then dropped like a flaming aircraft down the mountainside until it landed on its back in the low, scrubby pines just above the tree line. It rolled 1, 2, and finally 3 slow turns down the hill before it came to rest against a stand of firs. Deep inside the tunnel leading from Cryer's cabin to his mine, Steve cowered in a tight corner, his fist wrapped in a death grip around the detonator. Lieutenant Barnard of the State Patrol went into the central office area of the precinct and found Evelyn Benson still seated in the chair he'd offered her, unwilling to leave. Barnard took a chair nearby and spoke gently. "Mrs. Benson, you'll be interested to know we just heard from the county sheriff's office." She brightened with hope. "Now do you believe me?" He seemed apologetic.
We have decided to look into it." Steve worked his way out of Cryer's mine, stepping over burning embers and pieces of Cryer's cabin. Judging from the scattered logs, boards, and pieces of furniture scattered everywhere, he'd succeeded in wiping the cabin off the face of the earth. As for the dragon, he carried Jules Cryer's shotgun as he stole carefully to the area immediately below the cabin site. Oh no. Dared he believe it? There was the dragon, at least 200 feet below, lying against the tree line like a long, twisted tree trunk, one wing sticking up like a broken umbrella. A front leg half blown away was still smoldering. Steve made sure the shotgun had a round in the chamber, then started down the steep, rocky slope. If this thing wasn't dead yet, he was going to finish it. He was going to make sure. He looked down at the black stain on his chest. It seemed to be drying. He touched it. Nothing came off on his fingers. The slime had turned to a dry crust. He didn't want to get too optimistic too soon, but he felt such a release, such a lightness of spirit, that he couldn't help laughing out loud. "Ha ha! Gotcha!" he cried. Maybe, he had to remind himself. He slowed his pace, stepping carefully down over the rocks, drawing closer. Small fires flickered all around him, and the stench of smoke stung his nostrils and occasionally blocked his vision. Steve had to find a vulnerable point somewhere to fire the finishing shot. Perhaps the belly, maybe the neck. Then he hesitated. For some reason, without warning, he felt a sickening pain in his stomach, an anguish in his soul. He took some deep breaths and even lowered his head a little, but it didn't help. He prodded himself to keep approaching. About 10 feet away, he paralleled the dragon's flank, surveying the thick scales, trying to locate the vital organs, and some way to put a shot through them. Even as he did, it occurred to him that he didn't feel good about it. He shook away a cloud of doubt and forced himself to study the dragon's anatomy as best he could. With effort, he located the rib cage and the most likely location of the heart and lungs. If he could get the shotgun barrel jammed between some scales somewhere, he didn't want to do it. Stupid thought. He shook it off. He had to do it. This thing was a killer, and would kill again if he didn't kill it first. Steve forced himself to approach the chest cavity and the rib cage. Now, to get that shot through the heart and lungs, he had to find a chink, a crack, a gap. He couldn't do it. He forced himself to aim the shotgun at the massive scaled flank. The barrel began to waver. His hands were shaking. With a frustrated sigh, he let his arm go slack. The gun barrel sank toward the ground. There was just something about this creature, about this whole situation. He couldn't go through with it. "Come on," he told himself out loud. "Let's get this done. This monster's out to kill you, to kill everybody." He tried to raise the shotgun again. His hands shook. The barrel wiggled crazily, and he lowered the gun. He couldn't kill it. He couldn't kill it because it was... He couldn't explain it. But as he looked at that long serpentine body spread out before him, he felt he was looking at a part of his own body, no different from his arm, his leg, his hand. As strange as it seemed, he felt like he'd be killing himself. "I can't kill it. It's mine. It's me." He wanted to touch the creature. He wanted to feel those cold scales under his fingers. He knew better. He knew he shouldn't. He knew it would be dangerous. But he just had to. The shotgun dropped from his hands. He reached out toward the scales, and his hand came to rest on the thick belly plating. It felt like ceramic tile, cool, hard, and impenetrable. A marvelous creature, beautiful in design. He ran his hand along the scales, the power in this thing, the incredible strength and beauty, like nothing else in the world, and he could sense it so clearly now as he touched it. It was a part of him. He was a part of it. He owned it. He loved this beast. Something dribbled down his chest, and he looked in time to see a black stream soaking his shirt, dripping over his belt, spreading in a pool across the dragon's scales. For some reason, he thought of Tracy. The scales under his hands quivered. He lurched backward, falling onto the rocks just as the monster's snout fell like a tree on its own belly, and the jaws clamped shut with a metallic grating. Steve scrambled up the hill, his chest, hands, and arms spattered and slick, the dust sticking and caking on the slime. He looked back to see the long neck curled in a near circle, the head suspended just above the prone body, swaying, rubbery, weak. The eyes were half open. The dragon was trying to recover, trying to see. He loved to look at the dragon, to watch it. He wanted to stay there forever and be a part of it. It was trying to eat him. He wanted to keep it. It was trying to eat him. He didn't want to leave. It was trying to eat him.
Something in his spirit, some deeply buried sense of conscience finally prevailed, and he began to inch, then stumble, then run across the mountain slope as the beast awakened, coiled, and twisted to right itself. The stupor was gone. Now his eyes were open, and all he could see was evil. He turned and fled downhill. Harold Bly wasn't getting any reports. He could hear screams, shouting, even gunshots out in the streets of Hyde River. But Andy wasn't keeping him informed, and neither was Carl, and he hadn't seen Doug in over an hour. He didn't want his face identified with what was going on out there, and yet he was beginning to wonder if he had trusted the others a little too much. He looked at his watch. If he didn't get a report from somebody in 10 minutes... Andy Schiller's mob had broken up, each man looking after his own whims and desires. Andy and John Tyler were going through the Hazlett home, pawing through handmade jewelry. Abel Hoffmeyer felt entitled to a chainsaw in the front window of the hardware store and kicked the glass out to get it. The crash got people's attention. The idea caught on, and soon the power and garden tools, housewares, and tape players started going out the door. Becky Nelson and her 4 children had to flee on foot from their home as people yelled and threw stones at them. Just in time, Ken and Cherry Hazlett came by in their pickup and helped them into the truck bed. Then the Hazletts and Nelsons fled through the open roadblock and out of town. Henry Gorse heard what was happening to his hardware store and finally got there armed with a shotgun. "What do you people think you're doing? Put that stuff down!" No one listened. "I'm not on the list!" That didn't seem to matter. He fired into the air. Someone felt threatened and fired back. Gorst fell to the street, a bullet in his shoulder. Steve was driven now by enough fear that it mattered little what might be in front of him. He just kept crashing, slashing, and pushing his way downhill through the undergrowth. He felt no pain from the wound over his heart, but it was dripping all over him, as if he'd severed a black artery. This is it, he thought, the final stage. What had that creature done to him? He loved that beast while knowing it would eat him. He didn't want to run even as he ran. High above, on the rocky slope of Saddle Horse, the dragon was drawing strength from hearts and spirits now in chaos below, from the town of Hyde River, from scattered souls up and down the valley, and from that little man now scrambling down the mountainside. It raised its head high, its neck a stunning question mark against the sky, and inhaled a long breath that swelled its chest. Then it raised itself on its left foreleg and the stump of its right, and peered into the valley. It couldn't see the little man, but it knew where he was. It knew where he was going. Harold Bly looked at his watch. The 10 minutes were up, and the noise outside was getting worse. Like it or not, he had to get out there and take control. With the town cleared out, the dragon would be on his side again. With the hearts of the town in his pocket, the land and wealth would follow, pure and simple. He'd been holding a towel to his chest. The wound was oozing black slime, soaking the towel, fouling the air. Well, no matter. It didn't hurt a bit, and soon it would clear up. He threw the towel aside and ran out the back door. Paul Myers had been looking all over the town for his former partner and finally found Jimmy Yates in, of all places, Paul's own living room, going through Paul's desk. "Hey, Paul, how's it going?" "Where's that pumper truck?" "Hey, I'll make you a deal. You give me the company checkbook, I'll give you the truck." Paul smirked at that. "So you can cash out the account? You think I'm crazy?" "Hey, you want the pumper back? You give me the money. Simple." "You want simple?" Paul answered, pulling a pistol from his belt. Oh, what a feeling. Harold Bly no sooner got into the street than he saw Andy Schiller and his buddies setting fire to the Carlson home.
"What are you doing?" he screamed. "I didn't tell you to burn it down."
Andy just stood there with the empty gasoline can in his hands, proud of himself.
"So what? You going plenty more?"
"Why, you stupid!"
Bly grabbed Andy, but Andy's buddies grabbed Bly. He kicked and shook them loose, then stood there glaring at them, just now noticing that they were all smeared and stained with the same black stuff, their chests, their arms, their faces. Just then Carl Ingfeld's wife came running down the street, pushing a brand-new lawnmower. They all cheered. "All right!"
"Nice catch!"
"Go, baby, go!"
Bly ran toward the center of town in time to see neighbors, friends, and even people he'd never met running into Henry Gorst's hardware store and back out with anything and everything they could carry. He shouted, he hollered, he protested. They laughed, they smiled, they kept stealing. Steve had floated down the river, then hiked, then floated again, until now he reached the waist-deep water just under the bridge that connected the four-way stop with the big Hyde Mining Company complex. He was listening to the shouting, the shooting, the screams and jeers. He could see the glow of fire reflected from the face of the company building. The dragon, though physically in the mountains, was present everywhere in this place right now. Well, his actions would not be those of any avowed rationalist college professor. As for the rules of self-preservation, he was about to defy them. But he'd spent the whole trip down the river from Saddle Horse thinking about it, and now he intended to do something distinctly and oddly human. He intended to stick around, risk his life, and complete Levi Cobb's plan. He clambered up out of the river to a graveled alley that ran behind a row of houses, then headed south until he found the street that would take him up to the old church. He came to the main street and peered around the corner. A house was going up in flames, and people were scurrying like ants, each loaded down with something stolen. Prone bodies lay in the street, ignored and unaided. Some teenagers were out breaking windows, and some men were firing guns at buildings, cars, and road signs. They've all lost it, he thought. Like Charlie, like Tracy, like all the others. That could only mean the dragon was on its way to collect. Okay, God, it's your show now. You call it. He made a mad dash across the Hyde River Road and up the hill beyond, unnoticed. The Carlson house was burning down to a blackened skeleton. The hardware store was nearly empty. The homes of the evicted had been picked clean, but the appetites of the town had not diminished. The two-pump Chevron station offered little, but across the street, Charlie's Tavern and Mercantile, recently renovated, fully stocked, and newly reopened for business, called to the crowds like an irresistible promised land. The cowbell over the door rang non-stop as the place filled up. Bottles flew across the room to waiting hands. Bottle tops twisted, corks popped, and the foam sprayed. The cash register rang as it gave away money. Folks spat on the floor because it wasn't allowed, and somewhere under all the noise, Harold Bly screamed while nobody listened. Smoothly, silently, black as night, cold as the river in which it slithered and swam, the creature slipped into the raucous, noisily preoccupied town, passing under the bridge, low in the water like a crocodile, hearing the sounds, sniffing the stench of its own handiwork. It lowered its 3 good feet into the rocky riverbed and halted just below the bridge. Steve found the church door unlocked. The church had a warm and intimate little sanctuary with short, rustic pews and a large stained glass window above the choir loft. Steve hurried up to the front and knelt in front of the platform. Lord God, he blurted out loud, his eyes looking about warily, as you know, I am not a religious person. I have seldom, if ever, entered a church, but I'm a believer now. I'm willing to accept your existence and the rightness of your commandments, whatever they are. We'll just have to make this all-inclusive for now, if that's okay. So, Lord God, having established that, I admit I have not lived my life in such a way that would be totally pleasing to you. I'm sure you're aware of that. Behind him, the church door opened silently, then closed again. He was trying to get this task completed as quickly as possible, but as thoroughly as required. So, Lord, I'm a sinner. It's that simple, I admit it. I've got this black stuff all over me. I'm being hunted by a tenacious monster. He stopped. He was talking to God. He'd have to be honest. Okay, I'm a very proud man, very self-serving, I suppose, and quite individualistic, sort of the center of my universe. So, consequently, I've violated your moral laws. I've not been honest and faithful in my relationships, and I've caused someone else not to be honest and faithful in hers. This could take all night, and he didn't have all night. Lord, I do apologize for hurrying through this, but the dragon could be on its way here right now, and I have a lot to do, so let me get to the bottom line if I may. Lord God, if I'm to prevail against that dragon tonight, his hand went to his heart, I need to win a victory here first. So, Lord, I'm bringing it to you, all the sin, every evil thing that's inside me, the dragon that's living in there, whatever it is, however it works. And I'm asking you, Lord, to take it away. Please, unhook me, set me free. He looked up through the window, as if God was looking down. Jesus, forgive me. Please, forgive me.
Steve?
Came a quiet voice behind him. He spun around, startled. It was Reverend Ron Wood sitting in the front pew.
I saw you come in here. I thought I could be of some help.
Well, Reverend, I may not have time right now.
But I heard you asking for forgiveness.
Wood's eyes seemed strangely vacant. Steve, you don't need forgiveness. Guilt is a relative term. It's something we foist on ourselves.
What? Why do you think those people down there are looking and fighting and destroying? It's because they've been deprived for so long they can't feel good about themselves. If you're true to yourself, if you love yourself, you won't hurt others.
Steve absolutely had to get going. Reverend, listen, I've been totally devoted to myself, okay? I've been absolutely nuts about myself, but let me tell you, I've hurt other people a lot.
And now you feel guilty, right? Well, I used to feel guilty. Did you know that? I was bitter, and I was envious of other ministers who were successful. But now I know there is no guilt after all. It's all in your head.
Steve noticed the Reverend's hand had remained over his heart. He reached over and pulled the hand away. The black slime stretched in strings from Woods's fingers to his chest. You're hooked.
Steve, there isn't any dragon. That's just a superstition, a tool some people use to manipulate others.
Steve edged toward the door. I have to go. Woods's blackened hand shot out like a trap and locked onto Steve's arm.
There is no dragon.
The stained glass window exploded in a shower of glass, and Steve saw the golden eyes, the gleaming teeth, and the groping silver claws. He yanked himself loose and dashed down the center aisle. Oof! Woods tackled him, bringing him down, then clung on like a wild man, his blackened hands streaking Steve's clothing. The dragon's neck flowed through the window as the golden retinas once again locked onto their target. The left paw came through the opening and crunched a pew in the choir loft. The right stump groped and thumped against the window frame, trying to fit through. Steve got one leg loose, kicked Woods in the head, and broke free. He got to his feet and could hear the dragon inhaling as he reached the rear of the sanctuary. The dragon's head pitched forward, the jaws opened. Steve dashed through the foyer and out the front door just as yellow flames exploded out the side windows of the church, blew the front doors open, and rolled down the front steps. Steve ran, feeling the rolling wave of heat at his heels, seeing light like a sunrise washing over the buildings ahead of him. He could hear the church coming apart. He looked back. The dragon had burned a hole through the church roof. Now the head appeared, slashing and biting, ducking under and then lurching up and back, the horns hooking and ripping out the rafters. Burning boards and shingles were flying everywhere. Steve raced down the hill, heading for Levi Cobb's garage. That thing would be out of the church building any moment and looking for him, flames blasting and fangs ready. Whatever Levi had planned, now was the time to figure it out. "Okay, Lord," Steve huffed as he fled down the street. "It's all yours." Charlie's was a beehive gone mad, and the black slime was everywhere. From shirts and blouses it went to hands, and from hands it went to other hands, and to faces and to objects. It was on chair backs, chair seats, tabletops. It got passed around to the side of beer bottles. It went down hungry mouths with the potato chips, the French fries, the microwave sandwiches. Then folks broke into the mercantile next door and found so much good stuff to steal that they brought cars and trucks to haul it away. The church was engulfed in flames as the dragon climbed out through the roof and rolled gently down to the gravel parking lot in a shower of cinders and sparks. It crouched, wary, fevered with malice, only half camouflaged in the dark. It could hear the ballyhoo down at Charlie's, and it could sense other souls engaged in mischief, dashing and hiding throughout the town. But right now, the hunter was the first victim it wanted. Raising a clanging, bashing, metallic racket, Steve frantically searched Levi's workbench and groped among the scrap metal and heavy machine parts out behind the garage. That spear, that lance, that whatever it was, had to be here somewhere. It wasn't among the hydraulic hoses or leaning against the wall with the dismembered backhoe arm. It wasn't sitting on or behind the oil drums. It wasn't stowed in the overhead rack with the old exhaust systems. Then he saw it, and the sight stopped him in his tracks. It was atop the phone company's ladder truck. Levi had welded the lance to the powered extension ladder atop the truck, and now the lance jutted out beyond the ladder and over the cab. The broad tip had been honed and oiled. You could shave with it. What was Levi thinking? Bullets can't get through the scales, but this lance can slide between the scales, knife up under 'em. Yeah, he knew that part. The part that always puzzled him, which he hadn't figured out even yet, was how. Maybe we can prop the lance up somewhere and get the dragon to back over it and stab himself. Impossible, Steve thought. The dragon always stayed low to the ground. And yet, Levi's plan must not be impossible. He must have thought of a way. It hit him. Levi's dying words. Go to that tunnel. Use the tunnel. Jesus will take care of the rest. Steve thought it over. He envisioned it. He played it out and considered the odds. Yeah, Jesus better take care of the rest because Steve was going to try it. While state troopers combed through the Clark County Sheriff's Office for clues and evidence, Lieutenant Barnard and Evelyn Benson stood in Collins's office with Deputy Johansson. Barnard to view things firsthand and Evelyn to clarify what she'd seen.
Collins was dead, propped against the door, Evelyn indicated, and Tracy was over there near the coat rack.
And Deputy Ellis was going back to Hyde River?
She was going after Steve. They could both be in danger. Suddenly, Barnett's mobile radio squawked.
Car 118, car 118.
Barnett grabbed the radio off his belt and spoke into it.
118.
Julie, the dispatcher's voice, crackled out of the radio.
We have reports from Hyde River. Full-scale rioting, looting, gunfire. 1 man down with a gunshot wound. Aid crew is en route.
Barnett was already in motion.
Let's go. This is Benson. You can ride with me.
With whoops and hollers and a beer in each hand, Andy Schuler and his buddies came running up the hill to watch the church burn down. They never got there. Halfway up the hill, all three had the same hallucination. A freight train with big golden headlights pulling right out in front of them. They were dead, reduced to a cinder before they ever knew what it was. Just then, a vehicle roared up the hill, its lights on high beam. The dragon crouched. Steve saw the golden retinas in his headlights, the pupils contracting when the light hit them. The dragon was unable to fully camouflage itself anymore. Most of the neck and body were out in the street, the neck coiled, the head close to the pavement like a rattlesnake ready to strike. It was leaning on that stumped leg. Hopefully, it would move a little slower because of it, Steve thought. This ladder truck was no hot rod. He drove straight for the dragon's flank until the silvery scales filled his windshield, then cranked the wheel hard to the right. The dragon lurched at him, but stumbled on its shattered leg. Steve ducked down a side road that paralleled the highway. He shifted to third and took a quick look in the rearview mirror. He saw golden eyes and then nothing but flames. The truck lurched forward as if hit from behind. Steve could smell the paint blistering. With a tight right turn, tires screeching, the truck leaning, Steve drove back down the hill toward the highway. There were people in the street standing in his path. He blew the horn. He was going too fast. The dragon was hobbling only a few yards behind him, running on hind legs, hopping on its foreleg, the wings dragging in tatters on the street, the neck reaching, the teeth bared. Kawump! Steve hit the bottom of the hill, and the shocks bottomed out as screaming people leaped aside. Tires squealing, Steve made a left turn. The truck reeled and fishtailed up the main road toward the four-way stop. Steve had to get to the mining complex, but there were some more people meandering through the four-way stop, blocking off the bridge across the river. Steve jammed on the brakes, and the truck started a side skid. It slowed enough to turn. The road going up the hill was clear enough. He cranked the wheel to the left, ground the gears at a second, dodged past some blurred bodies and waving arms, and headed up the hill again. He didn't know where this street went. He only knew there was a very angry lizard behind him. How he'd ever get back to cross that bridge to the mining complex, he had no idea. Suddenly, a man's face appeared right outside Steve's window, which was down. Before he could roll it up, the man grabbed the wheel, and the truck lurched to the left. Steve pulled it to the right. A tug-of-war ensued as the man pulled to the left, and Steve steered to the right. Then the man grabbed a fistful of Steve's hair. Steve took one hand from the wheel to fight him off. Black slime was splattering on the truck cab. The truck kept rumbling up the hill, swerving and rocking. Steve saw a utility pole coming up. He cut the wheel, veering in close. The pole took off the left side mirror and the assailant. Boom! A shotgun blast got the attention of the looters in the mercantile. They froze, the canned goods, the wool socks, clothing, and garden supplies still in their hands. Harold Bly chambered another round and aimed the gun toward the ceiling.
All right now, hold it!
Click, 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 click. Pistols, revolvers, rifles aimed at him from every direction. It appeared that his power was eroding. At that moment, Carl burst in the front door.
I just saw the professor drive by.
Then he gushed something about a phone company truck and the hill above the town and lots of fire up the street. United again, everybody headed for the door.
Block the roads!
Bly shouted and charged again.
Andy, take the north end. Carl, take the south. Doug, take the four-way stop. Don't let him cross the bridge.
I saw him go up there,
Carl shouted, pointing up the hill.
Paul,
shouted Bly,
you and Kyle go after him. Flush him out. The rest of you block the roads.
Trucks and cars roared to life and raced off. Steve reached the crest of the hill and decided to go right, up a narrow road past some old frame houses. He was as good as lost. He had to find a way back to the highway, back to the four-way stop, and across that river. He spotted a black shadow leaping out from behind a house and across the road. His headlights caught the flicker of silver scales and a stringy wisp of gray smoke. There was a driveway on the right. He took it, then drove right through the yard, hooking and dragging a swing set for several yards, and then crashing through a split-rail fence. Now he was in another yard, where he dodged a laundry tree but gave it a spin, then rammed a raised planting bed with such force that his head hit the ceiling. When the headlights came down to ground level again, he was in a narrow alley. He screeched to the right again, trying to double back the way he had come, back to the four-way and that bridge. The dragon clattered and clawed up one side of a house, roosted for only an instant on the peak of the roof, and then came crashing down into the alley, its tail smashing a small porch and a row of garbage cans. It caught sight of the truck going back down the hill and lunged into the street again, caving in the roof of a car. Paul and Kyle came barreling up the hill in Kyle's off-road pickup just in time to play chicken with the telephone truck coming the other way. Steve saw them coming, their headlights and amber fog lights in his eyes. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. Get out of the way! Kyle veered to the right, so did the telephone truck. They barely missed each other. Kyle jammed on the brakes. He was about to turn around when a silvery, glittery freight train roared by the windshield. Oh, what was that? They both knew. Neither could say it. Steve was building up speed again, diving down into that four-way with little chance of stopping. The four-way was more solidly blocked than before. 2 cars were parked bumper to bumper across the bridge. Some men with rifles were standing beside them. Well, it was all or nothing now, Steve thought. He kept going, hit the horn, and held it there. He only had 50 feet to go now. People darted sideways out of his path. He could see Doug Ellis by the roadblock aiming a rifle. He ducked down, just barely able to see over the steering wheel. Crash! The truck struck both cars and spun them aside, opening the roadblock like a gate. He hit the gas and headed over the bridge. Steve took one quick look in the mirror. There was Doug Ellis aiming at him. A bullet ripped through the back door and several tool racks. Then another. Steve ducked, and the truck swerved. The four-way was full of people, trucks, cars, and loot thrown everywhere, all directly in the dragon's path as it galloped down the hill, step, thump, step, thump, step, thump. It drew a deep breath. Bernie and Melinda saw it. Joe and Elmer saw it. Harold Bly saw it. Everyone screamed and ducked behind cars, trucks, utility poles, and one another. Doug Ellis stepped out and aimed his rifle at it. The dragon expelled a ball of fire that engulfed the four-way, igniting cars, buildings, and littered loot. The hill was steep, and the dragon stumbled, then slid, then tumbled over the burning cars and through the four-way into the clear on the other side. It righted itself and bounded toward the bridge. Bly and the others were awestruck. They'd never seen it before.
Did you? Bernie stammered. Did you see that?
Paul and Kyle came to a screeching halt in the middle of the four-way.
Did you see that?
Kyle screamed, his voice a terrified falsetto.
It's going after the professor,
Bly hollered, wielding his shotgun.
It wants him! Ha ha!
He laughed with delight.
See? What did I tell you?
Nobody moved. The dragon was real. They'd seen it. Buildings and vehicles were burning all around them as further proof. And Doug Ellis was dead, burned and crushed. They were stunned, mesmerized. Meanwhile, Steve roared along the narrow ramp that paralleled the river, hoping his route would take him to the tunnel. The last time he had gone this way, he was drugged out of his skull. Oh, Lord, make this work, even if it is crazy. Bly had to goad the people to get them moving again.
Joe and Elmer, get those cars across the road again. Kyle, get your truck over there.
Kyle was looking at Doug's charred body and the 2 rammed cars.
But do it. Benson's trapped. There's no way out of there.
Bly shoved them and slapped them to get them moving.
Come on, the dragon's on our side. Let's help him out.
Joe got into one car, Elmer into the other, and they jockeyed them into position so that they blocked the road again. Melinda was cowering by the corner of the ransacked hardware store. "The dragon's not on our side," she said, her voice quivering with fear. "He's not on anybody's side." Nobody else seemed to catch her words, but Bly did. He shot her a dirty look, and then hollered his rebuttal to the others.
The dragon wants Benson. You all saw it? We gave him Benson, and he's taking Benson. He's bought the deal.
Melinda was silenced, but she did not change her mind. She only shook her head no. Kyle nosed his truck up against the 2 cars. The professor wouldn't bash his way through here next time.
All right,
said Bly, raising and waving his shotgun.
Let's go.
A mob gathered behind Harold Bly, and they started across the bridge, an armed gang ready to side with the dragon and erase the last vestige of the trouble. Steve's headlights illuminated a tunnel running under the huge company building. Was this the one? No. He remembered another. Just then, silver claws came over the wall up ahead on the right, up from the river below. Steve hit the gas, hoping he could get past the dragon in time. He had to keep that thing behind him. Silver horns appeared. Then the head came over the wall, the eyes blazing, the teeth bared, smoke puffing from the nostrils. Claws burst through the windshield in a shower of glass and grabbed hold of the cab frame. The truck lurched and leaned to the right. Steve shifted down and floored the accelerator, steering left, dragging the beast along the wall as he headed for the tunnel. One huge eye glared through the window, and stinging smoke came through the windshield. The truck reached the tunnel and squeezed in. The dragon held on, its arm going into the tunnel, until its body struck against the company building with a heavy thud. The claws slipped out, and the truck surged ahead down the dark tunnel, the roar of the engine resounding off the Water Street walls. Steve looked in the rearview mirror. A ball of fire filled the tunnel, and then a horned, golden-eyed face came through it, closing the distance. The truck shot out of the tunnel like a torpedo and into a wide expanse where Steve saw loading chutes, piles of ore, an old railroad bed. Now he remembered. This was the old railroad loading yard. There was a huge articulated loader parked at one end, a pile of rubble, and a slightly bent sheriff's patrol car lying in a heap before the big bucket. Yes, Steve remembered Levi driving that thing through the pile of debris, clearing away the barricade that blocked the tunnel. Yes, there was that other tunnel, the old railroad tunnel. He circled the loading area in a wide left turn, looking for it. Over his left shoulder, Steve saw the dragon burst from the tunnel he'd just come through. The glowing retinas locked on him. There was Levi's tunnel. Steve slammed on the brakes, jammed the truck into reverse, and backed into the tunnel. Faster, faster. He was barely able to see in the dark with only a half-melted taillight. He flipped on the left turn signal, and it flashed against the tunnel walls, giving him intermittent glimpses of where he was going. He looked ahead through the shattered windshield. No dragon. He looked behind and saw only the endless black tube of that tunnel. Try and trap me again. Come on. Let's see you sneak up from behind. There, far down the tunnel, he caught the weakest glint of silver scales, blinking back the light from his turn signal. He hit the brakes. The golden eyes reflected back the glare of his one remaining brake light. First gear, the truck eased forward. Steady, steady. Steve kept his eyes on the rearview mirror. You coming, big guy? In the weird stroboscopic effect of the turn signal, the golden eyes and glimmering scales seemed to gallop forward in violent lurches, closer and closer with each flash of light. Steve hit the gas and shot forward, keeping an eye ahead and an eye on the mirror. Now he was just about matching the dragon's speed. Good, he needed the time. He hit the brakes and brought the truck to a stop just 10 feet inside the tunnel entrance. He cranked the wheel, backed up, shifted into first, cranked the other way, lurched forward. Now the truck sat crooked, totally blocking the tunnel. The only way out was over the top. He leaped from the cab. Now the dragon was huffing fire with every breath as it ran up the tunnel. Step, thump, step, thump, step, thump. Steve ran back to the ladder control. With the slithering, stomping sound of the beast echoing all around him, he grabbed the lever and threw it forward. The hydraulic pump came to life with a whir, and the ladder started to raise toward the ceiling. He eased the lever sideways and swung the ladder around, aiming it straight out the tunnel, then raised it some more, just high enough and no higher. Now the lance angled upward, the edge of the blade reflecting the flashes of flame from behind. All set. Steve ran forward, squeezed around the truck's fender, and ran into the loading yard just as flashlights, shouts, and guns came pouring out of the opposite tunnel. The light beams caught him.
There he is!
Somebody yelled.
Benson!
Came the voice of Harold Bly. Andy Schuller, Kyle Figgin, Carl Ingfeldt, Elmer and Joe, Bernie and Harold Bly fanned out to block all paths of escape, their guns and rifles clacking as they each chambered around. Steve came to a halt. There was nowhere to go. Then came a crashing and creaking of metal behind him. Steve looked in time to see the dragon's head lunge over the top of the ladder truck as the truck creaked and rocked under its weight. The front leg groped for a foothold. The stump banged and scraped on the cab. The scaled neck slid over that lance like a creeping python. The lance tipped, clicking over each scale like a stick on a picket fence. Steve's eyes went from the dragon back to Bly and his mob. They were frozen in a bizarre, silent tableau, their flashlight beams all focused on the huge beast trapped between that truck and the tunnel ceiling. And here I am in the middle, Steve thought. The dragon was incensed. It struggled and pushed to get over the truck. Clack, 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 clack. The scales passed over the tip of the lance as the dragon slid by inch by inch. Okay, Lord, what now? Steve asked. The dragon got its shoulders through, past the truck, past the lance. In only a moment, it would be free of the truck altogether. It would be out of the tunnel, into the open, ready to take its pick of the souls at its mercy. The lance was clicking over the scales just below the rib cage. A rear foot was on the truck cab. Harold Bly found his voice, and it was shaking.
Don't be afraid, boys. He's ours. He's nothing to be afraid of.
By the way they were backing away, Steve sensed Bly's words weren't helping much. Then Steve recalled Levi's words. When the dragon sees Jesus in you, he'll back up. You'll scare him. But is Jesus in me? Clack, clack, clack. The scales moved over the lance. There was no time to wonder. Jesus, Steve prayed as he turned and faced the dragon head on, please be in me. Against all common sense, against an all-consuming terror, Steve took a small trial step of faith toward the dragon. Then he found he had enough faith for the next step, so he took it. Then the next, then the next. Now he was looking that beast right in the eyes, and for the first time he was not afraid. The dragon was pushing, clawing, trying to get around and over that ladder truck, spitting and huffing fire in its intense anger. With reckless abandon and a cry of war, Steve broke into a run, charging right under the open jaws. A blinding wall of flame blasted him off his feet, tossing him with the force of an ocean wave, carrying him along as he tumbled over and over and over. He could feel his arms, legs, every square inch of his body contacting the sharp edges of the mine waste and spilled ore as he landed and bounced and rolled in the fire. Even Harold Bly ran for cover, joining his mob behind the big loader, cowering behind the huge tires and the monstrous front bucket. The dragon clapped its jaws shut, cutting off the flame, and then it raised its head to survey its work. Small fires flickered and licked in a long, blackened streak on the ground. The air was murky with smoke. Bly gathered the fortitude to snicker.
Hey, man, what a show! That Benson's done for. He's gone.
Not quite. As they watched in amazement, a shadow emerged through the red glowing smoke in the middle of the yard. Steve Benson, dizzy and battered, struggled to his feet and looked around to get his bearings. Before he knew where he was or how he was, flames hit him again. He tumbled, then slammed flat into a wall as fingers of fire washed over him, scorching the wall black. The dragon rested, the fire receded. Steve flopped from the wall to the ground, flat on his back, feeling pulverized. All he could see was smoke. Man, what a slow way to die, he thought. But I have to get up. Slowly, deliberately, he got to his feet. Where's the dragon? Gotta make that lizard back up. Jesus will take care of the rest. Before he even knew where he was, flames hit him again, and again he went flying into the wall. Slowly, painfully, like a boxer at the count of 9, he got his legs under him, straightened his knees, and stood up. Some of Bly's men, wherever they were, shouted to one another in amazement. He heard all over. He rubbed his eyes, his face. He thought he heard sirens in the distance. Cops, fire trucks. That would help. The dragon's eyes were watching him through the smoke. He stumbled forward, toward those eyes, forward, just forward. The eyes were widening, the nostrils were flaring. That thing was sucking in air, building up for another blast. Flames hit him again, and he lost sight of the world, lost feeling, lost awareness. He woke up on his back in the hard, sharp-edged mine waste, the ground like a reeling turntable beneath him. One more time he found the strength to get to his feet, then turned right and left, looking for those eyes, those smoking, flaming nostrils. There they were, clear across the loading yard. He took a step forward, then he took another. The eyes were locked on him. They seemed surprised. Steve was surprised. He was still alive, on his feet. And he looked at his arms, his body. He wasn't burned, not even singed. He looked up at the dragon, looking back. The dragon looked as stunned as he was. Andy Schiller couldn't believe his eyes, nor could Kyle Figgin. Carl Ingfeldt squeaked, "How'd he do that?" Bly was cursing under his breath, fingering his shotgun. For a man who'd been dashed across a bed of rough gravel time after time and should have been a black cinder by now, Steve was feeling remarkably calm and resolute as he kept walking right toward that hideous beast. That big head jerked backward, and the evil eyes widened with... No. Come on, really? Did he actually see fear in those eyes? That huge, slithering, devouring monster was afraid? Steve raised a hand and gestured a pushback as he said quietly but firmly, "Go on. Get back. You don't own me. Not anymore." He could see the front foot push into the dirt, the stump gouging in. The head shied back as the neck curled. That move was obvious enough for Harold Bly to see it.
Take him. He's the one you want. We brought him to you. Kill him. What are you waiting for?
The dragon inched forward, the head lowering, the eyes glaring at Steve, staring him down. Clack! The belly moved over the lance just one more scale and stayed there. Steve stood his ground and glared right back. "You see Jesus in me, don't you?" The dragon started backing up. Steve started forward with bold, deliberate steps, staring the dragon down. "Go on! I'm through with you! You've got nothing on me!" The rear foot stepped back off the truck cab. The dragon pushed with its front leg and stump. The head turned far away from the little man coming at him. Steve felt a thrill course through him. This was working. There was a God. He started taking big, determined steps to be sure the dragon could see each one. The dragon saw them all right and slid backward over the lance. The lance was slightly crooked. It jumped a scale, and then another. Steve kept coming. "You're washed out of my life, and you know it. Now beat it!" The dragon lunged backward. The lance jumped a scale, jumped a scale, jumped a scale, caught! The lance went in. Fireworks, lightning, the scales flashed and rippled like a neon display as the dragon's neck shot skyward and its lungs emptied an agonized gush of air. It groped about its belly, the truck, the ladder, then curled its head down and back under, looking for the wound, trying to see what had happened. Harold Bly ran forward, horrified, incredulous. The other men were spellbound, their eyes blinking and squinting at the flash of the scales. The dragon heaved its body forward, pushing with its forelegs against the truck, trying to get loose. The lance wouldn't budge. The dragon rocked to one side, then the other, pushed with its hind legs, slammed its head against the ground, and pushed with its neck. The truck bounced on its springs, rocked, skidded sideways. "He's going to tear up his inside," Steve thought. "You dirty dog! You've killed my dragon!" Bly screamed. Hopelessly impaled, the dragon shifted its gaze toward the screaming, fumbling Harold Bly. The eyes of the creature narrowed, the breath hissed through clenched teeth. Bly caught the dragon's hateful glare. "Hey, now," he stammered. "It wasn't me. I'm on your side." Bly pointed toward Steve. "He's over there, over there!" The dragon seemed to gain strength from its boiling rage. Its eyes locked on the bold, loud-mouthed ruler of Hyde River as it pulled at the lance. The truck rolled, bounced, and screeched forward out of the tunnel. The dragon's body cascaded over the top of it and to the ground, twisting and finally snapping the ladder off. As the dragon lay on its side, it craned its neck to and fro in search of Harold Bly. When it spotted him, the neck reached like a serpent, the head moved low to the ground, the breath sucked in, the left front leg reached out, claws extended. Bly started backing away, his face contorted with horror and disbelief, his hands chambering around in his shotgun. "No! Now come on, you don't want me!" The dragon's burning eyes said otherwise as it slowly inched and slithered toward him. Andy and his buddies fled in terror back through the first tunnel, followed by Kyle, Carl, Bernie, Elmer, and Joe. The dragon pulled itself closer to Bly, its chin only inches from the ground. Bly aimed the shotgun directly at the dragon's face and fired. A myriad of sparks and flashes exploded from the dragon's face, but it didn't flinch, and it didn't turn away. The head rose from the ground. The dragon gasped a short breath, then exhaled a blast of air, but there was no flame. Bly prepared to fire again, but waited, feeling some confidence. He could see the dragon was fading. One more breath wheezed through the dragon's nostrils. A small flame appeared, but quickly flickered out. The beast stared at Bly, its neck swaying like a tree in the wind. Bly started to chuckle as he looked up at the gnarled face. "Not today, buddy. You're finished. You can't touch me." The dragon's fiery eyes dimmed, flickered, then went dark. Slowly the neck went limp, began to sink, and then in a long, slow arc, it flopped to the rocky ground with an earth-shaking thud as Bly leaped and stumbled out of the way. Bly recovered his balance, ready to run, but then saw no need. The eyes still looked his way, but no longer saw him. After a long, silent, motionless moment, Bly slowly grinned, and then laughed defiantly. "Aha! There now." He looked around for any witness to his triumph. You see that? This is Harold Bly we're talking about, still on top." He looked everywhere, wondering what had become of his followers, but no one remained in that vast, empty place except Steve Benson, battered, bruised, and exhausted, standing very still among the small fires and lingering smoke. It was just the two of them now. "You," Bly raised the shotgun. "Guess I still have one piece of unfinished business." Steve sighed, his shoulders drooping with dismay. "Mr. Bly, I did save your life." Bly sighted down the barrel at Steve's heart. "I don't owe you a thing, Benson, except what you've got coming, right now. Nothing's ever going to kill Harold Bly." Thunk! 3 silver spikes skewered Bly from behind and sprouted from his chest with a spattering of blood. He quivered, his face contorted with shock, pain, disbelief. The shotgun fell from his hands. The dragon lifted Bly from the ground. His body hung on the claws like meat on a fork, his legs dangling. Then a claw sank like a needle through the black stain and into Bly's heart. Through the wisps of smoke drifting over the rocky ground, Steve could see a slight yellow glow from one half-open eye. The beast was alive, if only to finish the work the hides had begun so long ago. Slowly, mechanically, the dragon opened its jaws, flipped Bly's body across the rows of teeth, and bit down. There was a sudden, unexpected flash of light. Steve turned away, his eyes tightly shut, expecting an explosion, but none came. When he opened his eyes again, all he could see was a vague serpentine spot in front of his eyes. He could hear no sound except sirens approaching from across the river and far down the valley. His vision began to clear, and he saw the corpse of Harold Bligh lying crooked and mangled on the rough stones. He could make out the wide, empty expanse of the old loading yard and the last dying remnants of the dragon's fires. The huge, articulated loader was still sitting where Levi had parked it. But the dragon was gone without a trace. It had vanished as if it had never existed. Gone! Steve's knees buckled, and he sank to the ground, into the sweet oblivion of a dead faint. He felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up to see Evelyn looking down at him, the pink light of dawn just over her shoulder. He sat up slowly and could see the police cars that had come through the access tunnel, and an aid car. There were cops, paramedics, flashlights and headlights, and people moving around shouting orders, questions, answers. "So how are you doing?" she asked. I'm not sure. Where's Tracy?" The sound of her name pierced his soul. He could see her face, young, pretty, so intense at times. He loathed to speak the words. "Tracy is dead." He had to take her shoulder to steady her. "Was it the dragon?" she asked. He nodded and knew he could say no more. He could not bear to recount or describe that horrible scene. But of course Evelyn had been there herself, was still there. She understood. "Where's the dragon now?" she asked. "It's dead," he said simply, noticing how different it felt to share some good news for a change. "Are you sure? Did you kill it?" He looked across the yard at the nearly demolished telephone truck and the broken, mangled ladder. "No, I would say God did that. God and Levi Cobb. I just helped." He struggled to his feet with her assistance. "It died. It died with Harold Bligh in its mouth. Right over there." The area Steve indicated was empty, except for the police and medics now bagging up Bligh's body. Steve carefully retraced where he remembered the neck had fallen. "Here," he said, stooping down. "Recognize this?" He picked up a piece of metal. It was the tip of Evelyn's hunting knife. He handed it to her. "In case you ever have any doubts." They would never have to prove to themselves what they'd been through. But this special token brought Evelyn such assurance that tears came to her eyes. A trooper asked, "Excuse me, did either of you see what happened here?" "Oh, sure," Steve thought, "like you're going to believe it." Evelyn cut in. "Sir, this man is injured, and I'd like to get him out of here." He nodded toward the access tunnel and let them pass, but reminded them, "We'll need a statement." Then someone shouted from the tunnel, "It's all his fault. Arrest him, you hear me?" It was Carl Ingfeld tugging at two burly troopers and pointing in Steve's direction. "Benson, you killed our dragon!" Steve approached and noticed the black stain was still there on Carl's shirt. Carl calmed down. "We'll sue you, Benson." One of the troopers asked Steve, "You know what he's talking about?" Steve gave the trooper an apologetic look. "He's beside himself." Both troopers nodded in agreement. Steve looked at Carl curiously. "You're going to go into a court of law and testify that I killed your dragon?" "What dragon?" Carl became flustered and couldn't answer. Steve pointed to the black stain and lowered his voice to share a secret. "You still have him in there, Carl. You haven't lost a thing." "Okay, fella," muttered one of the troopers. "Clear the area. Go home." Carl didn't change his tune as the troopers prodded him along. "You killed our dragon, Benson. We'll get you for that." "Well," Evelyn said, "in case you ever have any doubts, there's a witness for you. You really did kill it." Steve needed one more proof. He looked down at his torn shirt. The black slime had turned to an ash-gray dust he could easily brush off. He unbuttoned his shirt. Over his heart there was no wound, no pain. "I'm free," he said simply. Evelyn gave him a hug, and then they turned and walked arm in arm through the tunnel, down the long ramp, over the bridge, and finally to Steve's camper, still parked in front of Charlie's Tavern and Mercantile. The camper's tires were flat, of course, but now the windows were all broken out as well, and the inside stripped clean of Steve's gear, clothing, and guns. Oh well, the bunk still had a mattress on it. Steve climbed in, his feet crunching on broken glass, and flopped on the bunk, dazed and exhausted. "I'll see if I can find Lieutenant Barnard," Evelyn said. Steve lay limp on the mattress and just let his mind wander. He saw Cliff again, much younger, holding Evelyn by the hand and holding up a huge cutthroat trout, bigger than he'd ever caught before, and, he was careful to point out, bigger than Steve had ever caught before. "Oh, come on, Cliff, it wasn't that big." He could see Tracy, just trying to find peace in such a confused world. She wasn't just beautiful on the outside. He dwelt a moment on the last sight he'd ever had of Levi Cobb, lying on the ground, slipping into death as peacefully as slipping into a sleeping bag. You weren't crazy, old buddy. You had your quirks, but one thing you had that nobody else had was peace. That says a lot. He even considered Harold Bly for a moment, perhaps the best embodiment Steve had ever seen of all that could go wrong in a man. The dragon came in with Benjamin Hyde, filled its cave with bones over the years, and finally went out with Harold. If this be sin, let sin be served, they had said. Not such a great idea, after all. With enough sorrow to last him for years, Steve just wanted to get out of Hyde River. He needed a shower, he needed some sleep, he was tired, he was filthy. But he wasn't burned. That thought occurred to him again. He should have been a black cinder by now, but he wasn't. He'd fought the dragon too, just like Evelyn, and just like Evelyn, he'd come out a winner. So hey, I'm not going to die today. I get to live. He couldn't quite believe it, so he told himself again, you get to live, Benson. You're free. He felt at peace, even while the fire crews mopped up the fires and the police rounded up the looters, while investigators asked their questions and the rioters slinked back to their homes. He felt so much at peace that he fell asleep right there, kind of like Levi, in his battered and broken camper, and slept until Evelyn and Lieutenant Barnard finally woke him and offered him a lift out of the valley. While the death toll was substantial for a small town, it was nothing to compare with the wars, murders, and ruthless crimes that bumped Hyde River from the front pages. Having heard or read a quick headline about civil unrest in a tiny, unknown town of little consequence, I'm sure most outsiders simply turned to the sports page or flipped the channel. The police concluded that Harold Bly had been accidentally torn in two by an articulated loader they found parked near his body. They determined that the fires around town were set by rioters, and the burned corpses were victims of those fires. Because no witnesses came forward, there were few arrests other than looters caught in the act. The only persons regarded as missing were Charlie Mack, Phil Garrett, Sheriff Lester Collins, and Sheriff's Deputy Tracy Ellis. Anyone else not found, either dead or alive, was accounted for by friends and relatives and crossed off the list. The people who were driven out of Hyde River have left for good. Those still living there have had nothing to say. Levi Cobb is dead. The binder he had me read is gone and most likely destroyed. His killer, Harold Bly, is dead as well. So that case was summarily closed. Levi's body was released to his sister, whom Levi's will appointed executor of his estate. With power of attorney, she opened Levi's safe deposit box and recovered the original diary of Holly Ann Mayfield, the Hyde River Charter, and the other documents Levi had collected. Levi's legacy remains. The oath also remains. Last month, I slipped surreptitiously through the town of Hyde River and once again climbed Saddle Horse. What I expected, I found. The cavern where the dragon had made its lair was blasted shut. So the dragon is once again a myth, guarded by believers and ignored by skeptics. I still make frequent trips back to Oak Springs to visit Evelyn and her boys, and to visit Levi's grave near West Fork. Up the road from the cemetery, I always pull off at a popular viewpoint and gaze upon the Hyde River Valley as it stretches and winds far to the north. I have viewed the lazy river and the steep tree-laden mountains in all 4 seasons now, and even photographed them with one of Cliff's cameras. It's not that I'm enthralled by the view, majestic as it is. It's because I'm haunted by the possibility that one day, though I hope it never happens, I might detect an unnatural ripple in the clouds that gather over Saddle Horse, or a delicate serpentine window of silver flickering for only an instant against the pink sky of sunset. It happened, and I want to remember. If it happens again, I want to know. Because others must be told, I now add this, my own account, to the letters, cryptic notes, diaries, and press accounts gleaned by Levi Cobb from the past century. I expect my story will be largely ignored by those who come after me, but who knows? It just might prove useful to the next hapless soul who suspects he is being followed, marked, and hunted by those insidious golden eyes. After all, we all live in Hyde River. We all have our dragon. The epilogue from an account of the Hyde River phenomenon by Stephen Clive Benson, Ph.D.
You have been listening to a Word audio presentation of The Oath by Frank Peretti. The reader has been Joe Campanella. This album is copyrighted and may not be reproduced in any way without written permission from the publisher, Word Publishing, Dallas, Texas.